Mr. Mimsy? How you doing? How you doing? All right, I got to start grifting for my new toupee. This one's getting a little long. This one's starting to get a little long. I'm going to have to replace it with a longer one now. Let's see. All right. Muted the mic just in time. Oh, goodness gracious. Ass is bodacious. All right, we're in the 93rd percentile, folks. We're trying to get into the top 2,000, and that's kind of my goal here. So we're going to get into it right now. All right. Traditional standard rank. This is the best 2 out of 3. I did mow the lawn, by the way. That's why I'm a little exhausted. Got a bit of a schveltz going on. Go over here. All right. We got Momo. That's not bad. That'll get us into Conqueror or into that. Yeah, I think we'll keep this. Yikes. I think we're gonna go red on this one. Hope everyone's doing well. There we go. That helps. That for sure helps. Let's show this one. And turn. Okay. I think I do this. Swing. Got a feeling he's got another Queen of the Dale in his hands, so that's why he doesn't seem to have a problem tossing one away. Opponent's at 18. Next turn, I'm gonna have a swing for. That's not haste, so. Hope you all hit the like button on the way in. Do you play Magic often? Are you new to my channel? Do you want to say hello? Say hello. Are you just somebody looking to get material to try to use against me in the court of law? In which case, probably should make better life decisions. Choose a little bit of joy in your life. Maybe get a life. That would be a good start there. Would be nice. I need another mana. That would be fantastic. I'm gonna swing for 5. Puts my opponent at 13. What's up, JP? Good to see you. Need to start getting some pressure. Oh, it got me at the 94 percentile. Oh, that's weird. Okay. Definitely going to be bringing out Desolation of Smog. We'll see what happens here. One has 1 card in hand. They're about to boost their entire team by 1 each. So that'd be, yeah, that's enough. That is enough. So that goes there. That goes there. Yep. That's enough. That's your game. Yep, pausing for the mana like I did really hurt. Put me behind. All right, we're gonna go. We're gonna go 3 Desolations of Smog. We're gonna go with that. Kind of hoping I get my opponent to use a removal, like a ghost on my Voice of Victory, so that way when I clear the board with a Desolation of Smog, it'll be quite effective. Got to swing. Are you wanting me to share these with you, Mimsy? I wasn't sure you were really into this at all. I mean, I know you bought the game, but I haven't really heard anything about it ever since you said you picked it up. Or not bought, downloaded. I got the impression you kind of weren't really into it. All right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Perfect. Okay, opponents have 4. A skunk. Yes, I got a skunk hat. You didn't see it. That's true. That is true. Gonna give it lifelink now. I now have a skunk hat. That's game. All right, so Desolation of Smog definitely worked. Smaug. We got 7 people watching, 2 people chatting. It's a little bizarre. It's a little strange. I guess I suppose I should send this out to some folks because some of you guys like to come in and say hi. Even if you're not really into it. I know Toe might want to come in and say hello. Even if he's not going to stay. Here you go, Mimsy. I'll send it to you. I shared it with you. Dang it. I feel like I got a booger in my nose and I can't get it out. I got a booger and a raisin and a marble and it's stuck in my nose and I can't get it out. I'll send it to Just because she might want to come in and say hello. Send it to my beloved. She may want to. She's feeling a little poorly. She stayed home sick today. Wow. Absolutely no land. No choice but the mulligan. Keep this. Shuffle that in. Comes in play tap. Wow, it helps when I hit the like button. There's Just Cuz. What up? What up, Gail? All right. That's a very good card right here, by the way. For a creature-filled deck. Creature-laden deck. Another one. All right. Hopefully we can bait out the ghost, and that way when we wipe the board, we can get these things back. Hopefully. Thank you, baby. Appreciate that. Yikes. That's going to be a problem. Trying to make it into the top 2,000, guys. Hopefully I'll get this win. Hopefully we'll start off today on a winning note. I got a feeling it might be a little touch and go. I think we got to do this. All right. Might quickly get out of hand here in a second. Yep. I can block that. My opponent might win this one. All right, gotta do this. Last turn. Man, defensive with a dragon deck. Who'd have thunk it? Time to get some hydration in me. Oh. Sometimes ice water just tastes so good. I'm doing well this afternoon. Well, awesome. So I'm on my regular setup. So my little emoji things should be floating around the screen. Oh, there we go. Helps if I turn my alerts on. There we go. Now I can hear when you guys are saying stuff to me. I got to figure out how to get this SS Ninja thing on my other computer so I can hear when you guys are saying stuff to me. This is like ridiculous. I need another schmog. It's about to get ugly. I don't think I'll win this. I don't think I'll win this one. I know what this deck needs. I know exactly what this deck needs. Yep. I know exactly what this deck needs. Yep. I know how to improve this deck. This is about to get ugly for me. It's gonna be an exile effect. I'll show you guys. I'll have to show it. Better than telling you. Definitely have to block there. A block there. All block there. Wait, okay. Oh, I can't. Oh, I can't. Oh, I'm dead. I'm cooked. Damn it. I totally forgot about voice. My bad. What even is that? Oh, those ants or turtles. What are those things? Oh, it's skunks. How dare you? How dare you? Badgers and skunks, oh my. I think you can have a badger hat. I think there is a badger thing you can make. All right, let me go to this. Skunks and badgers. I'm gonna go ahead and clone this because I want to try this out. Exile. Let's see, 4 mana. I mean, personally, I know that if I'm getting like a very aggro deck, I can attack. Should be white right here. Settle the wreckage. Oops. Let's see. How about one less of those? One less of those. One less of those. Let's put in. Nope, not that. The hell? No. Okay, we're gonna put in. Oh, see, I just learned something new. Settle the wreckage. Where is it? Right here. I'm gonna put in 3 settle the wreckage. Yeah, I think that's the ticket, boys. All right, let's try it again. Use my version. Because what do you do when they get out of hand like that, right? By the way, I did get the lawn mowed, for those of you that are wondering. The lawn has been mowed. It's Monday, and I already did my man shit in the beginning of the week, so I got plenty of time to do more man shit. Pardon my French. But I'm gonna be reinforcing the chicken pen over the week. I think I'm gonna roll out the. I think I'm just gonna grab some cinder blocks and I'm gonna roll out the wire so that way I can stretch it out on the lawn. That way I shouldn't need any help from my beloved to hold it. I think it'll be fine the way it is. Let's go this one. Okay. Yeah, it's cooled off quite a bit. It was down in the 50s the other night. Overnight, apparently. It's supposed to be anyway. Go ahead and swing for 2. Cast Voice of Victory. How about in your area? Oh, yeah, you got it. Feels like I got like a frog in my throat. The guy I'm going against is in the 96th percentile. All right, there's 2 removals out of the way. Let's go white. How about you, JP? What about you, Mimsy? Is it finally cooling off? You finally got a little bit of rain, right? Hate this deck, I really do. Really hate this deck. Such a bullshit deck. Yep, there goes my road. Yep. A little bit better in the 90s. There we go. sneeze. 66. That's a respectful amount, right? Still a sneeze coming on. How dare you, sir? How dare you? How dare you, sir? Achu. Yeah, I feel one coming on. I ain't telling you. I ain't gonna lie, man. It's pretty bad. And grasses aren't as bad though. Yeah, he's about to sweep the board, I think. One more mana. Can't take my Nova Hellkite because it's already out of the way. Somebody's gonna name. Okay. $84. Okay. If he doesn't kill this, we're both on a single turn. I can get a lightning helix. That's a good game. Whew, barely pulled that out. All right. I think I got to get rid of. I got to add that. Minus one of those. Minus one of those. One more of those. No. Yes. Didn't seem too worried about that. All right, we'll try this. Actually, oh. I'm ready for fall, cool mornings and cool nights. Yep. I'm ready for less bugs, man. It's been brutal out there with the bugs. Of course, I don't really leave my house all that much this summer, so it's been pretty brutal heat-wise. It's like a heat wave. It is like a heat. Mm-hmm. The rest already. Look at that. The race is on, folks. We got to get it. Draw 3 cards and discard 2 cards. Okay. Unless you discard a creature card. All right, he's trying to. I really need to get like a rest in peace for this deck. Come on, let's go. Let's draw it. Tried to sit outside last evening. The mosquitoes, and it was terrible and loud. Yeah. Just going out with a headlamp out there to check on the chickens and stuff. I think we had like a couple possums out in the trees behind the house. You could see them up in the trees. See their beady little eyes. Really need some mana. Some mana would be like fan-flippin-tastic right now. Alright, one more turn. Oh, that sucks. I should have held on to the erode though. I should have used the lightning helix. Maybe, maybe not. That really hurts. Oh, now we got mana. We need to get it going here. Alright, opponent's at 3, so I have next turn, unless he can counter this or get it out of my hand. Good game. Ooh, man, that was close. Take it. He was at 96% too. That should bump us up. Man, we dropped all the way to 92. Let's see if we go up. Oh, back up to 94 percentile. Okay. Alright, we got 5 packs for that. Nice. Let's open up some packs. That's Laurelwind. We almost have a full set of Laurelwind too. Alright, we got a lot of gems out of that. I like it. Daddy likes it. Hey, what's in here? Arena weekly announcements are here. Let's check it out. August 24th. Arena Direct. Yeah, they had all kinds of issues. They were running out of the boxes that people were winning. A lot of people were winning boxes. Okay, store. Let's see what's in the store real quick. Oh, there we go. Go to deals. Spend 50 gold to win 500. Technically. All right. All right. Yeah. Nothing I would spend money on, gold on. All right, let's get back to it. Anyone got any big plans for tonight's dinner? I think I'm gonna give you guys something to look at. I think that's only fair. 'Cause there are things I would like to talk about too. Some current event stuff while we're playing. A lot of disingenuous people out there. I'm noticing. All right, let's get into it.
You responded to, I'll come on when I said none of Rob, Baron, Candace, Ian ever come on to talk about it. You said, I'll come on.
Yeah, I'll come in and talk about it. Yeah, and I'm happy to keep talking about it. I'm not going to log off. I'm just saying, just so we understand, this. I didn't come up here with clips and evidence to go back and forth in a specific debate.
So the specific debate he was talking about is, of course, like all cancel culture people like to do, if they can't defeat your argument, they basically like to low-key call you an anti-Semite. Pay attention, because you're about to witness it.
What was your assessment of the debate at large?
Well, I thought that she clearly had a greater grip on the case itself, and I believe it's pretty clear and came across quite clear that has a very deep and significant meaning to her. I don't really think that the case really matters one way or the other to Andrew, to be honest with you. And I think if I paid $300,000 to debate a person about the guilt of an American citizen, a human being that could be potentially sentenced to death, you'd think you'd have a pretty good idea of what the charges were being levied against that person. So I think that her care and her deep concern for the details of the case shone through quite clearly. And I think that was really her only objective. I don't really know that Candace really has all that much to prove. That the people who've been paying attention to what she said, I don't think it's not clear to them. I think that the idea of this was, I'm going to pay $300,000 and I'm going to come in and I'm going to mop the floor with her. And I don't think that he achieved that.
Hey, Bobby, can I ask you a question?
Of course.
I can't claim to be very familiar with you, but I think that I've heard you be pretty critical of Israel. Is that true?
Uh-oh. You gotta get canceled now. You're not allowed to. Uh-oh. You're in trouble. Oh, we're gonna get you. Oh, you're not allowed to discuss that. That makes you a bad person. See, right there, right out the box. Oh, have I heard that you've been critical of Israel? Like, is that a fucking crime, Rob? Is it a crime?
I have been
Sorry, I got a little aggro there.
Critical of Israel, yes. But really, it's not isolated to just Israel. It's not like I just make content on Israel.
No, please. I'm not saying that. But you think that, like, that's a big issue right now.
Oh, please. I'm not just trying to get you canceled or anything like that. I'm just trying to win the argument by making you have to be silent and apologize for having an opinion about Israel. Another country. That's not America, by the way.
Given the Iran war and stuff, correct?
I do believe that it is a
How many people live in Israel?
How many people live in Israel?
Yeah, how many people live in Israel?
I don't know, 9 million.
Wow, it sounds like you don't...
I don't know, 9 million. It's just, wow! I mean, it's like a gotcha. Like, you know, this is crazy. Wasn't Andrew Wilson... Weren't they all complaining about the whole gotcha things, that they were trying to get gotcha? Everything's a gotcha moment for blood sports. Like, so you're asking him about a debate about an American citizen who is arrested for unaliving Charlie Kirk. And you bring up Israel in order to say, well, because haven't you been critical of Israel? Well, first off, what does that have to do with the question you just asked this man in that moment? What's up, Seven Cities? Right? Right? So it's like, yeah, exactly. Rob will just go with whatever Andrew says. It doesn't matter. It's a loyalty thing. That to me is cultish, and dangerous. And we've seen a whole lot of that behavior in our little tiny circle of YouTube, haven't we?
Don't really care about that issue then. I can't believe it. I know that 10.2 million people live there, so I must care about it more than you, right?
Well, I'm not here to debate Israel, dude.
But you'll acknowledge that this proves you don't care about Israel.
No, it doesn't prove.
So when you talk about the issue,
brother,
if I were you and
bro,
I
you're gonna just come
issue,
in. You're just gonna come in super hot like that.
It's
not even about Israel, bro. And you know.
No, but hold on. I'll illustrate the point that Rob. It's an interesting tactic. Rob is highlighting the point that one can have opinions on things and strong opinions and lack certain essential details. And if that's going to be the metric of determining that they shouldn't have an opinion or speak on an issue,
I didn't say he shouldn't speak on it, and I'm just saying, if you're going to a debate that you're paying $300,000 to prove that there is overwhelming evidence of a person's guilt, then you should probably have a better idea and a better grip of that case.
Right? So, like, what's your evidence that Robinson's a patsy? If that was the question being presented to Candace Owens, right? If. Well, that's interesting. Well, the evidence would be what? Innocent until proven guilty. So if he's innocent until proven guilty, and you're trying to tell me he's guilty before he's been proven guilty, sounds to me like you're the one who's trying to turn him into a patsy. Ipso facto, what I mean, what are we doing here?
Well, if I can speak on this, just
but like we're not here debating Israel, and I told.
I'm
Yeah, we're not here debating Israel, but immediately, right out of the gate, this fucking fat bagel has to bring up Israel. Why? Why do you got to bring up Israel, Rob? Because you're a shill for Crowder. No, you're a shill for Andrew, who's a shill for Crowder, who's a shill for Israel. 100%. In my opinion, 100% confirmed. Crowder is definitely on the take. He's raking in shekels.
Merely illustrate. I'm not trying to attack you. I was merely just trying to illustrate a point.
I'm not trying to attack you as I literally like slap and tickle fight you the entire time about Israel to try to immediately well poison anything that might come out of your mouth. And look at Fry right below him with his little fucking ooh.
Fooled me.
You could have deep opinions about something and think it's very important, but not know trivial things that aren't that important to the issue you're concerned with.
But that's not why I don't think he cares about it. That's not why I don't think he deeply cares about it. That's just one.
That's a key piece of evidence you gave. And if I can, do you even know what the topic of this debate was?
Of the topic of what debate was?
The Candace Andrew debate.
Do I know what the topic was?
Correct. What was the topic?
What do you mean? What was the topic?
Well, the topic that was agreed upon that they were debating. This is a fair question
because I don't even know. Actually, I'll let you answer, Bobby, if you know.
Kept this hand.
I didn't know. I'm still not sure. I do understand what the topic was. I know they broke it down into 3 sections.
Well, I believe that they debated 2 separate positions, which was they were debating the overwhelming guilt, or Andrew believed that there was overwhelming guilt of Tyler Robinson. And Candace was debating, I don't remember exactly what her position was, but I believe that it was the opposite of that.
The topic was,
hers was that it was a patsy. She was debating that it is likely that he is a patsy.
It's interesting you don't know that part of the topic. I would suspect that's because she did not make one piece of evidence to defend that part.
Well, I just said them both. So what do you mean I don't know it?
Please, but you were like, you had to think about it, and it's because she ran from that. Now, I'm not going to get into too much details about the negotiation of the topic.
I'll just say this. The mana.
Andrew believes, like I believe, that Tyler Robinson deserves his day in court. I think that in this stage, which most of the time we wouldn't have a preliminary hearing like this, we would just have a grand jury. But in Utah, they have these probable cause hearings. At this stage in the trial, we have more evidence against Tyler Robinson than almost any other capital murder charge. And so when he's saying overwhelming, that's what he's saying. Right now, it's like, wow, it looks really bad. But he also thinks that he hasn't had a chance to offer his defense, and the state has not tried to prove his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. They just proved overwhelmingly that there was probable cause. He doesn't really. Okay.
I was going to say this is not a fault against Andrew or even Patrick for.
They just proved that overwhelmingly there was probable cause. There's either probable cause or there's not. Overwhelming probable cause? I mean, what are you talking about, dude? You're a freaking Muppet. Dude, you're a Muppet. You're a sloppy, fat, schmaltzy. You look wet all the time. You look like you're the opposite of what would make a woman get all bricked up, dude. You're like the opposite of whatever Viagra would do to a man's ability to maintain an erection. For women, you're the opposite of Viagra for men. This guy, he just. I'm sorry, Rob. You look dysgenic, bro. You look like your own genetics are fighting your very own existence. You're the stereotypical bagel. You're Ira. Rob, you're Ira. Just one more tip, I promise. No, you don't have to circumcise anymore. Yeah, we've done away with that. There's no more need for that sacrifice. You don't have to do that anymore. But I want them to feel suffering like I feel suffering. You don't have to do that anymore, Ira.
How they, fleshed out or phrased the debate questions. Having a debate about the overwhelming nature of the evidence at a preliminary hearing is a misguided debate, and it's a bad framing. Because if what the argument is overwhelming evidence of probable cause, that's not even. it's not even the threshold for the probable cause. And so having that debate sounds like a substantive debate before the adversarial process has occurred. And I think it shouldn't have been had in the first place. I'm not sure if it was a precondition to get.
It was.
Yeah, but the question is, what do you mean she hasn't provided evidence that he's a patsy? She doesn't have to provide evidence of his innocent. That's where. Why is everyone stuck on this dude? She doesn't have to provide any evidence of his innocence. You're innocent until proven guilty. This is what I'm talking about. This is the same benefit that I gave a certain, fluffy little bunny boy. Yet, you think I got any respect for doing that? Nope. Think I got any grace for doing that? Nope. I still maintain innocent until proven guilty.
So sit down.
So what happened was Candace, I'll try to be brief with this. Andrew and me, and I believe Viva and a bunch of other people have heard these bold claims from people like Candace or Baron Coleman or Ian Carroll. And they're saying everything from Erica Kirk's complicit to Turning Point's complicit to Israel, etc. And so people like us have been like, would you like to come on so we could hear these claims and you could provide evidence and we could have a debate? They won't do it. And when you do get one of them, all they want.
Why won't they do that, Rob? Because the second they come onto your show, within the first 10 seconds of interrogatory with them, you're like, is it true? Is it true that you've been critical of Mother Israel? Is it true? I mean, what are we doing here? What are we doing here, Rob?
Want to do is say, that's not our burden. The state has to prove their burden. That's all we care about. Andrew's position was, we'll see. So far, the state's done pretty good, but certainly they're still qualified for reasonable doubt because the state hasn't even tried to provide it. But Candace demanded.
Just like Andrew Wilson paying $30,000 or $300,000 to go get embarrassed at Candace Owens' own home. Stop. Get over here. Paying $300,000 to go get embarrassed at Candace Owens' home. Buddy, you can't hit that arm, okay? Stop. It's a level of desperateness that it's staggering to me. Show me you're desperate. Tell me you're desperate without telling me you're desperate. Let's see. Boom, boom. Let's go ahead and enter tapped. Go do this. I should have just beheld that one. Sorry, guys.
That be a precondition for the debate, and demanded, because Andrew said in one video there's overwhelming evidence that he must defend that it was overwhelming. Andrew was uninterested in that portion of the debate because he thinks that a lot of people have talked about the case. He wanted to talk about Candace's claims. But if it's a precondition to getting in, fine. He'll defend that. She originally said, I'll define my theory that he's a patsy is viable. So we then had to provide evidence that she said that the fact he's a patsy is overwhelming, that he's a patsy by the state. So that became the topic. He was supposed to provide evidence that's overwhelming that Tyler Robinson's guilty.
Yeah, the claim, yes, that's actually a really good point. But according to the debate, it was supposed to be that, which was a false premise in the first place. If I would have taken that debate with Andrew Wilson and he said, you need to demonstrate that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. And I would say, okay, you're innocent until proven guilty. And then drop the mic. Right? Isn't that it? Did I win? You're innocent until proven guilty. Next. What's your next question? The fact that Erica Kirk showed more forgiveness to Candace Owen, or to the person that she alleges unalived her husband, than she's doing to Candace Owens, who was a friend of her husband, who's trying to find out what happened to her husband. Work that part out. Work that part out. Make that part make sense.
for half of the debate, and the second half of the debate was her providing evidence overwhelming that he was a patsy set up and was actually innocent. I will ask you this straight up, Bobby. Can you name me one argument she made, one piece of evidence that suggested that Tyler Robinson was a patsy, let alone...
Yeah, you're innocent until proven guilty. What's your next question? Stupid. Innocent until proven guilty. What's your next question?
Overwhelming evidence.
Next.
You mean
what's your evidence that the state has it exactly right and that he is guilty until proven innocent? Right?
You mean in the specific debate, or that
Correct.
she's ever presented?
In the debate.
And was the question overwhelming evidence that he's a patsy? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that was what the contract was negotiated.
I didn't see any. I didn't see her. I didn't see any declaration that her claim is that there was overwhelming evidence of.
That was the topic. So,
but not even that. Not even that. During the debate,
know that that's true, but
no. But so we reduced it, because during the debate, it was any evidence whatsoever to substantiate any of her claims, and then all of the claims were walked back. But I want to, before we get too far.
Oh, that hurts.
Bobby, you said like, oh, Andrew didn't know the charges. First of all, and again, it's splitting hairs. All aggravated murder is.
I mean, the things he would present what the state considered to be probable cause, and that's fair enough. 7 cities, right? I mean, that's fair enough. I mean, the state isn't going to just, well, they're going to try really hard not to just, immediately like jettison any kind of reality, right?
Is murder. Not all murder is aggravated murder. Period. The fact that he didn't know there were witness tampering or obstruction of investigations, but this is Barnes, and it's not because I'm biased. It's because I didn't want to. I'm not an American attorney. I'm not making these statements, even though I was drafting an email post to this effect yesterday. If we're going to rail against Andrew for saying he doesn't know basic things about the case,
I didn't rail against him. You asked me.
No, sorry. But you're saying he should at least have a basic knowledge. Candace, understands things more. If this is the threshold,
do you disagree with that? I mean, are we?
Yes.
You disagree that if I tell.
Look at Rob's like, yes, because my Lord and Savior Andrew, who multiplies whiskey and walks on whiskey and drinks lots of whiskey, which I love whiskey, by the way. Because my Lord and Savior Andrew Wilson says something, I must just be an absolute parrot. So the question is, you don't think that if your positive claim is that somebody is guilty of something and you don't even know the charges, there's no problem in that? Like, it's a problem. Like, what could he possibly be guilty of? What could he be guilty of? Right? Oh, I don't know. I don't know really don't know what the charges are.
Tell somebody that I'm going to pay $300,000 to debate them on the guilt of a person, that I shouldn't have an idea of what those things are.
No, but I disagree that he didn't.
You can't name one of the charges.
No,
he did.
I disagree that he didn't have an idea. Murder.
Okay.
I mean, that's the bottom line. Murder and its death penalty potential. But
okay.
At the end of the day,
it's not my hill to die on. I'm just saying. You asked me what was my overview. That was the first thing I said. I'm not here to. I don't have a bullet point list of things to defend.
But would it have been better if he listed off all 7 like that? Yeah, it would have. But the bottom line is this:
or one.
He got one. He got one. The murder. I mean, that's all that anybody cares about. Nobody cares about the witness tampering. Like, if we're being real.
I'm like cramping up big time right now. I got to run to the bathroom.
Realistic about it, but
it's a big difference.
It says just
penalty versus not.
No, because I think even with the murder, I'm
cramping over here.
Premise is that it's
this dude's gonna win.
But if this is the threshold now, live by the sword, die by the sword. Barnes says just a few mistakes Candace made. She didn't know that most of the evidence admitting at the hearing would be admitted at trial. She didn't know Robinson is also charged with murder, not just aggravated murder, lesser included. She didn't know the difference between DNA and fingerprints. She didn't know that degraded DNA has nothing to do with timing of the DNA's presence on the gun. She didn't know that dirt being inside the rifle does not prove anything about the rifle being used. She didn't know that Tyler confessed to being the person in the surveillance.
This is just ridiculous, man. This is just ridiculous. The shuffler gets me every damn time, dude. The shuffler wins. Every single time the shuffler wins. Got beat by the shuffler.
She didn't know that Twigs identified Tyler as the person in the surveillance footage. That was a big one that she actually questioned during the debate, and I couldn't believe it, because I think that means that the people in the silo are listening to the same people in the silo. When Twigs... No, she did not know that he said the last two. What did he say? Very much look like him, or almost.
Yeah. She said it. He said it looks like him based on his clothes.
She said it.
That's what he said.
No, he said
she had doubt.
What?
Didn't she say that Twigs said he had doubt about his appearance?
Yeah,
he did. He was
in the last two clips, he said, "Yeah, that's him."
He said I can't be 100% certain, but it looks like him because of his clothes.
The point is with these charges things, right? Again, just real quick, if I can
wait, so you're just gonna move on from that?
Well, it's not my argument. If you're talking,
okay, but I'm just saying you just had a point. You made your point.
My point.
I told you.
I'm just saying.
I answered the question, and then you just moved on from it.
Did I make that point?
You asked me the question.
I think. Hold on. I think if it's going to be a question of mocking Andrew for not.
I didn't mock. What are you doing? You're just injecting all these terms. You're mocking him. What do you mean?
Using it as an excuse to claim that he underperformed. I mean, we're trying to
like. Why is everyone like being a giant tourniquet and a Band-Aid for Andrew Wilson? Andrew Wilson came out with a video today acting like he had I'm getting ready to review it too. These people are 100% freaking shills. 100% shills, dude. These people are 100%, in my opinion. In my opinion, there's no doubt in my mind that these people are bought and paid for. Bought and paid for. It's staggering to me.
For brevity.
Right.
I didn't say he underperformed either.
Come on, you're splitting hairs here, talking about splitting hairs. You literally said something almost verbatim was, if I paid $300,000, I would know the charges, right? And then now you're like, it's not that important that he didn't know the exact charges. The point is, Andrew, I already explained that Andrew didn't even really. I
mean, it's like literally saying the exact opposite of what he said. He never said any of these things. You're setting up these straw mans. This Rob guy is supposed to be like a skilled debater, according to Andrew. He's just a little sycophant mouth breather, dude. He looks moist all the time. He looks moist. I'd probably just shove the guy in a locker just so he'd feel at home like he was back in high school again. I mean, it's bad. It's bad. He's such a freaking dweeb, dude. A dweeb, 100% dweeb.
Care as much about the state charges. He's more interested when the state tries to make their case. And he may, just like myself, we may say there's reasonable doubt. That's possible. It could happen. The defense has not had a chance to hear the state's full case and provide their defense yet. That's reasonable. What he wanted was over and over and over, we hear these people make these claims, and he wanted her to have to give the evidence for her claims, which she was unable to do. I would turn the question to you. If Candace has spent 11 months on this case, right, and she's deeply invested in it, as you and others have said, why couldn't she list all 7 charges? Why did she let me finish. She inaccurately listed one of the charges, felony discharge of a firearm. That was not the charge. That is wrong. So how do you defend the fact that she was wrong about that charge?
I mean, they pulled the charges up on the screen. Right when she said them.
She didn't read the part that said that the actual crime wasn't felony discharge of a firearm. It was felony discharge of a firearm that caused.
Why do you sound like you're about to cry all the time, Rob? Why do you sound like you're about to cry all the time, Rob? God, he's such a dude. There's no way this dude's got more than one kid. There's no way. I'm loud, obnoxious, therefore I win. Yeah.
Serious bodily injury. She was incorrect.
So annoying.
Okay.
Dude.
So what do you say? Don't you think that's pathetic that Candace talked about this case for 11 months and doesn't even know the basic charges?
Well,
I don't think it's pathetic.
And why did you say it about Andrew?
I didn't say it was pathetic.
Yes, you did. You said that you seemed to impugn him in
what are you talking about,
the same way. Okay, how about this? In whatever the exact...
He keeps straw manning him, attacking the straw man, and acting like he's like a pigeon playing chess, man. 100%.
Language would you
if you're just gonna insert words that you're claiming that I'm saying,
but hold on, just back up.
What the hell are we even talking about?
No,
I didn't say pathetic. That word hasn't come out of my mouth.
Okay, in the exact same way that you impugned Andrew Wilson for not knowing the charges, will you admit that same impugning comes to Candace for also not knowing the charges?
I impugned him.
What did you do to him?
Well, you did say that was the basis of him losing the debate.
No, I did not say it was the base.
Look at how they're like tag teaming him, dude. Like, but you said, and now we have to cancel you. You remember what happened to Kanye? Watch out. It could happen to you too. We'd hate to have to Kanye you.
Basis of him losing the debate.
It sure is a nice $1 billion contract you got there, buddy. Sure would hate for anything bad to happen to it.
Wait, what are you talking about?
What did you say? Can you tell us what you said? Can you restate it?
Dude, is this what we're going to do? We're going to go back?
Well, you keep quibbling about it, so just tell us what you really meant.
You definitely you held it against him. So in whatever capacity, you held it.
I used it as a justification for explaining my position that I believe he doesn't care as much about the case.
Since she misstated the charges, do you use this as justification to say she doesn't care that much about the case?
No.
Why is it different standard for her than him?
Because a different word out of 7 charges that were literally listed in chronological order and were all correct except for a single word, which is what you're talking about, versus the other side not knowing a single charge, or you could say knowing a single charge but getting it wrong.
How did he get it wrong? He missed one word. Just like you're saying she missed words, and it doesn't matter that she missed words.
But I think we don't need to belabor the point. I think there's but I think there's clearly there's something of a double standard only because you're saying, well, she really cares about the case, so her mistake is innocent. But let me
that's how you want to frame it, then fine.
Let's just bring this up. This is what she wrote. I mean, this is where I probably wouldn't have been suitable for this debate because I probably would have handled it like a cross-examination in law, where she wrote in December, I received information last night that put the final pieces together for me. I now can say with full confidence that I believe. How do you say with full confidence that I believe? These are like two
Look at how do you say it with full confidence? Circumcise them all.
Fire of a qualifier.
God, these people are just freaking disgusting, dude. Disgusting degenerates. Look at Germany still reeling from the degeneracy that the Juden brought into that whole entire freaking scenario. They're still doing the most disgusting degenerate stuff in Germany right now. They're shitting on each other and doing all kinds of Scheissauer. I mean, it's disgusting. Disgusting what happens when these people go into certain territories that aren't theirs. It's no wonder why they were 40 years lost in a desert. When it should have taken, 2 weeks to get to their new home, their promised land? It's no wonder these people are lost everywhere they are. They're lost. The lost sheep of the house of Israel.
I can now say with full confidence, I believe Charlie Kirk was betrayed by the leadership of Turning Point USA and some of the very people who eulogized him on stage.
Yeah.
Yes, I will be naming
everything out of their mouth is a manipulation, a lie, a gut you, to try to get you sued. I mean, everything is litigious. Everything is, I'm gonna take you to court. I'm gonna get you. You know, it's weird. It's weird that Direct D's got a peckerwood tattoo, and everyone thinks he's part of a white supremacy group or something. That's the claim, anyway. It's kind of weird because, dude, if anyone's like the biggest bagel that ever bageled, it would be Direct D, in my opinion. I mean, it's pretty bad. Direct D's it's pretty bad, man. It's pretty bad.
Providing evidence for my claims, and I am making a personal plea to every well-meaning person who donated to this godforsaken organization to request a refund. So, by the way, not to get litigious, this is
not to get litigious, but wait, I'm about to get litigious. The jokes write themselves, boys. Don't they? Yeah, they really do.
If I'm her attorney, this is dangerously close to tortious interference. She's imploring third parties, getting in between contracts between two third parties.
Oh, tortuous interference. I should remember that because there definitely seems to be a conspiracy to try to lawfare my ass. I should remember that terminology, shouldn't I?
Parties on the basis of what some might claim to be defamatory, or at least defamatory per fraud. What is this possible?
Everything that she knew Andrews paid $300,000 to go to her house to try to get her to say something that could get her sued. Your heads are so bald, we can read your litigious minds, Frey. And not to get litigious, but hold my. What, is there like a kosher beer? What would be a kosher beer? Not to get litigious, but hold my matzo ball while I get litigious. Okay, buddy. Good job not to be litigious while you bring up vexatious, litigious behavior.
Possibly mean. And this is why, like, Bobby, you're good. You come down, you have the discussion. You're not the person who drafted this.
Yeah.
What in the name of sweet holy hell does this mean? She tried to walk it.
What in the name of sweet holy hell? More, dude, you got to have more. You need more. Come on, Fry. You got to embrace your full.
Back during the debate and say, all I was suggesting is that Erica Kirk was promoting a fake narrative that Tyler Robinson was the lone gunman. And that's all I meant when I say betrayed and that she was complicit. What the hell does this possibly mean?
Well, let's look through it line by line. I received information that put the final pieces together for me. We have to remember that Candace has a unique connection to Turning Point USA, as well as a unique connection to Charlie Kirk that basically no other person in the world actually has. So she received information because she has a lot of people that not only were in Turning Point USA, but are still in Turning Point USA.
You don't know that. You're assuming that.
And what do you know, Rob? What do any of you Muppets know? We know that your people are trying to be litigious towards Candace Owens or anyone that asks questions that has anything, any little shred of possible culpability with Israel. When Bibi Netanyahu, like JJ Scarborough, comes out and says, I didn't do this thing that you're accusing me of. Well, first off, nobody accused you of it, JJ. Nobody accused you of it, Israel. We just thought it was a little weird that you came out of nowhere before anyone even accused you and said you didn't do a thing. That's weird. That's super weird. Why would you do that? That's super weird behavior. Why are you being weird? Stop being weird. It's weird that you're being weird.
Brother, if you're just going to cut me off when I'm saying something and I'm not even doing that to you, then this is a waste of my time. So you want to just let me finish what I'm saying, or are you just going to rip into it every single time?
You have to take notes,
Thank
Rob.
you. That's awesome. Okay, cool. Anyhow, so she says with full confidence that she believes that Charlie was betrayed by the leadership of Turning Point USA. There's a multitude of reasons why she could believe that, from the people that they decide to put on stage, to the changes in the behavior and the organization as a whole, to the people that they're allowing to speak on their behalf, to people that may or may not have had a good connection to Charlie that were able to speak on his show, to people that were able to speak at his funeral or at his memorial, that did not really have much of a connection to him. So she has the confidence and she believes that people were betrayed. There could be any multitude of reasons for that. So I don't really understand what is so confusing about this.
I will be naming names. Charlie was betrayed. So you're saying, well, I potentially read this as in he was betrayed after he was murdered and not before.
Okay, yeah, perhaps. I mean, she doesn't explicitly state that. So yeah, probably before, probably after as well. I would imagine it was before as well.
You were lied to and leadership knew. I mean,
okay, so yeah, I believe that that's probably true.
Did she at any point in the debate substantiate this rather hyperbolic affirmation?
It's not what the debate is about.
So is the answer no, she didn't, but she didn't have to? Or
so again, I'm going to set this thing up over here that gives me like a thing that's not. This isn't about this. Well, I'm gonna establish this so that way I can go. See, I won right there. I won.
Or she didn't have to, but she did anyhow.
I don't believe that the debate was about. I don't believe that the debate subject matter was about this.
She did not substantiate this in the debate, but you didn't think she had to. Is the answer? No, she didn't, but she didn't have to.
What are you doing to him right now, dude? It's like you're fucking deposing him. Get over here now and go lay down. Stop pumping into my. Go lay down. He's like, dude, you're getting irritated. See, this is why I don't like doing even this ideological stuff. You know, these ideas. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's gonna be drama free right here. Right there. There it goes. It'll be drama free here in a minute. Let's see. Discard 2 cards. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. Target opponent discards a card. Okay. There we go. What would you little fucking retards do if there wasn't drama on my channel, first off? So we'll just get that out of the way. What do we got here? Opponent creatures. Yep. All right.
I mean, this is extremely vague. The word.
See, the interpersonal drama is what I'm avoiding. I'm talking about ideas. All right. And I'm talking about events. Yeah. I'm not trying to get personal like you guys are trying to get personal. I'm not attacking your families like you guys are attacking my family. That's what I'm not going to get involved in.
Word betrayed? Did she allude to the fact that they were betrayed? I suppose.
And besides that, when you start paying my mortgage, you can start telling me what I can and can't do with my channel. How about that? When you start paying my mortgage and start paying for the food that goes on my table, maybe you can then dictate how I operate in the world.
But that's not what the debate was about.
Rob, you're doing the fact checking. Yeah, well, pull up, because you can pull up probably more quickly than me some of the concrete examples where she said Israel.
When you wean yourself off of EBT and then you make some actual money and then you can give me a paycheck that tells me what I should and shouldn't cover on my channel, then maybe I'll listen to what you got to say. Is it deal?
Israel was involved.
Deal?
Or
okay.
She said that she had full confidence that the French Foreign Legion in Israel was involved. She said Erica Kirk was complicit. She said Erica Kirk talked to Terrell, and Terrell panicked when the charged microphone didn't kill him in the way that was expected, and so then panicked and called Erica because their plan ran afoul. She's called Erica Kirk a black widow. She said Erica Kirk should go straight to jail. All of these are claims she made. I pushed back on the
Those all sound like opinions, you fucking retard. You Bolshevik fucking retard, Rob. You Bolshevik retard, Rob. Rob Noor, you're a Bolshevik fucking retard. That's what you are, Rob. Rob Noor, I'm calling you out. You're a Bolshevik fucking retard. Is that an insult or is that a description? Is that a claim or is that my opinion? In my opinion, Rob, you're a Bolshevik fucking retard. Get the fuck out of my country, you traitorous little fucking scumbag with dual loyalties.
I'm going to claim that this wasn't the topic of the debate. Again, yes, it was. The topic of the debate was Andrew having to defend overwhelming, which was Candace demanded that word be put there, the overwhelming evidence against Tyler Robinson, to her defending the overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and was actually innocent. So the parts about her claiming, here are the real people that killed Charlie, that would be her evidence. Part of her evidence as to why Tyler Robinson was a patsy. I ask again, given that, well, two questions on this. One, don't you find it disturbing that she's implied to millions of viewers that all of these people are either complicit in the cover-up of the murder or participated in the murder? Some of them nations like Israel or the Trump team covering it up or the French.
So here we go. Now we're getting a little bit to the bottom of who's paying Rob Noor to run interference for them. How many times has Rob Noor brought up Israel? How many times is Rob Noor going to bring up Israel? Why is it that Rob Noor can seem to do nothing but bring up Israel over and over and over and over and over again? Who's the one that's focused on Israel, Rob Noor? Is it you?
Foreign Legion, or Mormon beekeepers, or a Masonic cult, or specific people at Turning Point, or Andrew Colvett in a dream. Charlie told her that Andrew Colvett betrayed him, or Erica Kirk. Don't you think the fact that she's impugned these specific people as that and then ran from any of evidence or any of those claims in the debate is troubling? And second, can you name me one piece of evidence she put forth defending the claim that Tyler Robinson was a patsy?
So I think that Candace's position is often mischaracterized, where it is laid down to believe that there is absolute 100% certainty about everything, as opposed to a thing that she believes based on the collection of information and evidence that she has collected, some that she's been able to display and some that she has not been able to display. So if she feels that those people are implicit or that those people are somehow connected to the case, that's her feeling. That's what she believes.
Yeah, I mean, we're not allowed to talk about our beliefs or our opinions or to speculate or to ask questions or hypothesize. I mean, I thought that's how, that's how I thought we got to the bottom of certain things, right? By asking questions and analyzing reason, evidence, data, empirical and otherwise.
To be true. So in the event that, and here's the other thing, I'll finish it. So, and the other thing is this, is that in the event that Tyler Robinson is not guilty, let's just presume that that was the case. In the event.
Yeah, let's just presume that, like, for instance, that he's innocent until proven guilty. Let's just assume that he's innocent until proven. Oh, wait, that's already supposed to apply. Whatever happened to that? Whatever happened to those days when you were innocent until proven guilty?
That Tyler Robinson was not guilty, it would suggest, or would be highly probable or likely, that he was the opposite, that he was in fact a patsy. In the event that he was not guilty, then that would likely be true. And I think that that's what she's suggesting.
That's not true at all. Like, Rob, real quick, if I can, Viva, like, yeah.
That's not true at all. Based on what, Rob? Your feelings that are valid, but everyone else's feelings aren't valid. Do you understand this? Do you understand how double standard this is?
We see many times.
Dude, you're just a disgusting... he's gross, dude. Dude, like, if I were a progressive woman, Rob, I would describe what you do to me as giving me the ick. Rob, you give me the fucking ick, dude, in the worst fucking way. You do, Rob. You give me the ick.
Times where people are charged with heinous crimes and they're found not guilty. That doesn't mean, then the next logical explanation is the state intentionally set them up as a fall guy. Sometimes the state's just wrong. Sometimes someone's guilty, but they're able to make the case that it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. To jump to the conclusion that means that they were set up by the feds seems to be quite the stretch.
Well, I don't think that she's jumping to that conclusion. I think that the collection of all of the other information and evidence.
What is the mocking laugh, Rob? Is that an argument from incredulity? I thought that was a logic fallacy. I thought your fearless leader, Andrew Wilson, is, he's we got AVG. They like to talk about fallacies all the time. Well, that's a fallacy. That's a fallacy. This is a fallacy. And yet you guys are the most guilty conveyors of fallacies. That every time I turn around, there's like a generic fallacy. There's a argument out of incredulity. Well, I just don't believe that that's possible.
Evidence and conversations that she's had, some that are public and some that are likely not, has led her to that conclusion.
But then what I'm saying is she didn't make any of those arguments in the debate.
But canceled. You're canceled. We're canceling you.
Hey, you just said, you seem to imply, well, the fact she's saying he's...
Well, you just said, but you seem to imply. Which is it? Did he just say it, Rob? Or are you trying to attach an implication, Rob? Because it can't be both. Did he say it? Or are you saying that he seems to imply something that you want to hear, Rob? This is what I mean about these fucking retards. Like, I don't even debate, dude. How is this guy not sharp enough to find that you're contradicting yourself almost every time you open your retarded mouth, Rob? Why does anyone think that you have any chops? Just because you read a few books and you can throw a couple of fancy little names out there of great debaters or philosophers or whatever, does not make you a good fucking representation of argumentation. It means you got a little bit of book smarts, Rob. But you're acting very, very emotionally right now, Rob. And we know why you're acting emotionally, Rob. We know why. We know why, Rob. We know. Because of those that are paying your bills, Rob. Those who pay your bills demand it. Yeah.
He's not guilty is making that argument. I'm like, no, that doesn't make that argument. So what was the argument she made in the debate that he was a patsy?
I mean, we all watched the debate. Am I supposed to go back and recite back specific?
No, just one argument. That's all.
Ask the question again. What was the specific evidence that she made that suggested that he was a patsy?
The positive evidence.
Innocent until proven guilty.
She gave that suggested he was a patsy set up by the feds.
Well, in the event that the information that she believes to not be accurate, then that would be the only likely conclusion to draw. So for example, in the event that Tyler Robinson was not actually on the rooftop, of which there is really no concrete evidence to prove that he necessarily was. The only thing that proves that Tyler Robinson was on the rooftop, which is shaky at best, is the screwdriver. The screwdriver was originally reported to be found across the street near the gun. There's no evidence that ties Tyler Robinson to this roof other than that. And that one piece of hard evidence is pretty suspicious in and of itself, in the fact that the police officer that supposedly discovered.
This is my issue. This is my issue with the Andrews, the Tim Pools, the Frey, the Rob Noors. This is my issue with these people. The weirdness, the suspicion behind. All of a sudden, it's trust the state. Dear leader's got our back. A dear leader would never steer us wrong. We can trust dear leader. Right? Suddenly it's trust dear leader because we don't like Candace, because Candace Act Blue or whatever the heck they're trying to accuse her of being part of Act Blue or something like that. Says who? What's up, Let's?
This on the rooftop. Not only did he not say on his radio while he was communicating with the other police officers on board that he found a screwdriver, he didn't say that didn't appear anywhere on the airwaves, and then his body cam mysteriously cut out at the most opportune time when this piece of hard evidence would have been discovered. So in the event that those two things are extremely sketchy and extremely shady, then
that does not prove, if he was not on the roof, that does not prove that he's a patsy set up by the feds.
Okay, it's not just that. These are all. First of all, it's not unheard of. Like it was not a police officer. It was Utah.
Look at it. It's not unheard of. What you're gonna excuse a bunch of behavior. It's not unheard of that the state is gonna do some BS, right? It's not unheard of the state might do X or the state might do Y, right? But suddenly it is unheard of that, this thing over here or that thing over there, right? I don't know, man.
University or
security or whatever.
Yeah, Utah. The idea that like these things that occur pretty much daily because people are idiots, and I keep making the reference, Ashley Babbitt's killer, Michael Bird, left his gun in a bathroom. So like cops do stupid things. Not charging your camera is not the stupidest thing ever. This is all evidence that.
Wait, what? Not charging your camera. So now you're saying that he just neglected to charge his camera? Fry, let's talk about. All right, hold on, man. This is what I'm saying with these fucking idiots, dude. This is, I can't even with these fucking Muppets. Fry, do you know what an SOP is, Fry? Do you know what an SOP is? A standard operating procedure? Do you know that he was at the beginning of his shift? Do you know, Fry, that it is standard operating procedure that when these police officers get done with their shift, they put their Axon cameras in a docking bay and immediately downloads whatever's on there for their shift? It's also a charging apparatus. That's the standard operating procedure, Rob. So he forgot to charge his camera that's been sitting on a charging dock the entire night before he got on his shift, which he recently just got on his shift. These camera batteries that last over 10 hours lost power within 30 minutes somehow. That's not weird to you? Nothing to see there, nothing to question. This is what I'm talking about with these fucking paid shills, man. It's disgusting to me. It's disgusting to me how paid off these operatives are. And look at this disgusting, these two dysgenic guys. Now look at this poor guy right here. He's like, dude, listen, man, I'm not even get paid to tell the truth here. Just look at the look on his face. He's like, there's no winning with these fucking people. 110 territories. Here we go, baby.
That you'll challenge it and you'll use it to try to raise reasonable doubt that Tyler was the one.
I can't imagine why these Muppets got kicked out of every territory they've ever been in eventually. I just can't imagine why. I mean, they just seem like peaches, man. They seem like just fine people, completely reasonable. They don't bring degeneracy everywhere they go. They don't pervert things with usury and take advantage of the goy and then start messing with their food and trying to play God. Yeah, they don't melt down jewelry and turn it into a golden calf and start worshiping it. And then, demand that we sacrifice children to Moloch and Baal. You know, they don't do any of those things. No, these guys are upstanding citizens of the highest order.
One on the roof. To say that there's...
And I'll have words with anyone that says otherwise.
There's no evidence when, at least the preliminary hearing showed that the man identified in the hat with the shirt and the jeans.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Seven Cities. If the last place that weapon was down his pants, like they're claiming, it would have been chock full of his DNA. There would have been DNA dripping, literally sweat dripping off that weapon.
Even his boyfriend says looks like him. They follow that guy. They say, here's
That's
a video
a really good
of what
point,
appears to be the
Seven.
same person on the roof. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's Lance Twiggs himself.
Very good point.
But
I didn't even think of that.
But she provided zero evidence to substantiate her claim that it's 0% possibility that it's Lance.
She provided zero evidence that, there's a 0% chance that he's guilty until the government, the state, proves that he's guilty. It is the prosecution's job to prove his guilt. It's not the defense's job to prove his innocence, my friends.
Tyler Robinson, and
Why
that
is this
he's
backwards?
a patsy. And I would add, without even describing or defining what the term patsy means. Bobby, you used the term. What do you mean by a patsy? Because I can think of at least 4 different definitions, all on a certain spectrum of what patsy can mean.
Okay, well then use the one that's the most that shows the most grace. How about that, Fry? Do that.
Oh, a patsy would be just a synonym for a fall guy, a person that's framed in such a way that they are to take the blame.
Well, in fact, involved or not involved? No involvement or
she's
dude. There could be she even said she believes highly likely that he had some involvement in all of this. It's quite possible. I mean, he's married to a furry. He's married to a weird, creepy, dysgenic furry dude, right? So you're telling me that the kid makes normal, everyday, well-adjusted decisions?
Said that she believes that he was involved somehow. I think that that's highly likely as well.
Okay, so it's highly involved in aggravated murder.
Again, you just changed the paradigm of what he just said. You just changed everything he just said.
And then
highly involved in aggravated murder. Oh, I'm glad you finally got the charge the right way, even though you want to poo-poo and say murder and aggravated murder are 2 different things, or aren't 2 different things. It's the same thing. I would say semantically, I think, you could have shown Andrew a little bit of grace. But I think if Andrew wasn't so smug in the way that he was trying to deal. Hold on. I think if Andrew wasn't so damn smug in his attitude towards the charges and trying to get her with a gutchy, like, why don't you name all 7 of them? Go ahead, I'll wait. Like, dude, you were asked to name 1. You restart.
To say that
I didn't say highly involved. I said it's highly likely that he's involved as well.
Sorry, and I didn't mean to misphrase it. So highly likely that he's involved.
Okay,
in a plot.
There we go, Fry. I respect that. You're willing to. Once again, it's like I get really tired of people like 10th Man claiming that I said something, phrasing it different than what it was actually stated or said, and then blaming me for being upset about the fact that I'm like, dude, if you're going to quote me, at least quote me correctly. It's not a really hard concept, is it?
Plot that ends in aggravated murder.
Yeah.
That's and then to suggest that Israel or the French Legion is behind it in the absence of any other concrete evidence.
Can I play my clip? It actually speaks to this.
Let me bring this one up.
Yeah, because you had said, oh, she's just conjecturing. She hasn't said definitively she believes it. So here we go.
Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination.
I think.
And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Yeah, he said, I think. And he's like, shh, I'm trying to get a narrative going here. You're messing up my narrative. My narrative.
Oh, I think I have full confidence. Now, your argument is that's not her saying she actually has full confidence. That's her somehow implying, I'm just conjecturing this isn't what I really believe. What does full confidence mean?
That France and the French Legion were involved.
French Legion and Israel were involved.
If I wanted to steelman it for her, let me take this out. I would say, well, how do I get out of here? I don't know, Israel might be up behind some technology of, this is not what I want to do. This.
There we go.
No, hold on this way. Israel might be behind some technology involved in it. So I guess, Israel has a patent on a cell phone video. I'm being glib. What does it possibly mean, Bobby? And you make a statement like that and then come up and say, I've got nothing to substantiate. I feel
like this is the thing is like, first and foremost, I'm not Candace Owens.
But that's why when you offer to come up here and have the discussion, and I'm pointing out that the people making the claims refuse to systematically, and then you say, what about me?
She just had a debate where the dude paid her $300,000 to try to get her hemmed up so they could sue her for billions. I'm telling you, that's exactly what the motivation was. The exact motivation for that whole debate, and I'm telling you who paid for it. I believe very firmly TPUSA did pay for that. They either paid for it directly. Well, I'm sure they're going to pay for it indirectly. When he makes $10,000 an episode, to just sit there and act like a smug piece of shit, I don't get the appeal. I guess there's a lot of retards out there that just want to throw their money away.
You're not making the claim, so you can't say pick me, and I'll answer the questions. But it's not me making the statements. Why doesn't Rob O'Neill come on an adversarial
I said pick
podcast?
Me. Dude, what I believed that we were coming on to discuss, which you don't have to agree that I didn't realize that it was this. That's fine. I'm happy to.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was going to be about like make me have to apologize and go kiss the wailing wall over and over and over again.
To talk about it, I have no problem with that. But what I think is happening, not only with most people that are going against Candace, but also you as well, is that I think that a lot of people are mischaracterizing the position of people that don't believe that Tyler Robinson is guilty, of which Candace Owens falls underneath that umbrella. And I think that there's
literally said that she's high confidence that Israel and the French Legion were involved.
Total confidence.
No, total. Do you have total confidence that they weren't, Rob? I mean, how many iterations of Israel doing fuck shit do we need to have demonstrated before we realize that Israel does fuck shit all the fucking time? They had U.S. sailors on a fucking NDA. A U.S. sailor was forced to sign an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement, with being under penalty of going to jail. The brig, if they broke an NDA for the crime of trying to defend themselves from an unprovoked attack by Israel during an unsanctioned, unplanned, undeclared fucking military activity, and they knew they were attacking the USS Liberty. They fucking knew it. They fucking knew it. Why the fuck should I give two fucks about the sensibilities of offending or upsetting a country that fucking actively attacked my fucking fellow military service members? Why should I give a fuck about the sensibilities of offending? Fuck Israel. How about that? Fuck Israel for what the fuck they did to those sailors. And fuck the United States government for not fucking letting me freely use my First Amendment to say fuck Israel for what the fuck Israel did to those sailors on the USS Liberty. Really? I should get canceled for caring more about U.S. sailors that were attacked by a foreign fucking country and then had the further indignity of not being able to even fucking talk about it without being under the threat of severe sanctions and punishment. I should care more about the feelings of the fucking country that absolutely betrayed their greatest allies. Fuck off with that shit.
So she's saying that. Okay, yeah, I'm not her. She's saying that. She also has information that I probably do not have.
Okay, two things on this.
One second, Rob, sorry, not to...
That's fine.
When I said they never come on and I listed the names and then you said I'll come on, and then the implication is I'm not having the discussion with you because I only want to pretend that people are not discussing with me. This is exactly why I like that you come on. But you're not the one making outlandish statements that discredit the people who I believe are the true truth seekers. And so it's very easy. You come on and say, I think Candace is of good faith. I think she's personally invested, whatever. I think the opposite, but whatever. And then you say, well, I don't make those statements, so don't hold me to that standard. I want the Ian Carrolls of the world who came out the next day and said Israel just shot Charlie Kirk in front of his family to defend that. And I got Ian online to say, yeah, you know, I look, they.
Now, I don't have any proof they did. But the fact that as an American citizen, you're not allowed to speak fucking freely against a foreign country? What the fuck is going on here? Like, what the absolute actual fuck is going on here? As an American citizen, I'm not allowed to criticize a foreign country?
They in a book, they might, you know, fit the culprit. Basically, he's saying, yeah, I made a very hyperbolic statement. And it's not that I'm trying to protect Israel. If there were the slightest shred of evidence.
There he goes. It's not like I'm trying to protect Israel. Bro, that's exactly what you're doing, Fry. Why the fuck would you care what as a Canadian fucking citizen, why the fuck do you care so much, Mr. Fry? Why the fuck do you care so much, Mr. Fry? Fucking why do you care so much, Mr. fucking Fry, about what the fucking American citizen does with his First Amendment? Fuck you. You fucking nerd. I'm just so fucking sick of these fucking Canadians fucking sticking their fucking big fucking little big noses into our bullshit. Fuck you.
I would be, as much as anybody else, saying full force of the law, but neither Candace nor.
Like, how does it not piss you off that you're not allowed to criticize Israel? As an American citizen, to criticize Israel gets you hemmed the fuck up. How does that not bother you as an American? Are you really fucking free? Or are you just some cucked out fucking LARPer?
Or Rob O'Neill, nor, you know, I've got questions for Coleman, if he'll do it publicly as well, in terms of some of the evidence and statements that they've made and arguments that convince millions based on what was now an unverified receipt. They don't accept these invitations. They just go do their own happy.
So how about this? Stop bitching about the people that don't accept it and start dealing with the guy who's fucking sitting right there on the panel. Have the debate with him. He's not supposed to answer for other people. He's himself. He makes his own fucking choices and decisions, dude. How about stop fucking whining like a little bitch, Fry, and fucking deal with the guy that's fucking sitting right in front of you, you fucking muppet.
Silos where nobody asks.
God, I fucking can't stand these people, dude. They're
when you killed.
You people are the fucking worst. You're the worst fucking people on the face of this fucking planet.
Someone from up close. What kind of gun did you use?
You're the worst.
Do you think killing someone makes you an authority on how bullets behave or how bodies behave when they get shot? Does Jeffrey Dahmer become an authority on cooking because he ate other humans? Like that experience is
that's a good quip, buddy.
Then he relies on the Candace talking points.
Good job.
He doesn't do any adversarial or even challenging interviews. And I appreciate that you come on, but you can't be held to their statements. And that's going to be ultimately, you know, you're saying.
Well, I appreciate that you're here, but I want to go after these people that won't show up. Well, maybe they don't show up because every time you turn around, it's some fucking, oh, you don't like the Jews. It's some gotcha bullshit trying to get people litigious up with your vexatious fucking behavior, huh?
Saving grace.
Okay.
If I could jump in real quick, Andrew said in the debate, and I think it's the same way I feel, and I don't want to speak for Viva, but you tell me if you feel this way as well. I have no problem with people being like, I have doubts about the state's case. That's entirely reasonable considering at this part in the process, the state hasn't even attempted to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. So it's completely honest and fair to be like, I have questions. Maybe the state will answer them, maybe they won't, and maybe you'll still have questions after the trial. The problem is when people are attacking groups or specific individuals as being horrible people, complicit.
Yes, that's what you're doing to all the Candace supporters. You're doing what you're complaining about. The Candace supporters are doing to everyone else, and especially the one you're protecting, Rob, is Israel, a big boy country, in the Middle East. It can defend itself. It gets plenty. It gets billions and billions and billions of dollars in our support every fucking year.
In murder or covering up a murder.
Israel will be okay, Rob. It doesn't need you to Captain Save-A-Ho for it.
And then they're unwilling to defend those claims. One of the things you've said here is that somehow Candace should be given some extra leeway because perhaps she has sources that are connected. Why should we trust those sources? How do we know that those sources exist or that they're accurate? How does Candace know that these sources are accurate?
If I may actually, and Bobby, this is where you say like she might have sources like what Rob is saying. Mitch Snow being one of her sources, Ford Hachuka or Hachula, like she's had sources that have been wrong, that have been unreliable, to put it mildly. And then we're just told, well,
wrong. Well, here's the other.
Mitch Snow, for one.
I mean, okay, has he been wrong? Is that proved that he was wrong?
There's a defamation case right now, which he's
because somebody can civilly fucking sue somebody, that automatically means that they're right/wrong. Is that your fucking argument, you muppet? Really, dude? Are we really doing that? What the fuck, dude? Are we really doing this right now? Oh, because there's a defamation lawsuit, something that Candace expertly, I might add, expertly fucking navigated. When Andrew Wilson tried to get her hemmed up. Brilliant job, Candace, by the way. Brilliant fucking job.
Defending himself pro se because Candace apparently isn't going in it with him. So she doesn't want to attach herself to him legally thus far.
Does that prove he's wrong?
Well, no, it doesn't, but there's no evidence.
Well, then he's not wrong.
There may be evidence.
Where's your evidence to prove that?
No, but Bobby, but that's not how it works. He made a positive statement that there was a meeting involving
Bobby, that's not how this works. We could just sue whoever we want to make them go silent. It's the process that's the punishment, not the verdict.
Erica Kirk at Fort Huachuca the day before.
Dude, I can't.
How do you want to prove wrong something that never happened?
Well, how do you know it's happened?
Do it with these people.
Well, we'll see.
There's been no evidence.
But you don't. Bro, you don't.
He as a source is highly problematic.
You don't. Okay, just because you believe no
evidence of it.
Okay, everything. This really lies to the crux of the problem, which is like you don't believe that anything that's presented counts as evidence.
I don't believe that a liar. Okay. Hold on. I don't believe that a proven liar with a questionable history at best that says something that has not been substantiated is to be believed. What happened to you just asking questions? Where's the evidence of what you said?
Well, where's the evidence that he's wrong?
Well, Erica claimed she was at a hospital. She claimed that she was at a hospital and released a picture, I believe, with her children that said, "Here was me on the day I was supposed to." Well, no, it was her children.
It wasn't.
A woman said it wasn't her children. Their faces were blurred out, and then later said, "Oh, I think I was mistaken." But let's, for the sake of record, say that.
Did the pictures get taken?
Let's say this.
How does that prove anything?
Please, it's not my argument. So, for the sake of argument, let's say.
It's not my argument, but I brought it up, and because you have questions about me, you're not just willing to accept it wholesale, and I can't just get a little victory. Let's move on.
This is true. So then we have to accept that Candace's sources may be telling the truth. Which ones? What happens when the sources contradict each other? Now, which one do we accept?
Right.
What I will say about evidence, for example. So, like, I'll use let's just for the sake of the preface to what we're saying here, or the foundation of it.
All right, guys, let me get something. Let me pop this out real quick. I've been in Top Chat this whole time. I'm sure I missed some really good comments here. Let me do this real quick. All right. Why is Discord popping up? There it is right there. All right, guys, let's get some grifting on here. Let's get a goal going. Can we at least get like one super chat of $5 to make you holler? Because I get paid to do the wild thing. We're talking about the really important things. Thanks for the support. And when the Jays come after you because you're asking the wrong questions in the right venues, it gets pretty expensive. The Jays get really litigious. You know what I mean? Especially when you're reviewing 911 calls, which I think that's coming up here in the next couple of days. We're going to be going over that.
It's like you guys don't believe that, for example, the receipt that was presented from the restaurant in Panguitch, you don't consider that to be evidence. Like Andrew didn't consider that to be evidence, right?
You know why? Because she admitted during that debate that it was never tied to Tyler Robinson. Right. It's evidence of nothing other than it's a receipt.
Okay, so
reprinted, by the way. Tyler,
that's the preface to evidence, for example.
Accept that Candace's sources may be telling the truth. Which ones? What happens when the sources contradict each other? Now, which one do we accept?
what I will say about evidence, for example. So like let's just for the sake of the preface to what we're saying here, or the foundation of it, is like, you guys don't believe that, for example, the receipt that was presented from the restaurant in Panguitch, you don't consider that to be evidence. Like Andrew didn't consider that to be evidence, right?
You know why? Because she admitted during the debate that it was never tied to Tyler Robinson. Right. It's evidence of nothing other than it's a receipt.
Okay, so
reprinted, by the way, reprinted.
No, it is evidence of something. I mean, what? What do you mean it's evidence of nothing other than it's a receipt? I mean, that's such a weird thing to say. It's definitely evidence of something. Somebody went to a restaurant. There's an identifiers on it that would determine who that somebody was that went to that restaurant and ordered something, which we presume is food, maybe an alcoholic beverage. Who even knows? You know? Dude, please. Doesn't matter. Your stomach upset, bud? Okay, hold on. I'll let you out in a second.
Okay, so can Candace call the credit card company, for example, to get the information as to whether or not that was...
Why should Candace have to call the credit card company? That would be the responsibility of the purveyor that sold the product to find out whose name was associated with that product. That's what Andrew was saying.
Tyler Robinson's credit card?
I'll entertain your argument. No, she can't.
Okay, great. So she can't...
Okay, good. Candace can't do it because she's not primarily associated with the credit or being concerned whether it was fraudulent or not.
What she said was, she was just like, I called the owner of the restaurant. Other people have gone there and interviewed people that were at the restaurant at that day, the wait staff, for example. They've presented a receipt. Another person, you had an eyewitness testimony that says he saw him, that he verified that it was him. You have eyewitness testimony. You have a hard piece of evidence. She's seen the unredacted receipt.
You just repeated the...
I mean, that's a great question, Mr. Mimsy. You know, that's it right there in a nutshell. I mean, but when Andrew Wilson presented, you know, if you have a license, a vendor license, you can find out whose credit card that... What? Dude, what is going on with the shuffler today? I think I'm done playing Magic for the day. I think Magic is just being very cantankerous. Very, very cantankerous.
Conclusion: you don't have a hard piece of
evidence. Yeah, okay, fine.
You have a receipt that's tied to nobody.
Fine. Okay, fine. You have a receipt. You have an eyewitness testimony. That's what she has. She can't call a credit card company and validate that is.
If I may,
hold on a second.
What you guys are saying that that's not evidence, but like,
first of all, okay, fine.
But the evidence that's presented. But the evidence.
Here's my evidence. It's signed. It says that Tyler was at UVU.
Right. But the standard.
There it is. It's signed.
Bobby, what you're saying, Bobby, is that she has said something with no evidentiary basis to say it,
right?
But then says, well, I can't prove it, therefore it's true. She made a statement that she can't substantiate.
But I'm just saying that the level of...
Wait, what? I can't prove it, so therefore it's... Dude, do you really argue law? Did you just really say that? That's a claim. Like, you have a clip for that. That's exact one-for-one transcriptural representation of something that she said.
Scrutiny that was applied to the evidence.
I believe what she said is, you can go to the source like I did. You don't trust what I'm saying, so why don't you go falsify it? You're saying it's not true. I'm saying it is true. You're saying I have to substantiate all of my claims with actual verifiable evidence, while you get to just say whatever you want to say whenever you want to say it. And I'm telling you, the reason why these people are so smug is because they're on the other side of the scope. They're not on the side of the scope that has the crosshairs. They're on the side of the scope that when they look through the scope, they can see the crosshairs. That's why these sons of bitches are so fucking smug and so fucking snarky and so fucking confident with their fucking bullshit. Because they know they're on the side with all the fucking money and all the fucking power and all the ability to flip a switch to turn your lights out forever. They know that they're on the right side according to them, because they don't want to be on ever. They don't ever want to be in the reticle.
That was presented in the preliminary trial.
They don't ever want to be in the reticle that Charlie Kirk was in. Now, you're going to hear in the next thing that I review here, you're going to hear Andrew Wilson kvetching and complaining and blah, 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 and all about all this other stuff about, well, Charlie Kirk said it was the left. The left's out of control. Yes. Who runs intelligentsia? Who runs academia? Who the fuck runs it? All the textbooks are fucking Bolshevik textbooks, Zionist Bolshevik textbooks. Almost every textbook monopoly that goes on in all of our high schools, especially our universities, who's running the power? Who has all the power in academia? Who was challenging that power? Charlie Kirk. When he said the left are lunatics and they're coming after me, that doesn't exclude the people that hold the fucking puppet strings of the people that are in power, which we would colloquially call the left. Who runs the left? Who owns the left? Who pays the left? Who controls the left? What is the left? Oh, it's an idea. It's like Antifa. Who fucking runs and controls that? That's my question. That's who went after Charlie Kirk. That's who took out Charlie Kirk. I have him on PPD a week before he was unalived saying that I have to be careful what I say. And he was talking about a tiny little country in the Middle East that's not fucking Islamic. So why? Why would he have to be real careful about what the fuck he has to say about the fact that this whole October 7th attack and the IDF being the most surveilled, everyone in that area is basically has IDF training, has been in the IDF because they're conscripted. They all have to serve in one meaningful way or another. Pretty much every corner you go on, there's a 19-year-old kid with an automatic weapon or an AK-47. Those were Charlie Kirk's words. And he said, I got to be really careful about what I say next. And then basically mealy-mouthed around it. Why would Charlie Kirk have to be so careful when talking about our greatest fucking ally over there in the Middle East? Why would Charlie Kirk? This sounds to me like he wasn't terrified of the fucking left. It sounded to me like Charlie Kirk was terrified of who controls the fucking left. There's fucking psychos on both sides of this aisle. Make no mistake about it. I've bumped into so many fucking regurgitated fucking Trump tards. It's not even funny, dude. Everywhere you look, there's a fucking useful idiot on both sides of these aisles here. I'm talking ideologically. I want to be where the fucking truth is. And the truth is, Charlie Kirk was damn scared to say anything at all, negative and critical against the people that he believes we're going to do him in. The left. When who controls the left? Follow the money.
Was less than that.
Well, first of all, it's not true. It's a preliminary hearing for probable cause. Is it? When she says, I saw the receipt, Tyler Robinson ate at the restaurant. And by the way, I said it at the time.
She believes that he did.
No. First of all, she didn't even say believe. Okay? She didn't. And what she did.
We should string her up. Nail her to the cross quick. She thinks she's the second coming of the Messiah.
It also says, she didn't say the receipt shows it. Dude. What she did was quite, cunning.
She said, I've seen the receipt.
I saw a receipt.
Is it a crime to be cunning now? Wouldn't you say that being a litigator, a lawyer, Esquire, Mr. Fry, requires a level of cunning? Whether it be feral cunning or legitimate cunning. Again, you're ascribing something to this woman. It's just like, dude, these fucking people, your heads are so bald I can read your mind. These people are 100% shills for fucking Israel. 100%. In my opinion, no doubt in my mind, these people are receiving laundered money to do exactly what they're doing right now.
See, Tyler Robinson ate at the restaurant. The implication that everybody's going to say is, well, the receipt proves it. Then I said, can you provide the unredacted receipt? To which she said, stay tuned. And then during that debate, she pretends that the stay tuned was in response to following the story from the journalist Diligent Denizen, and not, I'll provide the unredacted receipt. They redacted the receipt without having tied it to Tyler Robinson, the redaction serving as the basis that they had to protect the information that it linked to Tyler Robinson. If that is not a lie or egregiously dishonest to you, You are living in a world of double standards where you're blinded by some form of love or loyalty that you are willing to be lied to and say, thank you very much. Oh, you didn't say it. You just said, I believe, even though you didn't say I believe. She positively asserted she had a receipt redacted to protect information that tied Tyler Robinson to the steakhouse so that she, Baron Coleman, can come out and say, impossible that he could have been there. She puts it in her timeline, and then she says, well, I never tied it to him. And if someone debunks it.
Look, for the record, I'm not married to any of this. I don't know what all the truth is about any of this stuff. I really don't. I don't have a flipping clue who's telling the truth in any of this stuff. But I will say this. I find it a little suspect that there are some people that are so angry about people asking questions, even if those questions have an implied value to them. It's not a crime in America, as far as I'm aware, to ask questions. Last time I checked, it's not.
How are they going to debunk it if she can't prove it? Then I'll update my timeline. Sorry.
If I may. So a couple things to say about this. There's two things I want to say. First, about the steakhouse. She does something that's a very interesting tactic, and it reminds me of FISA-gate, right? You remember in FISA-gate where the FBI goes after two warrants and they go to the primary subsource, this Russian guy named Igor Dashenko, and they go to him and they say, hey.
So this reminds me of something that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to bring it up so I can distract. How about just stick to what he just said? How about respond to what the man just said?
These claims in the Steele dossier that you're talking about, what do you have to say about them? And he sort of laughs and goes, these were just bar rumors. I really can't believe that you're using those. The FBI goes back to the FISA court and says, we talked to the primary subsource. We think he's telling the truth. And the court says, oh, okay, and rubber stamps the warrant. What they didn't say was what he was telling the truth about was that he said that it's all bullshit. Candace says over and over here, I called and talked to the owner. Can you bring up my screen share? Here's what the owner actually said. I'm sure she did call and talk to the owner. The owner said.
So my question is this. How do you know that this wasn't because there was an NDA or some kind of pressure put on this restaurant? How do you know that this wasn't some USS Liberty level? We contacted you and hey, we will end your business. How do we know? How do you know the government didn't get to this owner and do exactly what's happening? How do you know that somebody didn't pay off the owner to make this statement?
Based on the official information, or based on the information currently available to us, we have no evidence establishing whether Tyler Robinson was at our restaurant on September 10th, 2025.
Rob, we have responded. What date was this post?
This was in July, I believe. I don't know. This was someone reposting it. So this was July 18th. It says, we have responded truthfully to those who have questioned us. That would include the people like Candace and them that are calling. Based on information we have, we've cooperated fully.
All right, guys, we got a 16-minute timer for the end of this episode, I think. If we don't make it, we're going to go ahead and end it. The audience has spoken. It's not interested in this content. Okay.
We'll continue to cooperate with authorities. So she makes it seem like, it sounds like she called the owner and he said, we have no evidence
I'm
this was Tyler
you.
Robinson. But she leaves that part out. She says, oh, here's the receipt. It's blurred out, but I called the owner. But notice she never says what the owner said. This is a form of sort of duplicity because it's just like everything else she says. She says something, and then as soon as you push back and get...
So what you're saying is she's very careful with what she puts herself on the record for. Some people would say that that's called wisdom, intelligence.
Into the details, she leaves it...
But you attribute a cunningness to it. As if it's negative to be wise with the words that come out of your mouth.
Ambiguous enough so her audience draws conclusions, but she's never on record actually saying it. So
yes, that would be called smart, right? Being smart. Now, am I responsible for the conclusions that my audience comes to? Surely not.
Well, I'll give you a chance to respond. Then I have another point. If you don't
mind. Before we do that.
Thank you, King Bluto.
Throwing in some jewels. Just subscribed to vivabarneslaw.locals.com. Welcome. Respond to that, Bobby, because I think I know what you're going to say, but I don't want to say it for you.
Okay, why? What do you think I'm going to say?
Well, you're going to say that she's just stating her opinion and putting out the dots, and it's up to us to connect them.
Well, first off, I don't know that screenshot is real or not real. Maybe
it is real. The Cowboys
okay.
Steakhouse put that statement out. I think they put it out a little bit later in the timeline, so somebody can say, well, when they put that statement out, it was to respond to the backlash, and they were coerced or threatened or whatever. That's how they can get out of it there. But
okay, yeah, could be the legal team suggested that they don't declare that outright because it would blow the entire case apart. I don't know. How am I supposed to know? But don't you think that if this was such a salient piece of information that Andrew would have said this in the debate?
No, she didn't say. He did say basically that you don't know about the receipt. I suppose he could have said in the steakhouse owner.
No,
wait, don't interrupt me. Did you just interrupt me?
No, I interrupted you. I'm allowed to.
Bobby interrupted there. For shame. I'll storm out of here all pissed off. Come on, Bobby, don't interrupt. How you like it?
I bet Rob got beat up a lot in high school. Rob, did you get beat up a lot? I'm guessing you got beat up a lot, buddy.
Don't taste that medicine. Anyways, no, he could have brought
Nobody
up more.
found that impressive.
That's okay. You're a comedian. You're not being that funny except for your arguments anyways. Nonetheless, point I'm trying to make is that he actually did make the argument. And you and other Candace supporters seem to be infinitely charitable on any number of possible explanations of why her exact words don't matter and why her providing no evidence matters. But let
me interrupt you up. She admitted that they have never tied the receipt to Tyler Robinson. Do you concede that?
Do I concede that they have not definitively tied it to Tyler Robinson?
No, that she admitted that they haven't tied it to Tyler Robinson.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you not think then the statements that she made, I'm going to pull it up, suggesting that she's seen the receipt, Tyler Robinson state there, would not be mildly misleading to people who lack certain critical thinking skills when interpreting language?
No, perhaps, but that's what she feels is credible based on the information that she's gathered and collected.
No, it's not her. Do you think it's kind of misleading to suggest that I've seen the receipt, which I know that I haven't tied to Tyler, but I didn't mention that, Tyler ate at the restaurant? Do you not think that that's a little bit misleading?
I don't know that she said that it's an absolute certainty. I guess you could say it's misleading, I suppose, but I don't interpret it that way.
Can I ask you real quick? One important part of this debate, I think, is there's a litany of evidence. If you want to give me 3 minutes, I could run through the state's case. But if you need to interrupt again, go ahead.
Just give me 1 second. Let's just so everybody understands what's occurring here. Number one, nobody ever told me that this was a debate. That's the first thing. Number two, you literally have clips and stuff. I just thought I was coming on here to talk to Viva and you were going to be a guest. So just so everybody understands that that's where we're at.
I thought
that's how they get you. Yep.
I said this was.
You didn't say come on to debate this guy about Candace Owens' claims. You didn't say that.
No. The whole thing was we were going to debate. Dude, I would be.
Look at how fucking slimy these people are.
Doing what Rob's doing without him. The whole thing was to debate the debate.
Okay, you didn't say that, but nobody ever.
You responded to. I'll come on when I said neither.
Look at Rob. Look at him. He's so fucking giddy. Look at him. He's blushing. He's just gushing right now. He's just absolutely gushing.
None of Rob, Baron, Candace, Ian ever come on to talk about it. You said, I'll come on.
Yeah, I'll come in and talk about it. Yeah, and I'm happy to keep talking about it. I'm not going to log off. I'm just saying, just so we understand, I didn't come up here with clips and evidence to go back and forth in a specific debate, and I'm happy to do so just so the audience understands.
Okay. Well, much like when Candace has to, when Andrew tries to finally get to the point where he could ask questions and she has to have the meta conversation explaining to her audience why she doesn't have any answers. I'm glad you gave the meta conversation why you're going to look so bad here. Great. I don't really give a shit. I don't think anyone does. Now, the important part of the debate was the idea of one of the identifications was from Tyler Robinson's parents himself. They say they recognized him. They called him. He said, I'm thinking of ending my life. They talked to him. He implied he did it. And then they contacted a family friend. You acknowledge that her argument was that she has a source that says, actually, that wasn't the parent. That was the family friend that said all that. And we have no evidence the parent said that. Correct? That was the argument she made?
All right, guys. I'm going to listen to this real quick. I got to let my dog out and I got to take care of my own business, but I'll be right back.
I believe so, but I think that also is true.
Okay. You bring up my source real quick, Viva? Listen, it's only 30 seconds. Here we go.
I have a source.
I'm going to transform
and everything
this
the source has told me that.
I'm not sure how litigious, what's his name is. Hold on, buddy. I know. I'm going to let you out in just a second. Hold on. I'm going to get it like this, so that way it's a lot more transformed. Hey, who's in Mythic with their free-to-play account? By the way, I'm in with my free-to-play account. I just made it into Mythic constructed. That's freaking awesome. I'll be right back, though, guys.
has happened when we were lied to publicly has proven to be correct. So I am very inclined to believe this source on a couple of other things. And when I speak also to Lantis family, they are confirming what this source is telling me. So we're going to go through this. So they released the photo. And then we are told, as my source initially told me, that it was the mother who recognized Tyler and she phones him up. Tyler says, "Mom, I'm sick." She doesn't believe it. She loops in dad. Okay.
Now, here's a source that's saying, and what she just said, if you couldn't hear the audio, was, my source that's been right, that's connected to Tyler's family, said that what happened was Tyler's mom saw the picture, thought it looked like him. They contacted him. Then, in other words, what's in the actual prosecution order is correct. But then now Candace is saying, I have a different source that's telling me, no, that's not what happened. So my question to you, Bobby, is if we have to accept that Candace is super connected and has these sources, what do we do when the sources directly contradict each other?
What do we do when the sources contradict each other?
Yeah, when one source says Tyler confessed and the other one says Tyler didn't confess.
I don't know.
Dude, but
this is the thing. It's like, this is the thing is that I have stated my position about the Tyler Robinson case very clearly. And I articulated it very, very clearly to you in the last time that we spoke. And it's been more than obvious to any person that's been following anything that I've ever posted online, what my positions are, what my belief is, and what my understanding of it is. But like, again, I'm not Candace. I can't speak to the specific details of every single thing that Candace has said. I haven't watched every single episode. So if we go back and meticulously go through, of which you've like prepared these clips to quiz me on.
No, he was
I don't know.
No, I had these clips for Candace.
Okay, great.
Candace on.
Okay, fine. But I didn't see them presented at the thing. But either way, I'm just saying.
PBD, not me.
Okay, but I'm just saying, like, if we're going to go back through every single thing that Candace has ever said and speak to my understanding of what Candace meant, or as if it is,
you appreciate. That's why. Like I know. First of all, Bobby, you're a reasonable person, and you're not making.
I'd like to believe so.
No, but you are. I don't understand what your what's the word? Not obsession, but rather you give a benefit of the doubt to Candace when I think I gave her the benefit of the doubt for a long time, and now no longer, because when you make a 1-year industry off spreading gossip, innuendo, and then just hiding behind the "I feel that's just my opinion," man.
I give the benefit of the doubt to my uncertainty of Tyler Robinson's guilt.
No, but that's true. But that's fair.
Candace so happens to be one person that is further deepening that understanding based on the evidence that she's presented. But she's not the only person that's talked about this that I formulate all of my positions from. She's just one of a multitude of people that are talking about this case that have sowed a lot of doubt into my mind and many other people's mind.
I don't know how she could sow doubt by spreading innuendo and unsubstantiated claims of receipts. If that's how she does it, then like I said from the beginning, she's doing more harm than good to getting to the actual conspiracy. But I want to remind everybody, I said, I've invited real Candace on for a discussion multiple times. She's not accepted. Guess why? This is a response study. I invited Ian Carroll. He is not accepted, even though he's been on the channel. I invited Baron Coleman, MC Huya, Lionel Media. None of them accepted. Guess why? The people just asking questions don't like just answering questions, but your next pivot will just be accusing me of being a grifter by asking them on for a discussion. To which you said, I accepted, and you get a lot of traction, which people think, well, why don't you have Bobby on? This is why, Bobby. I don't expect you to answer for the claims that Israel did it, because you didn't make that claim. Yes. I don't expect you to answer for the claim as to how you go for a 3-hour podcast saying it's been demonstrably proven now that it couldn't have been Tyler because he was at a restaurant in Panguitch because of a receipt that Candace says she saw, posts a redacted version of through diligent denizen, and then finally has to concede a year later, how many 3 months later. That she never tied it to Tyler before positively asserting it proved, which is why she put it on her timeline that he couldn't have been there. I mean, this is irresponsible at best if you're giving the benefit of the doubt.
Well, again, if you look at what that tweet actually said, you just said the people asking questions don't want to answer questions. So I came on as a person who's asking questions to answer questions, but but he's going back and saying, well, look what Candace said on this obscure clip from this show from 4 months ago that I prepared. It's like, okay,
It was clear from that tweet. The questions I have questions about is that it was an exploding microphone when O'Neill comes out and makes his now viral video. It was I have questions about the receipt.
But it's not asking. But just so we're clear, the questions haven't been, what do you think about this? What do you think that Candace meant, or what do you think that Candace is saying here?
If I may, real quick. But for me, I think that a step that you're making a fair point here. That's fair. No one would expect you. I understand what Viva's saying. That look, he wants to talk to these people and thought that you were sort of a stand-in to at least try to explain maybe what they're thinking. But I think what we're saying is relevant to you is you keep being what I would consider overly charitable to Candace. You're like, and in fact, when you I don't give a shit, we're having fun here. I'm having fun anyway. When you kind of jumped on me about interrupting you, what I was saying was, you're like, well, she has all these connected sources. And I was like, but you don't know that. And so real quick. So when you're defending these sources and I'm like, okay, then what do we do when these sources contradict? And you're like, I don't know, I'm not Candace. Do you understand why it's relevant to bring this up? Because you believe that she has these truthful sources that are giving some sort of facts of the case. And now for the first time you're seeing, wait a minute, these sources contradict. There's no proof to these sources, etc. And so I hope that it's a little illuminating for you and people that are following Candace thinking they're getting truth. Even if you don't believe everything she's saying, she can't defend any of these claims. It took $300,000 to get her in a room to try to get her to defend these claims, and she ran. She did not present one piece of evidence for any of the claims that he was Apache or that Israel, France, or whatever did it.
This is a city that has prospered with your mosque and your call to prayer. But yet it's on the back of my people. It's on the back of black people that we have funded everything you do. Because you are not up under American law. You are up under Sharia law. We are not a nation of Muslims. We are a nation of Christians. We are one nation under God, indivisible, the God of the Bible, the God of the Lord Jesus Christ. America, we have lost this city. This is a city that is no longer up under American laws. We are up under Sharia law, and we will not have
what
it
up,
anymore.
the petty press
Enough is enough.
What up?
My name is Pastor Lorenzo Sewell. I have the honor and the...
Are you saying that the groom mooned his own mother? No way. That didn't happen, did it? I'm just wondering if Giggles would have caught the bouquet. Which did she already have like one of her cousins picked out? That she favored over one of the other ones? I'm just curious, Giggles. Do you have like a favorite cousin? Do you have like a favorite cousin, Giggles? Look at this. Guys, we're in Mythic on my free to play. Let's go. Let's go. Look at guys, I need to grift. I need a new toupee. This one's a little too I don't know. I didn't watch it actually. I watched like the first couple of seconds of it and then turned it off. You saw the back of Secret Agent Kuz's head, with her fake wig and everything. Apparently, look at I got an achievement here. Core achievement. Milestone. Reach Mythic rank and constructed for the first time. Yes, we did it. Other deck. Sure, let's equip it. All right, you should see my other deck. All right, let's do it. We're in Mythic. Actually, yeah, this is not. So anyway, all right, I am back now.
Privilege of being a senior pastor of 180 Church, where President Donald Trump came for his birthday weekend. It was there that I had an opportunity
I'm kind of curious to see what he's got
pray
to
over
say
the president. And it was at that moment that he told me I would pray at the end.
We're about to get into Charlie Kirk's message or whatever from Andrew Wilson here in a second. But I kind of want to hear what this guy's got to say. This is in Dearborn City Council. This is somebody fighting back against the disgustingness of what's going on with the Muslim invasion. in our country right now.
Inauguration, and I would be able to preach at the rededication. The reason why I'm here today, because Dearborn, in all of your prosperity and everything that you've done, the spirit of Hubbard is still in this city. The spirit of racism still dwells in this city. This is a city that has prospered with your mosque and your call to prayer, but yet it's on the...
JP coming in hot with a super chat. Good to see the confetti. Thank you, JP. I appreciate you. Super chat does work. Thank you, JP. See, it works. It works. All right. I'm going to go ahead and reset that. So 7 Cities says he's going to pay $10 on Wednesday. You guys heard him. You guys heard him. We can get really angry at him if he's not telling the truth, right? We'll shake our fist at him. I appreciate it, JP. Extended for another half hour.
Back of my people. It's on the back of black people that we have funded everything you do.
Okay. Yeah, I heard enough of that bullshit. All right, here we go. Let's get into this Muppetry right here. I'm about the dog walk. Good old Andy
now I'm
Wilson.
going to show you some other clips here.
Andy Candy.
These are important.
All right, Andy Candy. Are they important?
Lost their mind over it.
This is audio of Charlie Kirk. Give it a listen.
Lost their mind over it. You shouldn't be.
You know, I got some audio of Charlie Kirk too, Andrew Wilson. Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure you want to go down that road right now, Andrew Wilson? Because I also have some audio of Charlie Kirk. Hey, we got $10 super chat from the Petty Press _roar for $9. Says, yep, super chat works. Check your text. Uh-oh. What did I say? Will do. Uh-oh. Will do. Will do. Will do. Okay, let me check my text messages. Oh. All right, hold on, guys. Ready? I wonder if Muslim moms make airplane noises when feeding their kids and then crash the spoon into their foreheads. Too soon. Is it too soon? Oh. Uh-oh. Best thing about Republican women, no penises. That's a fact. That's a fact. Thank you very much for those wonderful text messages. Appreciate it. Thanks for we're going to start a new goal. We're going to do, there we go, for 1 hour. All right. All right, let's get into it. All right.
Be surprised that Trump was nearly indicted twice. Actually indicted 4 times. 700 years in prison. They're going to do everything they possibly can to try to murder this movement because they can't beat us. So they're going to try to take... And no, we're very aware of that. I'm aware of it. We have to have full-time security. This is not a joke. This is who these people are.
That's a reference to the left, by the way.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question, Andrew Wilson. I know I can't ask you directly a question, but I'm sure one of your little suck-ups or sycophants might be spying, you know, because they like to keep tabs on even the most meaningless detractor that you have. What do you mean by the left, Andrew? Would you say that Israeli politics is left-leaning compared to conservative, or we'll say your politics, Andrew, or what you pretend your politics seem to be? Would you say that academia leans more to the left than to the right? Yeah, good old Andy. Andy is Andy, but Candy is Dandy. Andy is Candy, which is Dandy. No, I'm being like legit. I would love to know the answer to this question, which is, when we talk about the left, Andrew, what precisely are you talking about with the left?
That's a reference to left wingers. That's who these.
So left wingers. So ideologically left leaning. So Israel and all the psychopaths in America that are being 100% funded by George Soros, right?
People are, says Charlie. That's who they are.
My
they want to take him out, says Charlie.
There's like the purple-haired jihadist on a college campus that wants to murder me and my family. Those people don't bother me. We get almost every day. That's part of the game of the space that I'm in.
Listen again.
Again, how many times do I have to bring up example after example of false flag, of USS Liberty survivors having to do an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement? Otherwise, the United States government is going to slam them into oblivion in a jail cell for speaking out about what happened to that vessel on that fateful day, where they were attacked for 5 or 6 hours, where stand down orders were given by the American leadership to leave that vessel to flounder. But by the grace of God, that vessel didn't go down, and people did survive, who are now speaking out against it. There was an officer who just recently passed away. And now a lot of these men are speaking up.
Again.
There's like the purple-haired jihadist on a college campus that wants to murder me and my family. Those people don't bother me. We get almost every day. That's part of the game.
Those people don't bother me. Andrew, who is he talking about there, Andrew? Are you just going to gloss over that, Andrew? Andrew, those people don't bother me. So he's talking about not your everyday average run-of-the-mill psycho on the left. He's talking about the ones that are puppeting the psychos on the left. Those are the ones that terrify him, Andrew. It is called an entailment, Andrew. I thought you were super smart, like a genius when it came to figuring shit out. How come you missed that, Andrew? Let's play it again. Andrew, in case you fucking missed, Charlie Kirk in his own fucking words, you muppet.
Listen again.
There's like the purple-haired jihadist on a college campus that wants to murder me and my family. Those people don't bother me.
Those people, listen to it again, Andrew. Yes, Andrew, listen to it again. Listen to it one more time, Smoky Man Bad, you fucking retard. Dude, I hope this Faustian deal of selling your soul is worth it, bro. As far as I'm concerned, you're a traitorous fucking piece of shit, and you need to get the fuck out of my country, too. You're fucking disloyal. As far as I'm concerned, Andrew Wilson, you're fucking disloyal. You're an embarrassment to America. You sold out by sucking the dick of Israel. That's my fucking opinion, Andrew. You got a fucking problem with it? You can take it up with my dick, of which you can suck every inch of too. I mean, if you're in the business of sucking countries' dicks, handling one guy's dick shouldn't be a fucking problem for you, Andrew.
We get almost every day. That's part of the game of the space that I'm in.
I'm not showing this Wilson guy any more fucking grace at this point in time. To me, I've never been more positive in my mind that you are bought and paid for, that you are a fucking paid for operative. Who exactly is paying your check? I think it's it's a lot of people, but you are 100% in the Crowder camp.
Charlie Kirk again saying that he's concerned about leftists.
Charlie, how often do these types of attacks happen?
Did you not hear it? I guess we got to play it again for Andrew, because Andrew's a fucking dunce.
About Charlie Kirk.
We get us on a college I'm in.
I mean, he is an absolute Trump sycophant, isn't he? Like, he'll suck every fucking inch of chrome off of fucking, chrome-plated fucking Trump's dick right now, wouldn't he? Yeah, let's play it again.
There's like the purple-haired jihadist on a college campus that wants to murder me and my family. Those people don't bother me. We get almost every day. That's part of the game of the space that I'm in.
Charlie Kirk again saying that he's concerned about leftists.
He just said, they don't bother me, and you just literally took his words and said he was concerned. He just said, they don't bother me. In his own words, Andrew, you're disrespecting this man from beyond the grave. You're literally misquoting the man.
Yeah.
Charlie, how often do these types of attacks happen against conservatives?
Well, far too often. And this one was one of the more brutal ones we've seen recently. And the narrative in the media in the last couple of weeks, but before the facts came out with the Smollett case, is he's a victim and we cannot question it. This is real victimhood. I mean, this is a student that was in the public square because he was tabling and recruiting for conservative values for our Turning Point USA chapter at UC Berkeley, which ironically was the original birthplace of the free speech movement, 30 or 40 years ago. But unfortunately, college campuses have not become safe places for conservatives.
College campuses are not safe places for conservatives. Why? Because, well, leftists doing bad things. That's why. By the way, that show was titled, Why Have Leftists Become So Violent? By Charlie Kirk. Interestingly enough, before we do the reveal on the message, so that you understand, your boy Baron Coleman also isn't very based, and he runs the exact same script. And I'm going to prove it to you right now. What I'm going to play for you is audio of Coleman. Well, actually, I'll just show it to you. How's that?
One thing that it was such a hard, tough, straight ticket voting.
Yeah.
I think that's changed. I don't think you have that much straight ticket voting as you had this time.
Yeah. Historically, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably not. Again, I think there was so much frustration with the way Trump's been treated among Republicans and glee among Democrats, frankly. So much frustration with the way Kavanaugh was treated in particular. They went out there and said no Democrat benefits. I mean, your average Republican voter went out there and said, I'm not voting for a Democrat at any level for anything. I mean, I took that attitude in there, Steve, frankly. I'm partisan. People know that. But in the past, I've historically split my ticket up a little bit.
I've historically split my ticket up a little bit.
See somebody.
Yeah, is that a crime, dude? Is it a crime in America to vote for whomever you want to vote for?
On the other side, it's a little better, I think.
Yeah.
So if there's somebody on the other side of an aisle that's a little bit better, so you're telling me that there aren't some conservatives that are better than some other conservatives? Or are you telling me that there aren't some liberals that might be better than other liberals?
If he sees somebody on the other side, he's going to vote for him. If he thinks that they're better just a little bit, right?
Talk about people who are on our side, meaning the America First side. All right, if you're on the America First side, are you on the right-hand side or the left-hand side of that? Because believe it or not, there are some left-wingers out there who are on the American First side.
There's some left-wingers out there, boys, who are on the America First side. You heard it from Coleman.
Talk about people who are on our side, meaning the America First side. All right, if you're on the America First side, are you on the right-hand side or the left-hand side of that? Because believe it or not, there are some left-wingers out there who are on the American First side.
Uh-huh. Like Anna Kasparian and others, right? These fucking people. Oh, these fucking people are so stupid. All of them. All working in unison. For some kind of emergent third party.
So again, he's poisoning the well. He's making an assertion that these people are trying to do an emergent third party. Well, if a lot of people would agree that the paradigm is both wings of, used to keep aloft the same exact bird, well, who gets worried about there being a third party? Like a genuine, potentially risk to the first two parties that are basically the same bird. Well, the bird gets worried. The bird is the word, right? So then they hire people like Andrew Wilson to go after any emerging what's the word I'm looking for? Any potential straying away from the party line, right? You must maintain the party line at all costs.
That's cool, man. The left is welcome here, man. The left is what? No, the left isn't welcome here. And the left has never been welcome here. Ever. Now, I want to show you one more thing here. I'm going to show you a message that many of you have never seen. I'm not sure if anybody has seen this message. This particular message was from the spring of 2025. Not the major message I'm going to show you, but this one was from the spring of 2025. This is between Charlie Kirk and a friend of his. And here's what it says. This was forwarded to Charlie. Right-wing loser Charlie Kirk is going to be at ISU tomorrow, and I'm going to kill him. Legal intent to murder. Arrest me. Says to his friend, I'm sorry the Illinois trip is in jeopardy after all of this type of crap. His friend says, oh my God, such lunatics. No worries, stay safe. Kirk says the left is reaching a dangerous point. The left is reaching a dangerous point. Now, that's from the spring of 2025.
Mm-hmm. Dude, I've been saying the left is reaching a dangerous point for ever since Antifa was running around. When was that? Well, that was before COVID.
I already showed you evidence over and over again.
Yeah, it's my free-to-play account.
That Charlie Kirk was worried, and he publicly...
I don't know what's going on. The second I get into Mythic, I can't get more than a 2 fucking mana hand, dude. It's fucking ridiculous. I got a mulligan almost every single one. I don't fucking know what the fuck. It's getting ridiculous.
Mentioned this many times, how worried he was about leftists killing him. That was his primary concern. He never publicly once stated that he thought or anybody else was going to hurt him, anything.
Shuffler's fine, guys. Just magic.
He never publicly stated that once, but he often publicly stated that it was the case that he thought that leftists were going to kill him. And that's from 2025. Now, here's the main message that you guys wanted to see.
So when he's openly critical of Israel a week before his unaliving, and he's trying to parse his words very carefully because he knows he should be, the real threat is Israel to Charlie Kirk's survival. That's meaningless to you, Andrew Wilson? That plays no bearing in your mind of anything? Nothing to see there, buddy? Nothing?
The con artists have been trying to sell you a bill of goods. These people who are actually...
Yeah, I made Mythic with both of my accounts.
Just progressives. And that particular bill of goods that they're trying to sell you...
Oh, fun.
...is that Charlie Kirk had tweeted, or not tweeted out, but had sent a message. And that message was that he had no choice but to leave the cause over platforming concerns, which were going on between him and some donors. That was the big concern. So these... people ran with that and said, you see...
I mean, just the fact that you can't say certain words, that Andrew Wilson will literally bleep out certain words, should tell you all you need to know about how co-opted our country is right now. How do you not see it? Like, you can't even say the J word. It's worse than the N word now. It's crazy. Not once did I hear Charlie ever even mention the left. Every statement Andrew had to infer what he meant. Why can you infer, but Candace can't? That's a good question. By the way, Heavy Duty Country showed that these messages were a bad AI. I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt that a lot of this stuff is bullshit. I wouldn't doubt that Andrew Wilson's a fucking lying, absolute cocksucking fucking shill for Israel. I believe that he is the reason why he coughs so much and has to clear his throat so much is the same reason why Chris Ryder had to. He's got GERD because his conscience betrays him because he knows he's doing fuck shit. He knows it. And it's only a matter of time before it all comes crashing down. And the walls come tumbling down, and the walls come tumbling, rumbling. Guys, it's on the way. It's on the way. People don't realize it. It is on the way.
Charlie Kirk did it. See, he was going to leave the pro cause. And so it was.
The pro what cause? Wilson, why can't you even say the one word? Why can't you say that word? Why can't you say any of those words? Does your contract won't let you use those algorithmic killers? Because you're a cucked out Israel slave right now?
It was, and then it became France, and then it became two people.
Look at every other word is blurted out, guys. Every other word, he blurted out every other word. Every other word's blurted out. Why? Because he's not allowed to talk about it.
USA is part of this conspiracy, and that was literally their only lead-in, was that message, because they didn't have full context. That's why when I went and investigated, I got full context. Now,
so you didn't go investigating, Andrew. You were given goy slop. You were given a dog bowl full of goy slop, and they said, "Here, slave, eat that. Eat it. Eat it and regurgitate it. Like a dog returning to its own vomit to lap it up." Andrew, you're going to keep lapping up that goy slop, aren't you, Andrew? You can't help yourself, can you, buddy? You can't not but go to that dog bowl and lap up all that goy slop, because you are 100% corrupted, in my opinion. In my opinion, Andrew, you are leveraged.
Now, that was on the 8th. This is on the...
What's my proof of that? Andrew, here's the thing. You're compelling to an extent, but you're not Joe Rogan twice in a year. You're not, getting all over Pierce Morgan's, being on, PBD. Dude, no one gets to do all that unless they've kissed some kind of ring, dude. It doesn't fucking happen. No one gets all those platforms unless they're part of the team. And if you know, you know.
The 9th. And here's what it says. It says, what's the lay of the land? This is Kirk. His security team says, yes, law enforcement's been fully supportive and has agreed to the security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and Campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. You see this message here? This is in response to Kirk saying, thank you. The threats are higher than ever. His security team says, I have 11 on site. Okay, great, says Kirk. Delicately remind them that they are there for one person's security only. I'm somewhat worried about the left trying to kill me. I'm somewhat worried about the left trying to kill me.
Somewhat worried. I thought you said he was terrified. I thought you said he was concerned. He's somewhat concerned, according to you now. Which is it, Andrew? It seems like your story just keeps changing, Andrew. It is so obvious. It's like everyone is scared to say anything about it. I mean, it's like at what point in time, right? At what point in time are we going to start realizing that Andrew's been co-opted? He's working for Israel right now, but he's going to pretend he's not. He's going to pretend he's an independent thought leader. Bro, you're reading a script just like all these other people are reading a script. Hell, for all I know, Candace is reading a script. No offense to anyone that's a pro-Candace person.
Just so you are aware, says the security team, I will be strict with allowing people in our bubble. I can't have distractions in there, as we spoke of earlier. We are here for one priority. I've got you. I'll do all of my power to make sure that is extremely difficult. Kirk not only knew that there was tons of threats from the left coming in at him, but he consciously told his security team he knew that there was threats from the left coming at him. But his final concern about who was going to kill him, he wasn't worried about him. him. He wasn't worried about France killing him. He wasn't worried about anybody except the left killing him. I'm somewhat worried about the left trying to kill me, he said. Why is this important? Because this was after that famous, I have no choice but to leave the pro cause, which, by the way, they had a Zoom meeting after that where they discussed how to make better talking points on the thing. That's what they talked about in the Zoom call afterwards. This date right here, September 9th, 2025. Day before he died. Somewhat worried about the left trying to kill me. He knew it. And what these people have done.
Hell, I'm nothing. I'm no Charlie Kirk, man, but there's some fucking psychopaths on the internet that would love to do some things to me. You don't even have to be super important to be worried about these people wanting to do you and your family in. They're everywhere. Psychos are everywhere, Andrew. That's no freaking mic drop. And the fact that he's on record saying that he's got to pull away because of certain donors trying to drag their nuts across TPUSA like they own it because they give donations. That's why your money don't buy my voice. You can fuck all the way off with that shit.
Even though all evidence pointed exactly at what Charlie Kirk thought was going to happen to him, which was the left him, have done everything they can to get the leftists that did kill him off the hook.
Oh, you mean like Erica Kirk saying she forgives Robinson, even though he's not been found guilty? But Candace Owens is responsible for the ultimate crime of what precisely? Asking questions? That's weird. That's a little strange. No one thinks that's a little weird? I think that's a little weird. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see what this guy's got.
They care about Charlie Kirk. They care about him. I just showed you more evidence of a real conspiracy than Candace Owens has shown you since she started her great inquiry. This is not the only evidence I have. I have tons. And I'm going to refute everything these people have been saying because I did my due diligence. This is just one piece. Drip, drip, you mother.
Cool.
These they never cared. None of this has ever been about Charlie Kirk and his death. They don't care.
Let's start wheedling down.
It's been about destroying a right-wing NGO that they think he's helpful to. That's all they care about. Provably. And they're willing to work with leftists to do it. That's their own words over and over and over and over. Drip, drip, motherfuckers.
Yep. Sounds like you're making threats now, huh, Andrew? Andrew, bro, I think you're running scared, bro. That's what I think. I honestly think you're running scared. I think you're worried. I think you walked around like a cocky motherfucker. I genuinely do. I think you walked around like a super cocky motherfucker. You walked around like shit won't stick to you. Shit has no effect on you whatsoever. You're not affected by the smell. You're not affected by any of it. I think that's what you did, Andrew. You walked around being super cocky. And now it's catching up to you. Now people are looking into your past. See, here's the difference between me and you, Andrew. I'm a Boy Scout. I'm a Boy Scout with a big mouth who likes to say what he likes to fucking say and doesn't apologize for it. You, I think, Andrew, got some skeletons in your closet, and I think you're fucking shitting yourself. And what you're about to hear this man say is gonna preface that you're gonna start hearing some things about me. And yeah, I didn't have a perfect upbringing, or no one claims you did, dude. No one claims you had a perfect anything, buddy. Again, it's a false narrative.
This isn't worth my time.
What these people have done to Kirk's family and to his organization even though Kirk himself was terrified leftists were going to kill him, said so over and over publicly.
Again, terrified, concerned to terrified. Hyperbolic much, Andrew? You fucking cuck. Dude, seriously, man. I've never seen a weaker looking man than this guy right here. Never in my life have I seen a weaker looking man than this man. This dude's weak as fuck.
He did everything that he could to get people to understand how dangerous the left was, how psychotic they were, how much they radicalized people, these progressive, into murdering conservatives. They just threw all that out the window for this one stupid message that was shown. But they didn't have the full context, because the night before, what Charlie Kirk thought was that the left was going to try to kill him. Crazy. There's a lot of unprecedented things which have happened online recently that have never been done before. The debate between myself and Candace was completely unprecedented. To my knowledge, nothing like that's ever happened before. Where in order to get answers, somebody was willing to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars of their own money to prove to the world that the other side was full of shit.
Let's unpack that for a second. There is no amount of people being full of shit that would make me dip into my pocket for $300,000 to go be humiliated in person in front of an 8-month pregnant woman. There's no way I would spend $300 of my own $1,000. But I probably wouldn't have a problem spending $300 of somebody else's money to go have an opportunity to get more.
And a bunch of liars, and refused to do their
more
due
publicity.
diligence. Whole thing was unprecedented. The fact that this sham investigation by these people, which was always a sham, it was always lies, it was always bullshit right from the very beginning, has
What's your evidence?
To be refuted by the few sane.
Why does it have to be refuted? Why are you so gung-ho to demand that everyone not ask questions about whether or not Tyler Robinson did what he's being accused of doing? Have you no faith in the justice system, Andrew? Have you no faith that the state can argue this whole thing for themselves? Have you no faith, Andrew?
People who are left is also unprecedented. How I always end up being a part of these unprecedented things, I don't exactly know.
I wonder, maybe because you're being paid to be a part of them?
Maybe it's because I like to question the questioners.
Oh, so wait, asking questions now is okay. Now it's okay to ask questions.
Metatron here, preach. Yes, the left killed Charlie, and they are also the ones who laughed about it, and Candace is supporting the enemy for money, 100%. That's a massive glass of water, bro. Love it. N1SB. Well, I got to stay hydrated, you know. Thank you for the truth. God bless. Do not back down. I'm not going to back down.
I'm not going to back down.
Like I said, that debate will age like fine wine. These
Why do you
people
seem
can
so
lob
worried
all the
then?
personal attacks at me that they want. They can clip me out of context. They can pretend I'm a monster. They've accused me of everything under the sun, and they'll accuse me of more. I don't care.
Anyway,
The left-wing progressives are going to continue to murder right-wingers. Kirk won't be the last. And what these people have done is effectively created scapegoats for any of the horrible things that these leftists do, just to try to assemble some weird third party that's not going to go anywhere and work with leftists in the open, because we're just investigating. Not investigating anything. Bunch of liars. And you didn't do your due diligence.
You're a bunch of liars.
The way I
You're
know
a
none of these
lawyer.
people did their due diligence is
You're a
none of
lawyer. My check from Israel tells me to tell you that you're a lawyer. You're just a bunch of lawyers. The worst liars in the world.
them ever tried to falsify their own claims. None of them. ever once tried to falsify their own claims. Ever. That's not an investigation. That's a conspiracy. My favorite part of your strategy is going to be watching.
Wait. Hold up. So now you're saying that. Oh, you always were saying they were the conspiracy theorists. All right. Yeah, I understand now. Got it. Okay. Got it. Understood.
All the soap opera moms demanding evidence. I wonder if at least some of them will actually acquire self-awareness. I doubt it. Rest in peace, Charlie, man. $5 to help destroy the left. That's what his legacy was that he left behind. The left, Charlie Kirk. You don't have to believe me. Believe Charlie Kirk. They'll say the texts are fake. No, they're not going to say they're fake. That would be really stupid. Can't wait to see
I guess
what
they did.
Katie has to say to this. Please be safe, Andrew. Stay vigilant. Look, motherfuckers have been throwing everything at me except the kitchen sink for years. Every month, it's some new lunatic who's saying your career is going to be destroyed. It's so over for you.
Now that I identify with. I don't know how many of you fucking restarts have said, "Oh, it's over. You're going down. GS, you're in for it now. Ooh, they're gonna get you, GS. Ooh,
you're gonna be done. You're devastated.
You're done. You're devastated, GS. That's it, man. You're over. It's all over for you."
Dated. Rah, 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 rah. And it's always bullshit. Always. Andrew exposed half the internet with that debate. Look, I did my part. I've gone above and beyond. I didn't even agree with a lot of TPUSA's policies and still don't.
Got 10 cards left.
But what's going on here is so horrifically immoral and awful. Just none of them ever did any of their due diligence. And they whipped all of this up and they turned it into a frenzy and a mass psychosis. And there was never anything there.
There's the mass psychosis hypnosis.
They never had any evidence for any of these crazy claims. But I have 100% evidence against those claims because I did try to falsify my own position. Accuse the man's family, attempt to destroy what he's built, all in order to protect what he hated. Exactly. And protect the guy who killed him. Thank you for standing up for Charlie, Andrew. God bless. You're welcome. I got this guy like Heavy Country. One of these orbiters of.
Man, he's so worried. Look at this. He's shitting himself right now. I bet he's shitting himself. Oh, he's shitting himself, isn't he? Andrew's completely shitting himself right now. We're definitely gonna have to check out this Big Country stuff because Andrew is big mad.
Valhalla sending me DMs that he's gonna, and if he sees me in Dallas, he's gonna try to hurt me. You know what I mean?
Dude, there's a whole big line of people wanting to hurt people in my orbit.
I got these guys looking through everything I've ever done for any dirt they can get. You, man. You people.
Oh, here it comes.
There's nothing there to get.
Oh, come on. There's nothing?
I have in my life been an imperfect man, sure.
I have in my life been an imperfect man, sure. Sure, they might have, there's nothing there to get, but, you know, I haven't been perfect. That's game, dang it.
But I've been on the straight and narrow for an awful long time.
Oh, but now I'm on the straight and narrow. Man. I was an absolute degenerate. But now I've been on the straight and narrow for a long, dude, you supposedly, allegedly in Minecraft, you've been an Orthodox Christian for 2 years. You smoke like a chimney, you drink like a fucking sailor, and you cuss like one too. And as far as I understand, you're on the dole, dude. You're on the take. You're a welfare recipient of a little tiny country surrounded by Muslims.
You deserve a drink and a smug moment. I agree. Thank you for everything you've done. I'll be a member for life. Never back down. N1SB. N1SB.
All right, guys. We got 23 minutes until this goal ends.
At least 75% of Candace followers hated Charlie Kirk. She's leading a leftist mob with Act Blue. They're all working together to spread this. The left for a different reason.
Dark Deucer, I think you drank a gallon of your own piss. That would be, if I would have to guess what you drink, Dark Deucer, it'd probably be, you'd probably save your own urine and drink it. You probably think you're like that Gills, that survivalist guy, like where he drinks his own urine and stuff. I figured. Yeah, there you go.
They know how divisionary this topic has become, and they know that it weakens the power of the right in the electorate, and that's what they want, because they want power. They don't care if they never cared if Charlie Kirk got murdered. They loved it. They celebrated it everywhere. Day and night they celebrated his death. They didn't give a I spent weeks with the Crucible, the entire Crucible chat in TikTok invasion after TikTok invasion, watching them celebrate.
Well, if it wasn't for my haters, I really wouldn't have a whole lot of people talking in my chat. So thanks to the haters. Appreciate you guys. Keep talking. I like it. I'm loving it. I want more of it.
Great. They don't give
Thanks for helping my algorithm.
They were happy he was dead. Happy. Ecstatic even. And what's the first thing that these people who are supposedly on the right do? Embolden them. Stop any sort of consequence from coming to them. Protect the very man who likely killed him. And then on top of all of that, lie and make up a complete and total conspiracy based on messages that happened before this one did. Totally made up. Sorry if I already discussed AW, but did you see what the piece of human feces Hassan Piker did at an event? Singing a song mocking Charlie. Yeah, I saw. Don't believe me. Believe Charlie Kirk. Exactly. Believe Charlie Kirk. He's worried the left is going to try to kill him. He said it himself to his own security team. He knew. He told the world over and over and over again what these people were.
All right, there it is. All right, we'll queue up something else here. I mean, 7 cities, you already extended the show for an hour. Now you want me to play videos that you're sending me in an email. I don't know. Have you ever donated to my show? I mean, you're telling me that you're going to pay me on Wednesday for an hour today. I'm like, I don't know, man. I'm starting to think you're sticking your finger in my ass and telling me shit ain't gay, bro. Let's go. Let's check this out. Let's listen to this fucking cope. Lots of cope. I agree with that statement.
Now, like I get talked about on Candace Owens almost daily. I just had a genuine. Well, you better get a thick skin quick if you're going to do this business, especially if you're going to go after political commentary or whatever it is. And you know, back in like October, November, especially they were like, you're a traitor. I was like, oh man, I want to find this guy. I'd spend 3 days looking up this person. Now, like I get talked about on Candace Owens almost daily. I just had a genuine Russian asset propagandist, anti-American propagandist, pro-Russian, pro-Putin propagandist go on Tucker Carlson and just slander the crap out of me. And it's just like, you know, now it's just a Thursday. And, you know, you just like, what are you going to do? You're going to quit? You're going to make them let you quit?
No, you make them make you tons of money. Duh.
There it is right there. You make the haters make you tons and tons of money. Duh. Exactly. Oy vey.
Like if you're gonna run down my goodwill.
So now you know it's avarice for this guy. It's about money, right? It's always about money. It's about money. So he's telling you right now, make lots of money. Hell, I'll make lots of money off you idiots too. I don't have a problem with it.
Wilson name. I might as well make a fortune reacting and messing with you. I mean, right? Doesn't that seem fair? No. I mean, it seems totally fair to me.
Very fair.
If you're going to take your time to attack me, then I might as well make a ton of money off of your stupidity. That's the way I feel about it.
I completely
I'm saying,
agree.
So I know it's a very pragmatic approach, but it's like, well, if you're going to try to run me through the muck, I'm going to have a lot of fun at your expense. So I'm just saying.
No, 100%. Speaking of which, I do have a couple of super chats, and some of these people are wanting. And I know you get like little $5 super chats. Over here, we're big money. We're big money. Hold on, not that one. No.
No. That's my favorite one. No soup for Knowles. Right here. She's my biggest fan. She's my biggest fan, by the way. She loves me. She told me in DM, she was like, "You are so great, Andrew. You're not a misogynistic at all."
So it's funny because this patriotic guy, this patriot paramount tactical guy, he's got people that like him but hate Andrew, which is it's funny to me because it's like, yeah, I got some people in my chat that are kind of the same way, right? I think we'll do this. Let's get rid of that. Yeah, they're kind of the same way, right? They like me, but they hate certain people that run in my circles.
In fact, you're so nice to women, and I just adore you. And I was like,
And this is what I'm saying. I like the way Andrew's dealing with this. You haters just crack me up, man. Go make me lots of money. Go make sure you make 17 channels about me. Just keep making me money. Stu.
Shouldn't have no soup for Knowles. That's such a nice thing to say. And she was like, I know, I'm a really sweet person. I swear I promise that's what happened. You believe me, right?
100%.
Yeah, 100%.
Britta is great. She definitely doesn't like you, but God bless her. Patriot Lady says, it's clear Candace Owens seeks validation through gobs of money and millions of followers, even if they are fake, due to
right there. So one of your supporters sends $200 in to you to say that it's clear that Candace likes to make gobs of money when the guest who's on this guy's show just says, hey, let him make you filthy fucking rich. No one sees the irony in this. Nobody? No one sees the irony in this. None of yous. No one?
moral failing, she will do and say anything to get it. A reckless, insatiable desire for vengeance and her love of money and power are the roots of her evils, allegedly.
You know, I think people really get this wrong as far as motivation goes, which is why I generally think you shouldn't speak to motivation, because it's very difficult unless you have a significant interpersonal relationship with a person to actually speak to their motivations about things. It's actually difficult to do, especially when they're doing things like streaming or their TV personality or things like this. You can misunderstand various things very quickly because you're not part of their interpersonal dynamic. I think what actually is happening more than anything is that imagine that you have the ability to just crush anybody you want whenever you want, and it's justified. Just imagine that. Like, it's just always justified to just close your fist and this person's completely annihilated. Well, that's the kind of power that is in this person's hand at the moment. And it's not even a matter of whether you use it responsibly, not using it whatever, right? The fact of the matter is that creates a kind of a powerful centralized entity, which can just go, well, I'm justified in doing bad thing. Here's bad thing. You are now crushed. That type of thing can be very intoxicating for people. And I'm not sure that it's a matter of vengeance. I'm not sure if it's a matter of evil doing. I fully believe that Candace Owens believes that she's completely justified in what it is that she does and thinks she's doing a great service for all of humanity. She believes that she's a warrior on the front line of truth and that she's doing everything she can possibly do for that. And ultimately, the ends justify the means. If it's the case that I need to lie the entire time, so what? As long as we get to the truth, the lies were then justified. Everything is justified through the prism of I'm running an investigation. If you need to be doxxed, your family needs to be doxxed. You need to go away. You become a problem for this investigation. You yourself become part of the investigation, whether you like it or not. And so whether that's even intentional or not is very difficult to say. But it is, in fact, the case that is what's happening. And that's so from my perspective, it's like, I'm not sure what makes her tick, and neither are any of you. And I don't think you should even particularly speculate on what's making them tick, only what is actually factually happening, regardless of why or whatever the psychology is behind it. That is indeed what's happening currently.
Yeah, I mean, trying to figure out motivations is always an exercise in futility.
Hey, baby, if you're listening, can you turn the coffee on for me so it can heat up if you already haven't? But if you have, I sure would like I got my empty Yeti down here. I'll go up and get it here in a minute if you're not able to. All right, let's see. I think I'm going to mulligan this. No, I think I'll keep it.
The thing that I look at or try to talk to my audience about is like, you got to look at the trajectory of what they're doing and what they're saying. And it's like, okay, I don't care what your motivation is. This is where we're headed. This is where you're taking the country. And one of the big issues that I have with Candace is that she really has, like, she has completely undermined the idea of critical thinking in general. And the level at which that has happened, the amount of people and Americans that she has exposed for being just so damn gullible is pretty shocking to me.
Do you think that, it's funny. When I try to think about these things at scale. So at scale, you and I are very, very small fish, right? You could be a huge social media star and still be a very, very small fish in the, kind of larger scheme of things.
Yeah, sure.
So I get recognized basically everywhere I go. That's true. But people aren't running over like they would Johnny Depp to just like take a piece of me so that they have it as a souvenir. Right? It's all scalable. And so when I kind of take the bird's eye view, I recognize that it is true that Owens has, 50, 60, 70,000 nightly viewers, but she's not the only one. It depends on what you're looking at and which field you're looking in. When it comes to this kind of like drama stuff, yeah, she gets high viewership in that arena. But the internet's a much wider place than people think. And there's other channels I can point to that have hundreds of thousands of live viewers. Right. And this is in fact the case. So it's interesting when you look at the scalability of it, you realize, is it really the case that most Americans are gullible to this? Or is it really the case that most Americans don't get?
My God, you're so desperate for my attention, dude. What's the matter? Is DirectD's out of jail? He doesn't want to talk to you anymore? What's going on, you weird, creepy fucking dude?
They just don't care. They think, well, who cares? They don't care about it, right? They get up in the morning, they get their coffee, and away they go. Okay. And it's interesting because
you're like a creepy stalker, dude. Like DirectD won't let you suck his dick, so you're trying to come into my channel to get a little dick sucking? What the hell's going on with you, bro?
Because when I look at the online field versus Main Street, if you were to believe X, every single Republican that Trump nominated to be elected, they should have lost their primaries. And all of them won, in fact, all of their primaries. So the reflection from Main Street to online politics doesn't always carry over, though it does sometimes carry over, right? And there is at least some influence there for sure. And so I just think it's interesting. It's like, I'm not willing to throw the American people under the bus or say that most of them are stupid or most of them fall for conspiracies or things like this. I think ultimately that's actually not the case. I think that
I own a mirror. I know why.
The people who are drawn to that, they look for it. Just like people who are drawn to like only and corn and things like that, they go looking for that stuff, right? There's no doubt that people go looking for conspiracy style content. I do myself. There's a great show, for instance, called The Y-Files. I watch all the time.
Yeah,
I think it's a great show. It's fantastic.
I am loving
and I went looking for that content because when I do long drives, I like to listen to it. I think it's fun, right? I just think it's fun. But that doesn't mean I'm going to eliminate all rationality either, right? So I don't actually know that it's much of a reflection of Main Street America. I don't know. And the amount of DMs I've gotten from people who are the like quote quiet observers, these are the people who you never see comment, the people who really don't say much. Got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them who were like, "What is this chick you were just talking to? Is she stupid or something?" It's like they didn't even get it. They were just like, "What? Why is this a major thing? She just sounds like an idiot. She just she's not telling you anything. She's super evasive. What's even going on here?" So I'm not sure, right? Like I'm not to the point where I can parse out exactly how much overlap there really is.
Yeah, no, look, I've mentioned many times, I think her real support is less than 1% of the population ultimately. And one of the things I talked about regularly, like there is a huge delta between the perceptions created on X, especially versus reality. And we saw that with Thomas Massey. Like if you've been looking at X,
yeah, we're just gonna have to deal with it. That's why we bought a pressure washer, JP. We got a pressure washer so we can clean off all the poo.
The other candidates,
the alternative is you guys don't say anything. So I don't know, man. I think I'll take a little bit of interaction as opposed to, they can come in and kick me in the head a little bit. I guess it's okay. I guess it's all right.
Here we have Bilzerian. Who were some of the other ones down there? Fishback. And of course they were just absolute. They lost. They were losers, right? I mean, big time, or as Trump would say, bigly. But that is true. I guess I was taken aback, and maybe it's just out of naivete, and I still am to some extent, at how many people will defend this in there again. It's like,
how many of them are even real, though?
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, 100%. But there is a push to, even in the last, 50 plus years, we've had this moral relativism that has turned into almost to this reality relativism, where it's my truth, my reality, and that's a real danger. And that's how I do think that this country is lost. And what I've always said is, I'm not worried about Candace. Candace is just the current mascot for this op, and Tucker Carl.
Interesting terms there, op. Yeah, there's definitely an op going on.
And many others. It's what comes after them, because I think this is just the beta test. It's like, what happens when there's somebody more believable, that is more charismatic, that is.
Well, what happened after QAnon?
Well, I think what happened after QAnon was Candace Owens, and this is definitely a much better op than QAnon.
I don't know. Is it? The QAnon also, if you remember, it took the country by storm. For instance, Lionel Media, he's a QAnon guy. That's where he got his start, right? He got his big breakout following QAnon with the Q updates and the Q tips and, all of the various Q stuff.
They're Q drops.
Yeah, the Q drops. What was interesting about that is that right-wing media basically ignored that for the most part. Left-wing media focused on it, and we just thought it was hilarious, right? Most people on Main Street thought it was kind of funny. It helped usher in Trump, and Trump very much got ushered in the first time based mostly on memes and the fact that the American public was so pissed off at the establishment. They wanted somebody to go in and basically throw a hand grenade into it. That was what the whole point of Trump's first administration was. Michael Moore.
So I reinvested back into the show. Look at how massive these bags are. And see, this is why I love this company. I'm pretty sure it's a Jewish company. I'm pretty sure this is all kosher. These are kosher cheesy puffs right here. I'm pretty sure. The only thing I don't like about these is that the bag. I don't think I have a. I'm gonna have to cut this because the bag rips in a very odd way. That's the only thing I don't like about this company is their bag design. But we got cheesy puffs, baby. We got cheesy motherfucking poops back on the menu again. I reinvested some money into the show. I hope you guys appreciate that. It's pretty fucking awesome, and you're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you for your donations.
Moore pointed this out very astutely, that Trump is a hand grenade for the working class, and his entire job is to go in there and cause as much havoc as possible for our amusement. And that's exactly what he did, right? It was great.
Actually, I'm going to step away
but
here
as
in a
long as
second.
Q was on that side of the memes,
I'm going to make sure my coffee's heating up.
But then what happens when the memes switch over the other direction and the conspiracy switch over the other direction and the left is feeding them? I think that we're seeing a direct effect of the distinction IQ between conservatives and progressives. Progressives do generally have a higher IQ on average than conservatives. A lot of people don't know that, but it is in fact the case. It's part of what makes progressives so crazy, in fact, is because they have higher IQs, and oftentimes it's correlated with mental illness for various reasons, not the least of which being the rejection of God and the idea of nihilism. But we do have a problem there on both Main Street and in the online medium of a lot of our base. Well, not a lot. It's not an overly significant amount, but it's enough, are actually extremely gullible and will fall for a lot. Like, that is a problem, and it is more unique to the right than it is the left. And that is something that we're going to have to contend with at some point.
Yeah, the left is indivisible. Like, they're going to vote blue no matter who. They're more. I don't even, I really have come to believe that voter fraud is much more rampant than any of us really realize. But with that being said, I do believe that there's this quiet majority that has always existed. I still believe our country is, center right. But for whatever reason, we are definitely not as motivated as politically. And a lot of it's because, again, we're focused on our families, we're focused on our jobs, our careers. We're actually, somebody's got to pay for all the free things. So, that is part of the challenge. And I do think that also, like, we got to get more people like you and other people out there willing to fight online as well. This is
we've been focusing on that for the last 3 years. Right now, right this second as we speak, you will find dozens and dozens of people from the Crucible community who are doing debates all across the internet right this second. They're either doing debates on YouTube, they're doing debates on TikTok, they're doing debates basically in person even. All over the internet, it's being covered. We're challenging them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, regardless of the platform, which is why we got a foothold in TikTok to begin with. They're constantly being challenged there now, and they hate it. One of the reasons TikTokers just loathe me, they loathe me so badly that Jubilee tried to set up a roundtable, and all the TikTokers said no. They said, no, we're not doing a debate with Andrew Wilson, no way. And it's because their spaces have been invaded now. So I do think that there is a lot of merit in online warfare against the left, especially online political warfare. And that debate is a weapon of choice for that particular type of warfare. But there's also the demonstration warfare, which is you have political commentators and things like this, which are reacting and they're explaining how these various political ideas work and running them through various mental prisms so that the audience understands what's going on. So our mission is very simple. It's always been the same. Stop the left. That's it. That's always been the mission. It's never been anything more than that. Stop the left. And by, whatever means we possibly can, that's exactly what we do within the confines of legality and morality, right? Now, they don't use those same confines. They'll do immoral things and illegal things all the time. They don't care, right? But we do. So we still legitimately beat them in all of these arenas. And I do think that's important. But what I don't see on the political commentary side, it's very easy for people because they're moving towards this idea of you need clicks because you have to stay in business, right? So sensationalism for the right is just as necessary as it is for the left. When the left runs these big media promos and the left will say, Donald Trump is going to take away, women's rights and put them back in the kitchen or whatever. It's all sensationalism nonsense, but it brings in the clips. The right-wing news commentary community does the exact same thing in reverse, right? Look at this, Democrats are going to take away your blah, 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 and we're going to cover it tonight at 9. It's like, and then they get to the story and you go, wait a second, none of that's even happening. So the dishonesty transcends the right or the left.
Sure.
And the truth is that the commentary community and the debate kind of community that comes out of social media, both of them are going to have to move towards more honest ways to do business, or else the new media is going to be just as untrusted as the old media.
What up, tubers? Welcome back to another draft here on Arena. Thanks for watching. Hit that like and subscribe if you haven't already. And don't forget to check out cardkingdom.com.
All righty then. Man, these are good. Ah, shit. I forgot to grab one of the chip clips. Dang it. Hold on. All right, I'm going to show you guys something here in a second. I get another cheesy puff. All right. All righty then. All right, let's see. What do we got now? All right, we'll check this out. We'll see what this is all about. This comes from Seven Cities Kid, who I hope he does actually support the show.
So that's what the gun could look like if.
Oh, I've seen this one. Yeah.
What they found in the science building was
I haven't seen this one,
brass casing. That's the shot.
That's the shot. John Cullen is with us. He's a content creator who describes himself as the most dangerous.
Now, John Cullen is somebody I am a huge fan of. And by the way, guys, here we go. So this one's not fully ripe yet, but this one looks to be Serrano chilies. We got a whole bush out there. They're growing. These things are delicious. I put them in my omelets. Yummy, yummy. Get in my tummy. Along with some cheesy puff. All right. Let's get back into it. By the way, John Cullen, he's somebody that worked a lot with Jason Goodman, another Jew that I have massive amounts of respect for, by the way. One of my favorite kind of Jews, the ones that ask the right questions. The ones that wouldn't reject Jesus Christ.
Investigative journalists in the world. And I would have to concur. With a professional background in relational database design, wow, whatever, I'm too dumb to understand what that is, and geographic information systems, he's transitioned to full-time research following the 2017 Las Vegas shooting, which was nothing like you.
There it is. Man, I broke this stuff down all over Periscope. I called it out within days. I said this is 100% a fed up. I even said it was probably... Well, there's some speculation it was a Saudi Arabia situation. And they're trying to cover something up. This one's good. That one's got like lots of cheese on it. However, I think it was some kind of Blackwater type thing.
You think it was? Cullen is best known for publishing alternative analysis of high-profile events, including the Las Vegas shooting, the COVID-19 pandemic, and the 2024 assassination attempt of Donald Trump. And now he's coming on to let us know, which I think is the most compelling theory of how Charlie Kirk was killed. Let's hear it for John Cullen. Hey, John.
How are you, man?
This guy's legit. This is a legit Jew right there.
Good to see you.
Good to see you. I've been wanting to have you on for quite some time. I'm glad we can finally hook up. And I look forward to having you on again if you don't get mad at me. But
you kidding? I love you guys. I love the whole crew.
That's very sweet of you.
Stephanie and Kurt, come on. I totally love you guys.
So the reason why I have you on today is because none of the stuff that the establishment, that the FBI and now the prosecutors of Tyler Robinson are saying makes sense at all. None of it makes sense. And no matter where you take a look at the case, whether it's the Losi building, whether it's the crime site, whether it's the paving over of the crime scene, whether it's the ride to the hospital, whether it's none of it makes sense. The fake.
Oh, interesting, JP. I'll have to try that. I've been freezing them. I'll freeze the peppers. I got a bunch of like ones that are green and frozen. I haven't tried these hot though. Everyone says these are insane. I had them green. Green, they're a little bit hotter than a jalapeno. I cut up like a whole one of these and put it in my omelet. I'll put like just a cheese omelet with that. I don't know. I'll try that. I don't know how hot that's going to be.
Confessions, the rifle that wasn't used, the dog sniffing. No matter where you point your attention, none of it makes sense. Not only are there anomalies, as some people like to say, but it doesn't make sense. And so Tyler Robinson's an obvious patsy. And one of the big things, John, and I think this is what your analysis gets to, and I'm going to play a little bit of it, is that the angle, if you were going to shoot Charlie Kirk from the Losi building, there's a problem with that angle, right? The angle at which Charlie Kirk was shot, the bullet had hit a part of his vertebra, and if it hit that part that it did hit, it would have to have gone through his jaw. So the angle from the Losi building makes no sense.
Right.
And now you do unbelievable forensic analysis of the crime scene, and you had a problem with what they call the crack and the thump, right?
That's right. That's right.
And so the crack is when the trigger is pulled, right?
I can only imagine what your hard drive looks like, Dark Deucer. I bet it's a nightmare.
And then the thump is when it hits something?
No. So the crack is when a supersonic bullet.
Like if I had a guess about you, Dark Deucer, I would say you're a homosexual Jewish man. Like you're just a blatant homosexual Jewish man. If I had to make a guess as to like what your proclivities were, what your ethnicity was, I would say that you're definitely a homo Jew. A homo Jew. Homogenesis. You're a homogenesis.
Flies past the observer, and the observer being sort of perpendicular. So in other words, when a bullet flies past you, you hear the supersonic.
Fucking nailed it, didn't I?
It's the sonic boom, basically, that the bullet is making as it passes you. That's the crack. The thump is the bang that the gun makes when when you pull the trigger, it goes bang, right? That's the loud sound. That sound of the gun is the thump. And that travels downrange at the speed of sound. But the bullet travels downrange at Mach 2.5.
So faster than the speed of sound.
Right. Mm-hmm. So the bullet's going to arrive and make that crack sound.
Supersonic.
And then a moment later, you're going to hear the boom, which we call the thump.
Oh, okay.
And at 375 yards, it's 1 second. Okay. So the speed of sound is 1,145 feet per second, 125, based on temperature. It's based on temperature, by the way, not altitude. And so it's about 375 yards is 1 second. So if you hear a crack and then you hear a thump 1 Mississippi later, the shooter was 375 yards out.
Okay, so here, let me just play a clip from your video that you did about this. And you were having a hard time reconciling the crack with the thump. And that's here, right. let me play it.
And calculating the delay from when we hear the supersonic crack to when we hear the thump of the report of the weapon being fired, which is the boom. And when I did the early calculations, everything was coming out to 78 yards, 79 yards, 82 yards, stuff like that, 85 yards. Everything was in the 78 to 85 yard range. And but then I started doing some other calculations, and stuff was coming out in different places, and it wasn't consistent. And I couldn't understand what the issue was. Like, why is it not all the same? Like it was in Vegas. In Vegas, there was all showing basically, the route of the helicopters is where the gunfire was coming from. But here in UVU, I'm getting all kinds of different readings, and it just didn't make any sense to me. This is what I mean by the science wasn't sciencing. So based on
so what did you figure out, John?
How the fuck? Wait, how the fuck did he get all that shit out? What the fuck, dude? What is this shit?
Well, I don't know if I figured it out, but I've got a hypothesis.
Right.
That I welcome, somebody to come along and say, no, it's not really that. It's probably this. But right now, the working hypothesis is consistent with the evaluation and analysis that Chris Martenson did. And Chris Martenson and I don't really get along very well.
Yeah, I know that. You've called him a limited hangout, but he's doing good work on this.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing about a really good limited hangout.
Yeah.
95% of the stuff they do is spot on.
Right.
Okay. It's like Simon Says. The really good Simon Says caller is going to say Simon Says 98% of the time. And he's going to not say Simon Says only 1 or 2% of the time to catch you. And that's what the good limited hangouts, everything they're sharing is right on. And they don't talk about the UAVs or they don't talk about the Hades spy plane. And that's what makes it a limited hangout, is ignoring the pivotal game-changing evidence. So that, this is one of these things I subscribe to, is an Arthur Conan Doyle quote about vital evidence versus incidental evidence. There's lots of evidence. Figuring out what evidence is really the pivotal key evidence that the whole case is going to revolve around is something I've spent the last 9 years, I guess, getting good at. Right? So
tell us what your hypothesis is for the crack in the thumb.
It appears to me that what I was measuring the whole time was echoes of the crack, and that there is no thump, and that the shot was taken from much further out than where we're being told Tyler Robinson set up to take the shot. In other words, we're being told Tyler Robinson was about 142 yards, 144 yards out on the Losi rooftop. I believe the shot was actually taken from the vicinity of the science building about 350 yards out. So significantly further away and higher up, meaning at a higher altitude, consistent with what Chris Martenson said. So Chris Martenson was on Redacted with Clayton Mars and was describing that the angle of the shot would have been a little bit higher and a little off center. And I'm like, okay, I can put a gun right there. It's called the Barrett Rec 10, and it flies.
So
and it comes from Israel.
Uh-oh, Andrew Wilson. Uh-oh, Andrew. Andrew. Is that why you're getting paid $300,000 to go fucking run interference? To get Candace Owens off the fucking trail?
So I'm going to show pictures of that in a second. So Chris Martenson has done this great work, and he has shown that the angle could not have been shot from the Losi Center. Now, my whole thing was the reason why they left the Losi Center unguarded was so they could use this as a cover story, right? So they could get fake pictures. And
what's that, babe? Well, that's unacceptable. Oh, thank you. What you working with, baby? Nice. All right. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. We got my Covfefe and a chip clip. All right. We are GTG. Chips are secured. Covfefe is secured. Good timing, too, because I was getting thirsty. She said it's not quite as hot as it could be. That's okay, though. I'm going to say no attack. King T'Challa. King T'Challa.
I think it's so much simpler than people realize.
What do you think?
Get away from my cheesy.
Well, again, you have to look at the whole.
Here, you want one of these? I should give that
the whole barrel of evidence, right? And if the audience isn't familiar with what happened with Hades and the presence of the UAVs, that tends to change the story a bit.
Okay, so let's just go ahead and give them your theory then. So here, your theory is that it was a drone, which they're called. What does UAV stand for?
Unmanned aerial vehicle.
Okay, so they have these. There's a drone. So there's an Israeli company that has an American counterpart, and they make these unbelievably sophisticated drones. And I'll show you a little bit of it. Here's Here it is.
Thor's latest technological upgrades. This backpacked 11-kilogram platform can carry its own weight and payloads, an unprecedented capability on the market. So tell me about the operating systems. What really makes the drones work?
The Nevo. It's a common C4I software for all of our products. So if
you want to know the truth, I think drones are what happened in Las Vegas too. Las Vegas massacre. It was a mobile elevated platform.
You are moving from one family to another, you don't have to switch the C4I system. It's being focused on the execution of the mission, which is actually controlling the payload itself while the drone is autonomously flying. Now, this software can support up to 4 drones simultaneously when each drone has its own autonomous mission and everything is being controlled by a single operator. And last but not least, the support for the maintenance, every component.
So here's what it looks like close up, and I don't know if you can see that, but that's a rifle. And that's a rifle that can shoot from up to 600 yards away, and they put it on this drone, and then they have one operator who can control 4 drones at a time, and each drone has their own little mission. And
the operator doesn't need to be on the ground because we have this really cool thing called Hades that we'll get to. But leave this up for a second because the image that you're showing and sharing with the audience is
what? Somebody's doing some fuck shit? Uh-oh.
Something called the bird of prey. The bird of prey is this.
By the way, for the record, Israel, if I'm going to go out, I definitely want to go out like that. I want to go out like I want to go out like Charlie Kirk. I just want to be dead before I even hit the ground. I just want there to be a pink mist. Try not to make it somewhere where somebody's going to clean up a mess. Let the coyotes drag me off into the wood line. That's how I want to go. Israel, when you take me out, that's how I want to go out. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, man. I greatly appreciate it. But or you can make it real painful. I don't really give a fuck. I'll be dead and I'll be in heaven with my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. That's where I'll be. Yep.
System that's hanging off the bottom of the drone. The drone itself is swappable. So we can put that bird of prey on the smaller drone, the one you just were showing about 60 seconds earlier in the video. The Thor. The rifle will mount on the Thor, which has a much lower profile. Much harder to see. And the net of this, Jimmy, like you just said, this is accurate to 600 yards out, man. That's over a quarter of a mile.
Wow.
It's a quarter of a mile away with a suppressor.
So I mean, when you say a suppressor, you mean a silencer. That's in layman's terms.
No, a suppressor. It suppresses. It doesn't silence. It's impossible for it to silence.
They put a silencer on a gun so you don't hear it when the trigger gets pulled and the gun fires. And that's
no, you'll still hear it. He said it the first time, Jimmy.
It's a suppressor, so you never hear
Nobody
the
looks
thump.
up.
So you never heard the
Nobody
thump.
looks up. That's exactly right.
Right.
So there's no thump. Where the gun is, where it's again hypothetically flying, when it goes bang, there's not really a bang. It's more of like a chink.
Yeah.
It just makes the mechanical noise. The bullet itself is going to make the crack as it travels down range. And that's what I believe I was measuring when I was doing all the crack thump measurements and why they were coming out so crazy is because it was all echo based.
Yes.
And when I realized that this company, Elbit,
which is
Elbit Systems,
it's an Israeli company with an American counterpart.
Right. So the American counterpart has 3,300 employees.
Wow.
In the U.S. And the Israeli parent company is the company that bought Israeli military systems, the guys that make the Uzi and the Desert Eagle pistol. So they've been acquiring other Israeli military companies. They are the 3rd largest military contractor in Israel, but they're our number 1 provider of military equipment from Israel.
Oh, okay.
Capiche?
Yes. So let me just show
6 billion. 6 billion.
6 billion. So let me.
He's like Capishko. You understand? Capiche? You understand? You understand, Jimmy? Jimmy, you understand what I'm telling you? Are you picking up what I'm putting down? I would be comfortable at 500 yards. Yeah.
Show another video of this. Let's just show.
Please. Yeah.
Oh wait, maybe that's a better picture. That's not a video. So that's a better picture. And you're saying that they can put it on even a smaller drone than this.
Correct. They put it on the Thor, which was the video with the 2 people were just talking, and he's telling you about how this thing is so flexible, and you can have 4 of them. One guy controls it. Well, the one guy controlling it can be in the Hades aircraft. That's the whole idea here. The drone is much smaller than the one they're showing you, and it's accurate to 600 yards out. Well, I don't see this particular drone flying around at the venue, but we sure do see a whole lot of other ones.
Yes, we do. But before we get to the drones that we did see, let's talk about the Hades plane, right?
Okay.
So tell people what the Hades plane is.
So shortly after Charlie was killed, somebody does a podcast showing this flight track. What the hell is that?
Is this why they're so mad at Candace, like tracking all the flights and stuff?
Now, keep in mind, most of the work that I did early on in the Vegas shooting, which is kind of where I, cut my teeth, right? That's where I got my bones, right? Was on the Vegas shooting.
Yep.
And most of the work I was doing there was based on Flight Radar 24.
Yep.
And I was tracking helicopters and things like that.
And when they would go underneath radar, doing map of the Earth.
So when the Charlie Kirk thing happened, to tell you the honest truth, Jimmy, I didn't even think to look at Flight Radar. Right? It's like, why would, who the hell would do that? Well, some guy did. And the guy who did was a pilot, it turns out. But when I went to Flight Radar, it turns out his report was wrong. He got the altitude wrong. He was saying it was at 600 feet. It was at 200 feet. And I'm like, all right, obviously attention to detail is not this guy's strong suit. So let me get into this. Let me figure out what the hell's going on. And it turns out the Pentagon has this G6500. It's like a Gulfstream, but it's made by Bombardier, whatever the hell it is.
That's it, right?
That's it. So it starts out as a business jet, and then they turn it into basically a spy plane. And the label on the side says U.S. Army. We're told it's Pentagon, but it does very CIA-ish type of things. It does all this.
Well, the CIA is not supposed to operate inside of America. That's the FBI's jurisdiction. The CIA wouldn't do fuck shit inside the America. No. There wouldn't be like Blackwater type, espionage going on where mercenaries are willing to unalive their own fellow American citizens if the price is right. We don't know some fuck shit retards that, like to rub elbows with COOs or former COOs of kind of less than reputable organizations like that would easily toss their own fucking mother under the bus for a nice fucking paycheck. We don't know anyone like that, do we? Do we know anyone like that? I don't know. Do we know anyone like that? I think we might know some people. Huh. What's up, Corey?
Spooky type of spy stuff. And then they announced in January of last year that they're going to be doing a thing where they launch drones from this.
Yes.
All right. And so the Hades aircraft doesn't just have all the spooky stuff, but they have the ability to launch drones. All right.
Yeah.
Like, okay. So the issue then is, all right, so this plane didn't just fly by UVU the day that Charlie Kirk was killed. It descended from 40,000 feet to 200 feet and slowed down to 115 knots.
Which almost, it would
barely
almost lose
up.
Yep.
Yeah. It is so slow. It would, right before it would lose lift. That's how much it slowed down. And the theory is that's when they released those drones.
That would be the hypothesis. Right? I mean, if there's a better explanation, and Pete Hegseth wants to come on.
Getting pretty quiet in the chat now, isn't it? Uh-oh. We're getting a little quiet in the chat because our government, Israel's government's doing fuck shit against its own citizens, huh?
The show and share that.
Getting a little fucking quiet in the chat, isn't it?
And say, no, Jimmy, come on. That's absurd. Here's what we were doing.
Let's go, bootlickers. Where's Restarted D standing up for the corrupt fucking public officials when we need them?
Right.
We go to Lake Utah all the time. We're always there on the weekends. Here, let me show you.
And
love to hear that.
And so, John, this plane took off from Fort Huachuca, right?
The bootlicker that admitted that he's more than happy to snitch on anyone and everyone now that he's not part of that weird other thing that he doesn't do anymore. Because now he wants to be a public official. You remember that guy? Y'all remember that guy? I remember that guy. You remember that guy, right? The fuck shit guy. Direct D.
Right?
No.
No, it did not.
No. All right. So the Fort Huachuca aspect of the story is fascinating, but this plane took off from Fort Bliss, which is in El Paso.
Okay.
All right. So it takes off from Fort Bliss, but there's another plane at Fort Huachuca called SAM 702, which has got all these VIPs on it from the Pentagon / White House-ish area coming in from Virginia. They're at Fort Huachuca the day before this happens. Okay. This plane goes from Fort Bliss. It's flying at 40,000 feet. And it descends to 200 feet at Lake Utah, right next to Utah Valley University, 3 hours before Charlie's killed, 9:15 in the morning.
Just listening.
But then 25 minutes after Charlie's killed, it returns. 40,000 feet, descends to 200, slows to 115 knots again, and then reascends to 40,000 feet. That's not very efficient from a jet fuel perspective.
Correct.
Right. So, were these guys going to Jack in the Box? I mean, what are you doing that you're descending from 40,000 to 200 feet and 115 knots twice in the same day, adjacent to where Charlie Kirk was killed? And then the next day, its sister ship. There's two of these Haiti planes in the world. One of them is N1098L. That's the one that was there the day that Charlie was killed twice. The next day is the day that Tyler Robinson turns himself in, right? At the Utah Sheriff's Office or whatever in St. George. Its sister ship is at St. George when Tyler Robinson is turning himself in. So it's there the day of. The next day when Tyler Robinson turns himself in, it's in St. George, the sister ship. And then yesterday, they caught the sister ship flying over Nashville.
And that would be Candace Owens' house.
And Baron Coleman.
And so let me just that's a great explanation. Let me just show you Baron Coleman. He's gonna kind of break it down. What John just said. He's gonna say it a little different. Let's listen. He's got some graphics that he can show. Watch.
Yep. The interesting thing about that is Fort Huachuca is sort of the nation's premier ISR training base. Intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance. It's high tech spy stuff. And this 6500, this Axel 10 plane, this N1098L. These planes are being outfitted with some of the most sensitive military spy equipment ever known. The stuff you can't even imagine. It's able to intercept communications. It's able to deploy drones. It's able to do all kinds of crazy stuff. This is a fancy piece of equipment. On the day of the Big Bang, we know that this flight took place because we looked at it. If you've been watching a while, this is a little bit of recap. We knew this flight took place. It went from El Paso to Kalispell, and on its way up there, it did this little loop-de-loop. It was flying to Kalispell from El Paso on this little teal-looking line down.
I don't know about a loop-de-loop. I think they kind of call it like a racetrack. Loop-de-loop would be more vertical. So, like I would think, like a loop-de-loop would be this way. A racetracking would, I guess you could call it a loop-de-loop. I don't know.
On here, it comes and takes a hard left.
What do I know?
Over the southern part of Utah Lake. It flips back around, and it flies really low. Really, really low. 114 knots it's flying. I mean, that's almost stall speed. If it went any slower, it would lose lift and fall out of the sky. And it's flying at like 100 or 200 feet off the deck. I know over here it says 5,100 feet, but you got to subtract the altitude.
Well, figure eight would be
the altitude
like
of Provo, which is like 5,000
feet. Like you can racetrack, though.
And it's coming in, and it makes what looks like an approach over Provo. Well, the interesting part of this is Utah.
Where's Seven Cities Kid? He asked me to freaking show it. I'm showing it, and he's not even here.
Valley University campus right up here. So, I mean, it's just
how dare you?
It flies super low and slow right next to where the Charlie Kirk event's going to take place.
When this creature enters for each opponent, put up to one target non-land permanent player controls it.
It's a very sensitive spy equipment. It can detect. I'll show you an article in a minute on what it can do. It can detect movement. It can intercept communications. It can, de-encrypt stuff that you think is encrypted that is being transmitted over the air. It's a very, very fancy piece of equipment.
Truth will come out. So that can't hide from God. Amen, John. Amen.
About the time we're told Tyler Robinson showed up on campus. Weirdly enough. Now, after the event, the plane is flying back from Kalispell to El Paso. And it leaves Kalispell, and it starts coming down, and it flies down, and here it is, again, just adjacent to Utah Valley University, which is right over here. Just adjacent to Utah Valley University. It's at 12:48 p.m., so just 25 minutes or so after the Big Bang. Tyler's on it. Charlie's on his way to the hospital. Exfil teams, if there was more than one person, they would be getting out of the area. It would be really nice to be able to have a plane with incredible technology on board that can bring in tremendous amounts of data using server racks that are actually on the plane in real time, process all that data and see what's going on the ground. That's what these planes are used for in real life. And again, it's flying at 123 knots, just over stall speed at 4,900 feet. I mean, right on the deck. And then it does its little loop around, and then it leaves the area and goes back to El Paso.
So we lost John again. So John's having some connection problems. He's got the Starlink, which doesn't have a good upload speed. So that's the Hades plane. That it's obvious that what they did was they went down there and, well, it's obvious if you subscribe to this hypothesis that John is putting, which I think is the best one I've heard so far.
Yep.
And the reason why
John Cullen's got some really good in-depth discoveries, and he's evidence-driven. I'd like to see Andrew Wilson debate against John Cullen.
They would do that was so they could drop off the drones and then come pick the drones back up. And if you listen, John actually got the air traffic controller recording, and the air traffic controller like, hey, what happened? And the pilot says, oh, yeah, it's just we missed our landing. Well, if you missed your landing, why didn't you ever land? They never landed. So this is their cover story, and they just took off. And then so that's, if you subscribe to John's hypothesis that this was it was this plane coming down, dropping off the drones to kill Charlie, and then coming back to pick him up, it makes sense. So and we now know that there were drones on at the scene of the crime. In fact, this happened at the court. Let's listen to this. Is Tyler Robinson's defense attorney cross-examining the lead detective.
And as far as you know, were there any drones that were flying above campus that day?
Not that I know of.
At some point, there were drones in the air. Is that right? Did you become aware of that?
Yes, I was made aware of that.
Right. Do you know who put the drones in the air?
Sergeant Cam Nelson with the Provo Police Department.
Right. So it wasn't UVU?
No.
Did you guys even have drone capability? Did you have a drone on campus that you used?
No.
All right. So someone would have had to bring one after the shooting onto campus because you wouldn't have had one there.
True.
One area of conversation that I had.
So there was drones there. Did you? I mean, I don't know if you heard that, but yeah, there were drones there, and that guy didn't put the drones there.
Huh.
And now I'm going to show you the drones. John got this footage. Here's footage.
Huh. It's kind of weird, isn't it? Pretty quiet in the chat, though, isn't it?
Of the drones flying around as Charlie Kirk is going to be assassinated. Here we go. So all those red. So, and now we're going to show even more. So there's one right there.
Uh-oh. What did Bubba find?
There's more. I think there's more to this. Hang on. Let me make sure.
I think this was the hardest one to see.
Look
yeah, this
at
was
that.
difficult to find.
Nobody else is talking about this. Nobody else is talking about these.
Where do you see the next one?
The
next one's
Well, the crazy thing about it too is, if that's where it was, that could have been where. I don't even want to hypothesize at this point in time.
Crazy.
That's a drone. That's
Look at
another
this.
drone.
Look at this. Watch how fast this goes.
There's drones all over the place. So it looks like 4 drones.
As I'm telling you, there are things that our government and other governments have that would make your skin fucking crawl. There is technology out there that I really genuinely believe. I don't think we're prepared. I don't think we're prepared. I think once they unleash these machines on America, it's going to be like the Terminator. It really is.
Or 3. I'll say 3 drones. So there's another one. I think that's the end of that video.
And we're just like chickens, dude. We're like just chickens, like. Oh, you threw some grain over there. I like grain. You like grain? We like grain. We all like grain. Who doesn't like grain? Ooh, grain is good. We love grain. Give me more grain.
Video. So let's bring John back in. Oh no, there's more. There's another one. Look at that. That's kind of mind-blowing that no one's talking about this. There it is. Here we go. There's more, actually. There's another drone.
Well, I've been hearing about drones almost from the very beginning. The fact that you're saying that nobody's been talking about this and it's mind-blowing, I don't agree with that statement at all.
And it's right over the tent. It's right over the tent. Right over the tent. Can I say that 3 more times? Right over the tent. What is that? That's a drone. It's a drone that we think came. So, all right, let's bring John back in. John?
Yeah. Yes, sir. I'm here.
So, so now we've established that plane that has the drone capable swoop down from their 14,000 cruising speed altitude.
40.
I'm sorry, 40,000. That's right, 40.
Stratosphere stuff. Yeah,
that's higher than commercial jets fly, and down to 200 feet, and almost to the point where it's going to lose lift. It's going so slow. Then it takes off, and the air traffic controller is talking to him. Hey, what's going on? I think I have this. Let me see if I have this. We'll be right back.
So the Bird of Prey is available. With an M4 rifle.
This is it.
Firing a 5.56 round, and they suggest this for a range of 300 meters. Okay, and then this is the Barrett Rec 10 in 7.62 308 for up to 600 meters.
600 meters. They say this drone
sells this. Elbit sells a flying Rec 10 in 7.62 and says it has 600 meter range.
600 meter range. Now, if you remember, John, correct me if I'm wrong. So you put the drone that you think took the shot, you put it over the science building, and did they not find a shell casing on the science building?
Huh.
Well, what they found at the science building is kind of debatable because they didn't take it into evidence. They didn't document it.
Huh.
Right.
So, and, the police
So
are allowed
weird.
to lie.
Yes.
FBI is allowed to lie. This guy was on the case, but now he's not. The guy whose testimony we were hearing with the British accent.
Oh, they took him off the case?
Oh.
Yeah, he doesn't work there anymore.
Oh, my God.
No way. No way. No way.
God.
Yeah, he doesn't work there anymore.
So, so he did testify that they found a bullet or a bullet casing on the science building roof, right?
And then he tells you what he recalls to his best recollection.
Exactly.
And what he's telling you is that an officer
up,
put his rifle into battery, which means on an AR-15, you pull the T charging handle, and a round is now in the chamber, ready to be fired.
Dude. This is ridiculous.
And then cleared his rifle, which requires you to remove the magazine. Because if you do it again, another round is going to go in. So he then removed the magazine, operated the charging handle to eject the live round, left the live round on the roof of the science building, and went to Arby's. I mean, it's like, who did that? Who is the cop who did it? When you found the bullet on the ground, did you say, hey, Mikey, is that yours? Or was it an hour later, 2 hours later? Why was it not tent guarded? Now, I've seen forged evidence before at the Vegas shooting. I've seen what the police department is willing to do.
Yep.
To
a lot of people don't realize that good old Sheriff Lombardi actually ended up being down in Hawaii where all that fires, all the retarded fires happened, where everything burnt except for the thing that was a certain color blue, but they claimed it was like a live wire, and, real dry conditions, on an island surrounded by like humidity and water and shit,
create a case, right? They broke the windows in Vegas. You and I are, we have to do a show on Vegas.
Yes, we will.
When this dies down. But I've seen them forge evidence. And so for this guy to simply say it was an unfired round versus a spent brass casing.
Yeah.
If what they found on the science building.
That's it. If it was a spent brass casing, not an unfired round, that's a problem. That means that somebody did not account for the brass in their ammo. If they were police, if that's what the claim is.
Building was a spent brass casing. That's the shot.
That's the shot.
That's the shot.
That's the shot. And it came from that Elbit drone that has a range of 600 yards with accuracy.
I believe. Now, the reason so why am I saying it's Elbit and not the Switchback? So the Switchback is another flying drone. But we didn't spend $6 billion with the Switchback.
There you go.
We spent $6 billion with Elbit, and Elbit has this entire ecosystem of drones that talk to each other. You played the clip, and the guy says one operator has 4 autonomous drones. He's not doing joysticks. This isn't DJI joystick shit.
Right.
This is facial recognition, target acquisition, infrared laser targeting, wind.
Little homie's desperate for me to talk to him. Oh, you need little homie's attention. Little homie witnessed me. If you don't say my name, little homie, I won't exist. I'll just disappear. I don't want to disappear.
Speed and direction to.
You don't want me to disappear, do you, little homie? Say my name, little homie. Oh, please, make me internet famous, little homie. Ooh, I need your attention, little homie. Hold me, little homie.
Termination by the drone flying over the tent. The drone that flies over the tent knows what direction and speed the wind is blowing.
Yes. So those.
Oy vey. He recognized me and it made me so happy. Oh, look at, I did a little rolling on the floor emoji.
Other 3 drones are transmitting information back to the drone that has the rifle. And so they know what the wind speed is, the temperature of the everything. They know everything.
So this is the difference between the Israeli drone technology.
You make me want to be a better subversive, little homie. Little homie, you make me want to be a better subversive. Oh.
And what they've been feeding the American public with for the last 3-4 years, which is Ukrainian mini drones with hand grenades.
Yeah, there it is.
Right.
That's not what the Israelis make.
Nope.
That's correct.
The Israelis are making super sophisticated, autonomous.
And guess whose money they're using? USA's.
flying rifles.
Yes.
Yep.
And we spent $6 billion with them.
There it is.
So if you subscribe to your hypothesis, everything makes sense. The angle of the bullet makes sense. The reason why you didn't hear a thump makes sense. The reason why there's a spent shell casing on top of the science building makes sense.
But our greatest ally wouldn't attack us in like 9/11. No, they wouldn't do it in Las Vegas. No, they wouldn't unalive Charlie Kirk because he was trying to disentangle himself from big, rich Jewish donors, would he? No, they wouldn't do that. No. Ooh, little homie. Little homie. My little homie. Ooh. We're going to cancel you, little homie. Oh, you're going to go to jail, little homie. We're going to trump up some bullshit charges against the Boy Scout.
Good fucking luck, retards. I'd like to see how it plays out in a jury of my peers.
Don't worry about it, little homie. We got dirt on everyone. We have their search history. We'll tell them that they have to find you guilty. Otherwise, it'll come out that they watch dark, juicy pornography.
The crack makes sense. Everything makes sense if you subscribe to this hypothesis. And there's no other hypothesis I've heard of that makes this kind of sense for this thing. Now, do you think, John, that they could have done two things at once? Do you think they could have shot him and then also electrocuted him through that mic or done something else? Because why would his T-shirt fly like that?
So the T-shirt flying is a combination of things. Again, Chris Martinson did a great job explaining this. So he shot a gel torso a couple dozen times and filmed it with a hyper slow motion camera, like a show me something that does many, many frames per second. And what he's able to show with that compared to what we see with people filming with their iPhones and Samsung.
Let me guess, it's male butthole of Brazilian wax pornography, Dark Deucer. That's what I'm guessing you're into, like Brazilian waxing of men's buttholes. Is that what it is, Dark Deucer? I'm not trying to make assumptions. I'm asking.
Or whatever. We're only getting 30 frames per second to 60 frames per second for people who are using their phones. When he films it with the super, slow motion stuff.
Did I nail it?
See how the shirt
responds. I nailed it. Okay, I thought so. Yeah.
Instantly, even though the point of
nailed it. Absolutely nailed it.
Impact doesn't appear to even respond. In other words, the bullet hits your neck. Well, blood doesn't come gushing out that second. In a quarter of a second, the blood doesn't just come out instantly. It takes maybe 3/4 of a second for the blood to start to work its way out. The hydrostatic shock is the thing that makes everything go bonkers underneath. And there's a cone of air around the bullet.
Right.
And that cone of air around the bullet's a high pressure zone. And that pushes the fabric as it enters the body. That whole cone of air is in that vicinity. So I'm not surprised by what I saw with the shirt at all. I mean, when I saw it, it was perfectly obvious to me that it was shot in the neck and that this is the entry wound. It hit the carotid artery. The blood pressure is what's forcing the blood to come out because his heart's right here.
Right.
And it's the carotid artery, man. It's going to spray.
Correct.
So, I mean, when I saw it happen, I'm like, it wouldn't have
we're going to get you, GS. We're going to cancel. You're going to jail, GS.
mattered if there was a trauma team with an operating room 10 feet from there.
Yeah, he was dead.
You're in big trouble now, GS, for acting like a free American citizen. You're in trouble.
Correct. It wouldn't have mattered.
We got you, GS.
His whole cervical vertebrae was destroyed.
Destroyed, right? It didn't just break his neck. It actually obliterated a big, 3-inch part of his spine is gone.
And
right?
Some people got hung up on the fact that
you're
one
in
of
big
or two
trouble
of the,
now, GS.
The little bits of the bullet went down. One went into his heart, one went into his lung, and it left destruction in going down into the the thorax area. But again, with a frangible tip bullet, I have them here. I use them. So these are basically hollow points. This is a 300 blackout hollow point, and it's frangible, meaning they'd use like a laser or water jet to cut these grooves in the tip. And when it hits, it pedals.
It only pedals if it hits a solid object like fucking steel or a wall of somebody's house, dude. Charlie Kirk didn't have Superman fucking skin.
And the lady from the ATF in the prelim trial thing was talking about how she has to peel the pedals back in order to do her measurements and stuff. So the pedaling is what tells us it was a bullet like this. It was a frangible hollow point tip. that is made to spread out, and the little bits and pieces go flying all over. One up into the brain, one down to the heart, one into the lungs. That's what's designed to do.
No, it's designed to do that if it hits a very hard surface, which is not flesh, dude. It's not a shrapnel fucking round. Get fucked, dude. I'm sorry. I think you're wrong here.
And if the shot is taken from 350 or 400 yards, that explains why there's no exit wound. Everybody's like, well, if it's a 30-06 from 142, it's going to blow his neck off.
Right.
Correct. Yes. It wasn't. It wasn't a 30-06.
I agree.
It's a 7.62.
Mm-hmm.
And so even that ballistic expert who testified, I don't know if you caught that, she said, and Baron Coleman broke this down, she measured the fragments of the bullets, and the fragments of the bullets were not the same size of a 30-06 fragment. And so it implied...
it's not a 30-06.
Yeah,
I mean,
implied it wasn't.
No way.
Implied it was a different sized bullet and not a 30-06. Her evidence showed it was most likely not a 30-06. And so what kind of bullet does that drone with that gun on that drone use? Do you know?
Well, so let me clarify what she said.
Okay.
The measurements of the bullet, we've got pictures of the bullet and pictures of the little fragments. What they said was that it's in the 30 caliber family.
Yeah.
And the 30 caliber family is a big family.
Big.
It's 308.
Yes.
7.62. 300 blackout. Those are all 30 cal. Right. And so when I go out and buy a suppressor, one of the suppressor configurations is a 30 cal suppressor. And a 30 cal suppressor is for 308, 7.62, using on a 6.5 Creedmoor as well. It's a little bit smaller. So these are all considered 30 caliber rounds, 7.62 millimeter and .308 caliber, which is 0.308 inches. It's the same diameter. So by telling everybody it's a 30-06, it's a red herring that everybody goes bonkers about for a year. Can't be a 30-06. I'm going to go buy 14 pork roasts and I'm going to shoot the pork roast to prove it's not 30-06. And for a year, we got people going bonkers about the 30-06. It has nothing to do with 30-06. This is a military operation with a Hades jet, UAVs, and the round he was shot with is designed to not exit.
Fed.
A pedaling, fragmenting round shot from 350 yards, not 140 yards. And so that explains why it didn't exit the body.
Okay.
So like you said, it comes together. It keeps coming.
So then where's the rest of the bullet then, Colin? Where's the rest of the bullet then, Colin? The rest of it.
Together.
So I think, to me, that is the most logical and compelling hypothesis of how they killed Charlie Kirk. It lines up with everything. And it just is, to me, I can't think of another, there isn't another more compelling theory out there or hypothesis out there, and that lines up with that. And when I found that bullet and he dismissed it as some guy clearing his thing, that made and they didn't enter it into evidence, right? So that's the big red.
I agree, John. Yeah.
Flag right there. Yeah. Of course, you would enter it into evidence. They didn't, and so there you go.
I mean, you don't even realize what kind of technology they probably have. I'm just trying to respond to what they're claiming the narrative is. That's all I'm trying to figure out. All right, what are your claims that the narrative is? Well, what is the narrative? Right?
I want to tell. What do you think? Do you have a theory? We know now that they cropped the video. So when they grabbed the SD cards from the camera behind him, and then they released that video to the FBI, they cropped the video. Do you have any theories on what they were trying to cut out, what those guys were, because they weren't doing medical, as Brian Harpo says. What do you think do you have a theory on what they were doing and why they didn't want to show it?
Well, I'm not sure who has seen the footage and who's cropping, but if we look at the evidence that you've just shared with your audience, right? We know the Hades was there. That's ADS-B transponder FAA data, right? That's not a theory, right? The Hades was there twice. That's data.
Yeah.
And we see these UAVs. I mean, these are not birds. They're flying. When we see a
little homie, witness me. Notice me some more. I don't get any attention at home. I need a little bit more. Please. Say my name.
Go across the screen. It goes across the screen in 3 frames. That's 1/10 of a second.
I'm kind of embarrassed, man. This fucking little hater right here gives me more engagement than all these people that claim that they support me, man. You guys are getting put to shame. You guys are getting absolutely put to shame right now by a hater. This hater's showing more support of my channel than you guys are. You support. What is going on here? You guys can't out engage a hater? I guess you can't because you guys have lives. You're probably working right now. You're probably,
People haven't even taken.
You probably have a job.
And it's traveled 100, 150 feet in a split second.
Fucking hilarious.
That's not an insect. So when you see all this, now you say to yourself, so wait a second. Based on all of this evidence, how likely is it that these TPUSA goons had any idea what the F is going on?
And then?
Or do you think they brought them into a briefing and said, all right, guys, you're going to stand here, and we're going to have a drone a quarter of a mile away, shoot him in the neck, but you don't worry, we got this. Don't worry. We got this. I think when you see this evidence, it kind of changes everything, and people start to realize, holy mackerel, this was a Pentagon or CIA operation. Why would the Pentagon or the CIA want to kill Charlie?
I love playing baseball too. Man, just swinging that bat, and when that bat makes contact, it's such a beautiful thing. I mean, that sound that the bat makes when it makes contact with that round object, it's such a beautiful sound.
Charlie Kirk. Now, whether or not these TPUSA goons touching their sleeves, pulling this, tugging that, if they are in on it, that makes the story even crazier. It's like, what the hell did Charlie do? That they're in cahoots with the Pentagon? So I kind of set that part aside, and I work with just this core piece of evidence that we have, which is we've got Hades at the scene twice. We've got Hades when Tyler is turning himself in the next day in St. George, and it's a sister ship. And we now know Hades has been flying over Nashville at least 4 times in the last year since the shooting over
Candace Owens' house
and Baron Coleman. They both live in Nashville.
Oh, I didn't know Baron was in Nashville too. Oh, no kidding. Okay.
Yeah. All right. So they're flying over their houses. So you look at that evidence and you say, all right, well, who the hell could deploy Hades?
I'm working on being
to kill somebody with drones, to kill Charlie Kirk? Pete Hegseth?
I just think if you let other people's words bother you that much where you want to go beat the shit out of them, I think they already won. I think these people are absolutely hilarious. Absolutely hilarious.
Maybe he's got the authority. What about Ratcliffe, the head of the CIA?
Like Giggles, if you were to catch that bouquet at the wedding, which cousin would you choose? So, I mean, I know you probably got your eye on one of your cousins right now. Male or female, probably don't matter to you. But if you caught that bouquet, which one of your cousins would you have picked? Asking for a friend. Nothing? No one?
He does.
Probably, but would Ratcliffe...
We are not of relation. You and I are not related.
Say, you know what? That Charlie Kirk is a real son of a bitch. I'm going to take him out. Just do me a favor, guys. Don't say anything to the president. As you start to work through these scenarios, they don't make any sense. Who the hell would want to kill Charlie Kirk?
He's a global organization. Now, Colin, here's where I think you're doing a little too much work here.
John Ratcliffe? Some deep state rogue group within the CIA wants to kill Charlie Kirk? So they're going to abscond with Hades, deploy the drones, and the president's not going to find out about this? And they're like, don't worry, he'll never find out, and we'll get away with it. We're not going to.
Well, an argument from incredulity is a logic fallacy. Andrew Wilson taught me that.
I have to, we won't get tried.
Well, there's definitely a multi-agency cover-up happening.
So it appears that way because otherwise they would just come forward and say, yeah, this is what was going on. This was part of Operation Loop-de-Loop. And we've been running Operation Loop-de-Loop with our partners, and, there's no explanation. And the thing you were saying when you were playing the video before, I think is something we have to take a moment and talk about. Why is nobody talking about the drones?
Why is no one talking about the drones?
It's creepy, dude.
Just the reason why they didn't talk about the drones during the Las Vegas massacre, because there was drones during I'm telling you, there were drones. It was a mobile, elevated fucking platform that witnesses on the ground at the moment said they jumped over the concert fence. There was like a 10 or 15 or 20 foot distance between the fence that was at an airfield. They jumped over that. They were dodging in and out of connexes, and the rounds were still being walked in on them. There's no way a guy from a station, I'm sorry, there's just no fucking way that a guy from a stationary elevated platform inside of a building shooting from 2 different alleged vantage points where there was a hole in glass, was shooting and walking in rounds for people that are dodging and weaving in and out of connexes. No. That's not how that works. Only an elevated mobile platform would allow for something like that.
It's creepy. You talk about limited hangouts, right?
Yeah.
They're talking about exploding microphones. They're talking about trap doors. They're talking about, re-landscaping. They're talking about everything but drones are flying all around, and there's a Hades thing that launches drones, and the thing that launches drones didn't fly by at 40,000 feet. If the thing that launched drones flew by at 40,000 feet, everybody could say, come on, that's absurd. But it descended to 200 feet and slowed to 115 knots twice at the murder scene. So what the hell is it doing if not dropping?
Yeah, they had to get their practice in. Yeah, that was pretty rudimentary then.
Off and collecting drones.
Correct.
It's just like that lady, that press agent. She had a press helmet on. She had a press vest on. Big white press. Obvious. Hunkered down behind a tree. Got shot in the face by an Israeli fucking IDF sniper. Right in the fucking face.
And so we now know this
an American citizen, a member of the American press, got shot in the face by an Israeli fucking IDF soldier. And you're telling me there's nothing to fucking see here? I wonder if it was G2 who did that. I bet G2 would do that in a heartbeat, wouldn't he? He'd shoot an American citizen right in the fucking face if good old Israel told him to do it.
Capability exists.
Wouldn't you,
I think
G2?
before this research,
hell, you'd probably do it for fucking free. You probably wouldn't need to get paid a dime to shoot an American citizen in the face for good old Israel, would you? You would jump at the opportunity to betray your own citizens, to suck on the dick of Israel, wouldn't you, G2? I'm asking you, G2, wouldn't you? I'm guessing. I mean, it's just a question. I mean, you can answer it, not answer it. I believe you would, G2. I believe you'd shoot an American citizen right in the fucking face if Israel told you to fucking do it. Matter of fact, I think you would raise your hand and volunteer. That's just my opinion.
People's impression was
you seem like just that kind of cuck for Israeli fucking wannabe special fucking boy pretending to be a Jew, but you're actually Eastern Bloc Bolshevik. Yeah. The Khazars. Yeah. Do some history. Those who say they are Jew, but are in fact not, that they lie. There's literally Nazi in your lineage. Nazi, the word Nazi, Ashkenazi, Jews. I wonder where the term Nazi came from. I wonder. Because we know where the tactics came from. 100%.
Come on, what they do? They strapped a hand.
Don't we, G2? What about those Jewish space lasers, where they seem to like fry everything except for things that are a certain shade of blue. And a lot of celebrities like to have these kind of blue roofs over them, huh? Because they kind of got the memo, right? So they could do their little land grabs, It's kind of weird how all these like places where they're trying to build these data centers, well, they seem to be burning down from space somehow. They're watching these fires just randomly be started. Like, you laugh when, people talk about these Jewish space lasers. It's like a big funny fucking thing, ain't it? Until it isn't. It's called a directed energy weapon. They have them on the ground, they shoot up into the sky, and then they have them in the sky and they shoot up down to the ground, don't they? You know it's true. I know it's true. We all know it's true, but we want to mock and laugh and think it's funny, right? Think it's funny until your fucking block burns down. When you got an entire footprint of a development is burnt to ash. But one of the most flammable things known to forest fires, a fucking tree, is sitting right next to the foundation that no longer exists because it was fucking destroyed with an energy weapon. Huh, that's weird how that one of the most flammable things known to man can be literally sitting right next to the thing that burnt into its own footprint and it's not even burned. That's fucking weird. But, hey, listen, bullets do weird things. Fire does weird things. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here, guys. Nothing to see here.
Grenade to a DJI and they, come on. This notion of a flying rifle.
That's just crazy talk, GS. It's crazy talk.
That has infrared targeting.
I mean, what do you think next? You think they're going to try to build a tower to make it to the heavens and take over God from the heavenly you mean what? Oh, Tower of Babel, they already did that? They already tried that? No way. All right, well, I guess you win this time.
That's being supported by other drones that are communicating to it and helping it target. Jimmy, it's the Terminator, man. These are the hunter killers. They're
yes,
here.
They're here.
The hunter killers are here. And the fact that we can fly in, deploy these things, have them kill somebody, and we can blame it on a 20-year-old furry transsexual lover.
They literally call that a scapegoat. Look in the Bible. There's scapegoats all over the Bible. What's a spotless sheep? There's no longer a need for these sacrifices, yet they still do it with Planned Parenthood, don't they? They take some freaking retarded Chavez Goy and sacrifice them like a spotless lamb, don't they? Don't they, chat? Oh, they certainly do. Oh, they can't do that fast enough, can they? Nope. They can't sacrifice the Goyim fast enough, can they?
So my theory is that, as Tucker Carlson said, that Charlie Kirk was the first casualty of the Iran war.
But hey, listen.
And they wanted
nothing to see here, guys. You just keep eating your goy slop. Just eat your grains. Just keep your head buried into your little, goldfish, doom scrolling, TikTok videos.
The Iran war. And Charlie Kirk.
Just keep being distracted like a bunch of fucking retards.
Kirk was, most people don't realize what a powerful political figure he was. In fact, people were talking about how he
just keep being useful idiots.
He was more powerful than the RNC. The TPUSA was more powerful than the RNC, the Republican National Committee. And he had the youth. And he was credited with getting Donald Trump elected. And then Donald Trump flipped on every promise he made. And Charlie Kirk had left couldn't support Israel anymore, was vehemently against the Iran war. And he was a problem for the military-industrial complex and the Zionists who control the media and the government that wanted a war with Iran. And they had the president who was willing to do it. And so they had to get rid of Charlie Kirk. And that's what they did. So Donald Trump was in on it. And that's why the investigation has been shut down. And Joe Kent was on our show on Friday, and he said that he wanted to, investigate to see if there was a connection with a foreign government, and he doesn't do the investigation himself. What Joe Kent does is he goes to the FBI, and the FBI gives him the information they have, and then he coordinates that information with the CIA and the NSA and all their other, and so he could coordinate that stuff. So, and that's the whole point of his office. And they said, no, we're not giving you any of our investigative information. Go pound sand. You're not going to be allowed to see if there was and now Dan Bongino's out there lying, saying that or misdirecting people, saying that, Joe Kent's office doesn't have the legal right to do investigations. Well, what he does is he takes the investigation information from the FBI and then he coordinates it, and the FBI cut off his access to the information. That's how Kash Patel shut down Joe Kent from investigating it. And Dan Bongino knows that, but we all know that Dan Bongino's an Israel first guy, and he's SpaghettiOs. Covering up for the Epstein class, and he's compromised liar. He's a used car salesman.
He's worse than that.
And he's worse than that.
Because he had Eli Crane and Corey Mills on his program. Eli Crane said John Cohen has ballistic evidence of a second shooter. Eli Crane testified to that in the congressional hearing, and Dan Bongino blew it off and blocked me on X. So that's a limited hangout. Why would Dan Bongino not want to see ballistic evidence of a second shooter in Butler?
Because
Eli Crane's former SEAL Team 3 sniper.
Mm-hmm.
All right. How hard is it to get on SEAL Team 3? How hard is it to become a sniper on SEAL Team 3? And he's a sniper, and he's saying, I've seen ballistic evidence of a second shooter in Butler. John Cohen has that evidence, and Dan Bongino.
These are all things I called too, man. Trump wasn't even the fucking target that day.
Blows it off and blocks me. So you have to look at these people with a suspicious eye.
$100 that Trump wasn't the target that day, that Trump actually cut his own fucking ear with a razor. My guess is Trump cut his own ear with a razor. Where's the injury? He put like a little bandage on it for I don't know how long. Dude, if a bullet rips through your fucking ear, your ear is never going to look the fucking same again. Never going to look the same again. Where's his injury? Where's all the interested zoom ins on the ear that he allegedly got shot in? Where's all the scarring tissue? Where's the chunk of his ear that's missing?
Say, why would you not?
Why is there no interest in doing any more research on the alleged shooter whose brains got splattered all over the top of the building? There's like no interest in it whatsoever. No one cares. No one seems to want to look into it. No one talks about Paddock anymore, do they? Well, his brother came out and said, no, my brother wouldn't do this. That's not in his character. Suddenly, instantly, within the next 24 hours, suddenly they come up and say, oh, the brother who's vouching for the other brother
now all of a sudden has child porn on his hard drive, and he shut up real quick, didn't he? Because that's what they're going to do to you. The second you're saying something they don't want, next thing you know, you're something about children, because no one can stand kitty diddlers. No one can stand people with kitty corn on their frickin' whatever. They will absolutely unperson you for that. Unless you're the degenerate fucking elite who just predate on our children all the time. That's the funniest part. The funniest part is almost every single one of these fucking elite scumbags does the most disgusting shit to children on the face of the planet. Yet they'll use that to go against. This is Saul Alinsky's rules for radicals right here in a nutshell. They'll use that to unperson other people that actually have some level of scruples and values and morals and ethics. But these fuckers at the top, they don't fucking care, dude. They don't care. Half of them probably sacrifice family members just to get more power. Consider that. By the way, guys, all right, I'm going to do this right here. I'm giving you guys really good entertainment. I'm giving Stone Vet an entire fucking week's worth of fucking material for him to jerk off to in order to fucking grift and make money. Huh, you lispy queer fag. Aren't I, Stone Vet? Aren't I? I'm making your whole week right now, dude. I'm helping you pay rent, so you're not going to be the homeless Stone Vet. You're just going to be the homed Stone Vet. So you got a half hour, guys. If I don't get a donation, a half hour. Oh shit! Hold on, I got to remove this goal. I'm giving you guys a free one. Then I'm taking my Tonkas, and going home. You guys are gonna have to get your fucking entertainment from somewhere else. I'm over here putting my balls in the vice of Israel over and over and over and over again for you guys. All right. Hey, Siri, turn timer on for 30 minutes.
30 minutes, counting down.
Y'all got to fucking pay your fucking taxes. Speaking of which, what happened to Innocent Auditor? Where'd you go, buddy? Where'd you go, bud? What happened? What happened, Innocent? Where'd you go? Where'd Innocent Auditor go?
I want to see that. Why would you not want to talk about that? I mean, I might be wrong.
No, it's obvious that Dan Bongino's compromised by the Epstein
there you are.
in Israel.
So let's talk about Joe Kent. Okay. So I was watching you with Joe, and in fact, you said...
Well, what happened, bro? I thought you were a mod. You're not a mod on my channel anymore? Did you unsubscribe? Did that take your moderation off? What happened? Well, that's weird. Are we no longer buddies? We're not friends no more? What happened? We good?
Something in the show with Joe Kent that inspired me to make a podcast that's going to come out this
week. We good?
Okay.
What happened?
You talked about how we've been squandering...
What happened, man? What happened?
...our money on these wars for so many years. And that's why America looks like Camden.
Right.
It's why America looks like Trenton.
But what happened, man?
That's right.
I didn't take your mod status away. So what happened? How did that? What happened, bro? What happened? You ain't got love for me no more? You don't love me no more? We ain't good no more? What happened? I feel real bad now. I got an icky feeling in my tummy right now. I don't know, man. Seems like some fuck shit's going on.
And so here's the thing that they're not showing people.
Just hiding out in my chat like a little fucking subversive. Mm-hmm.
Look at Panama City. Look at Guangzhou, China. Look at these cities you've never even heard of. You're like, what the hell is going on?
What do you mean? Did he stop giving money? He betrayed me, dude. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Look at how duplicitous he is. I didn't take his moderating status away. He fucking turned his back on me. He turned his back on me. He betrayed me. Yeah, because I wouldn't feed his little drama fix anymore.
I got news for you. Look at Medellin, Colombia. Look at Bogota.
And what would we see, John?
They're beautiful.
Oh.
Places are magnificent. And you're like, wait a second.
That's because GJM and Innocent Auditor are the exact same person.
Make America great again. Can we make America as great as Guangzhou? Can we make America as great as Chongqing? I don't know. I mean, let's set some realistic goals. Can we make America as great as Bogota? Can we make it as great as Panama City? When you see what happens in countries where the money's not being squandered, and I guess where they deal cocaine, but that's another story. Man, the cities are magnificent. And when you look at the cities in China,
they're amazing.
It's like, that's not Mao's communism. We've been sold a bill of goods.
Yeah.
It's like communism's bad and we got to fight communism. We got to go to Korea, fight communism. Got to go to Vietnam, fight communism. And then you look at China and you're like, that's communism?
They're futuristic cities.
Holy mackerel. If that's communism.
Well, that's because all of our money is going to Israel. They're bleeding America dry and they're putting all their money into China. China's the new America. And then at some point in time, I don't know, probably India will be the new China, and then China will go the way to the dodo bird. See, they have a pattern. They like build up the carcass, or they build up the body, then they kill it, and then they feed on the carcass. That's what they do. It's exactly what they do. 100% what they do.
And 92% of the population owns their own house, just to let you know, in China.
So this is the issue, Jimmy, is that America's been kind of sold a bill of goods about this communism thing. I'm not saying communism's good.
No one's saying
that. I'm
that.
looking at Shanghai and I'm going, Shanghai's a better looking city than Philadelphia. They got more going on. There's subways.
Oy vey, you don't say.
See the infrastructure in these places compared to our infrastructure is gone, man. There's no water in the lakes.
Right.
The subways, it's just a disaster. So the country's been robbed. And George Carlin was telling us this years and years ago. The country has been.
Yeah. I've been saying it the last 3 years. It's obvious to me. It's a big club and you ain't part of it.
Bought and sold.
You and me ain't part of it.
Everything you're being shown is a show. And what the last 9 years of my work, whether, Vegas shooting, the COVID cover up, the Butler shooting, now this with Kirk, it's that the media is completely full of shit. I mean, you're not going to hear the real story. And the thing that's upsetting is when the alternate media doesn't cover the weird evidence, the vital evidence. So in other words, when everybody else is not talking about the drones, when everybody else is not talking about the helicopters in Vegas, when everybody else is not talking about the meteor crater in the Curry, it's like, how do you not want to factor this in? And it makes me very suspicious. It makes me wonder when we talk about the missing trillions of dollars from the Pentagon.
Yeah, NASA being a slush fund, and now they got the space farce. What have you heard space farce doing? We've got like a whole government organization called Space Farce, and we haven't heard shit from it. I haven't heard fuck all about it, but I'm sure it's got one hell of a budget. What does Space Farce actually fucking do? Now, can anyone tell me what fucking Space Farce actually fucking does? Except for act like another welfare recipient. Can anyone tell me what Space Farce has done? Anyone that works for Space Farce? Anyone? Does anyone know anyone that works for Space Farce? Anyone? Do you know anyone that works for Space Farce? I know tons of people in the military, but I don't know a fucking single person that works for Space Farce. Anyone? Can anyone tell me anyone that they know that works for Space Farce? I'm waiting.
Is it paying all these people's salaries?
Well,
the people who won't talk about the hot stuff.
So the oligarchy bought the media, right? And so it's been that way my whole life. But why wouldn't they buy the independent media? And I keep saying, I'm waiting for my check. It hasn't.
And all you fucking retarded, like dick-sucking Trump supporters that are like, Trump can do no wrong. Trump's America first. They took our jobs. They took our jobs. You fucking redneck, fucking retard, useful fucking idiots. Just keep voting for it, man. Just keep fucking voting for it, stupid.
Come.
Yeah,
fucking
I don't know,
retards.
$7,000 a week or whatever.
I'm not getting $7,000 a post. I'm not getting but it's obvious the people who are. Anybody pushing the Fed slop about Charlie Kirk's, they're paid off. I'm not talking about people who are legitimately questioning the alternative theories. There are a few of those people, but the people who are calling you evil, saying that I got a guy.
You were a Trump supporter? He's my president, you fucking idiot. He's my fucking president. I ain't heard shit about Trump in I don't know how long. He ain't done shit. That's kind of weird, isn't it? It's almost like he's really not the president. Yeah, I go out of my way to support whoever is the president. Even Joe Biden, I was rooting for him to do a good job. You fucking idiot. You fucking idiot. You fucking idiot.
You work with the border, you idiot.
You fucking retard. You're a fucking useful idiot. Eat your fucking goy slop and suck Israel's cock, you fucking duplicitous fucking retard. You fucking morons have no concept how used you've been. They took your patriotism and they fucking shat all over it. And you said, yeah, I'll just take another helping of that. Nothing to see here. I'll just keep voting for this guy who doesn't give a flying fuck about Americans. Yeah, how'd that work out? How, Donald Trump, the alleged billionaire, had all this money, yet he sat there and let a bunch of people in January 6th sit there and fucking rot in jail. He didn't do fuck all for you fucking retards, did he? No. He acted like the Pied Piper. He said, you need to come to Washington, D.C. to let your voices be heard. You need to fight like hell, otherwise you're not going to have a country to fight for. They've been dog whistling, trying to get you to put a rifle in your hand and go hit the streets and take your country back, so that way they can institute martial law for the last fucking 12 years. For 12 years, they've been trying to get you fuckers to nut the fuck up and go do some argy-bargy on the streets so they can institute martial law and justify taking all your weapons away. And for some reason, because you trust the fucking plan, you fucking retards, you think the government is there to fucking support you? The government is fucking fleecing you, you fucking Trump-tards. You fucking retards. The government is literally fleecing you. The government is literally taking away your children and your children's children's future. And you fucking retards are sitting there fucking wearing your little Trump fucking trucker hat going, here, make America great again. I'm a fucking retard. Hey, Trump is the next coming Messiah. You fucking idiots. Right before he got out of his first term, he fucking suspended aspects of habeas corpus. Look at the fuck up, retards. You call that a guy who loves the Constitution of the United States of America? You call that an American fucking patriot? Dude, he married all of his fucking males off to female Jewesses. His daughter he pimped off to fucking Kirshner. He's 100% sucking the dick of Israel. That's the only reason why his fucking Muppet retard ass became president. You think it was because he was actually fucking popular? Do you think it was actually because he fucking knows how to be a president? Do you really think he's fucking competent? Or do you think it's because he agreed to suck Israel's dick from the back?
Like saying I'm QAnon because I don't believe the FBI Fed slop about Charlie Kirk. So when prominent people. So when people like that are doing that, those are people are getting paid off.
You are some of the dumbest motherfuckers that ever fucking bred. And I'm ashamed that you're an American citizen like me. I'm fucking ashamed of you. And may God have mercy on your fucking retarded souls. Please stop breeding.
To say that, just like the mainstream media is paid off, and as Noam Chomsky and Ed Herdman taught us 35 years ago, the media is not there to give you news and inform you. They're there to manufacture consent for the oligarchy. And as Princeton study proved over 11 years ago now, we don't live in any even semblance of a democracy. Yeah, you get to vote. That's theater. We live in an oligarchy, and whatever the oligarchs want shows up in legislation. What the bottom 90% of people in the United States earners want to show up in legislation does not show up ever.
There it is. What the people actually need and want, like these data centers. Perfect example. Carroll County, Kentucky. Why are you fucking retards hanging out in my chat right now? Why aren't you going and talking to your mayor saying, why the fuck are you building all these data centers in our area? We don't want these data centers. Why are you in my chat not going and fucking demanding these data centers be taken down? They took our jobs.
And so we're running it. So that's where we're at. And of course, they would buy off the independent media or the influencers. And that's why they're out there trying to disparage anybody who has a legitimate question about the official narrative about Charlie Kirk. That's why they're going so hard at Joe Kent. That's why they're going hard at people like me, people like even Brett Weinstein, right? He's out there. He's saying, hey, if Tyler Robinson did it, why is there a cover-up? Because there's an obvious cover-up happening, and anybody who's a sentient being who's not paid off can agree that the FBI and the police forces are not investigating this crime. They haven't once talked to there were people who saw people on the Losi building. The FBI never interviewed that guy. Never, right?
That's whataboutism, retard. Why aren't you, Giggles? Why aren't you?
Why aren't you? They're literally right there in your own fucking town. Right in your county.
They didn't take that bullet they found on the science building and put it into evidence. They didn't lock down the crime scene.
Why are you doing it? Because I got to show you how to fucking do it, you fucking muppet. I mean, why aren't you fucking 3%ers taking your country back, you fucking retards? You fucking LARPers. You fucking posers. You fucking pieces of shit who fucking claim to love America. Why aren't you fucking doing anything for your country? I already did my fucking job. I actually wore a fucking uniform. Unlike you fucking restarts. Yeah, you fucking wannabes. Oh my God, you people are so fucking stupid. You people are so legitimately fucking retarded. It's depressing how retarded you fucking people are. Fucking cousin fuckers extraordinaire. It's fucking glorious.
Let people adulterate it and take SD cards and move stuff around. All that kind of stuff. They took all the...
All right, we got 15 minutes. Otherwise, the show ends, man. The show's going to be ending. The show's going to be ending. Oy vey. Your entertainment's going away.
The videotape from the hospital where Charlie showed up. They moved everybody from the ward he was in 2 hours before. So there's they steam cleaned and sold the SUV that they drove him to the... So there's an obvious cover-up that is happening, and nobody's talking about the drones. And so there's an obvious cover-up. Hey, come see me do a live celebrity panel August 30th in Burbank, California. Then stand up in New York City at Village Underground, September 13th. And then in Chicago, September 18, 19, and 20 in Rosemont and Chicago. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets.
Let the cope commence. All right, hold on.
So I've seen these commercials. I think like everybody.
So that's what the gun could look like.
If what they found.
All right, here we go. Here we go, boys. Let the cope commence. At the Copacabana, music and fashion is always the attraction at the Copa. They coped real hard. You guys are coping. You guys are coping so hard right now. All right, let's go. We got 15 minutes. Otherwise, the show is gonna come to a crashing halt. Crashing halt, boys and girls. It's gonna come to a crashing halt. $5 keeps it going for another half hour, guys. $5 to make you holler. I get paid to do the wild thing. I get paid to do the wild thing.
That poor baby. Sweet cherub. Rest now, poor itty-bitty toddler.
Can't believe how many evil freaks are out there.
I wouldn't go that far, but they...
Shave your cuter come in for $4.99. Well, all right. Well, there you go. All right. Hey, Siri. Set timer for 30 minutes.
30 minutes. Counting down.
Okay, well, there's two now. I got to get rid of this one. All right. We got another 30 minutes. Thanks to Shave Your Cooter. Shave your cooter. Cooter. We're shaving cooters. Thank you very much for that super chat. That was very, 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 very amazing of you. And to all of you.
Whack, man. I just found this fun, man. I don't understand. It's like pause ain't no fucking good, man. Bitch be calling me tapping that man. Why the am I here?
I'm just trying to figure it out, guys. Why do I got to deal with Restarted D and all his little sycophants? Like the Kaiser Club went from there to me, then they went to Restarted D, and where are they going to end up next? Where are they going to be next? Bow? Are they going to go to Bow? They couldn't go to Bow, could they?
They certainly deserved it.
I was talking about the wife.
We were talking about the wife.
What?
It's terrifying. That could have been any of us.
That is terrifying.
So you understand the fear of women.
Very much.
And her husband? He just went out when he had a wife who could kill his kids at any time. Terrifying.
That really is.
It really is terrifying that these women are acting and thinking like this. I don't know if you guys have heard what's going on with these fucking women have lost their minds. These women have lost their fucking minds. These women have lost their fucking minds. Dude, if I were a rejected Kaiser simp, that I would put that on my wall. To be rejected by Kaiser would be like a fucking trophy, dude. That would be something I would celebrate.
How could any man ever leave the house? Do they know how irresponsible that is?
You can't turn your back for 5 seconds, can you?
Wow, you're so emotionally intelligent.
But maybe, hear me out, maybe murdering children is bad.
Wait, when she was very bad. She was pregnant. Have a she didn't get a prenup. Crunchy. Her husband's under 6 feet.
Wait, you're right. You're right.
Thank you. We know.
I just can't believe someone so pretty could do something like that.
She's a monster. Disgusting witch.
That's how you get them.
You're like, this guy who...
We saw this already. I don't want to watch this guy. Oh, no, we can finish watching this part. That's fine. Yeah, so the second you say she's pretty, then all of a sudden the girls hate her. Isn't that funny?
His DNA wasn't on the gun.
I wasn't aware that Lance's DNA wasn't on the gun.
That's right, because Candace lied to you. She said over and over.
She didn't lie.
She admitted in this debate. She admitted in this debate that wasn't the case. But yes, she did lie to her audience
as I go, right?
But
As
I'm
somebody
asking,
watching
you
these
watched
things-
the debate. You watched the debate, correct?
And here's the big thing. If
Did you
Lance
watch
had
the
nothing
debate?
to do, yes.
Okay,
If Lance
then
had nothing to do,
then you heard Candace admit Lance Twig's DNA was not in the rifle. She was mistaken when she said that.
I don't know if she said the rifle or some of his
No,
DNA
she
was
specifically said
found.
we brought the clip up. She said you don't even have to bring the clip. I misunderstood. His DNA wasn't on the rifle. And then we played the clip and she said, yeah, I already said that. So you know that Lance Twig's DNA wasn't on the rifle. So when I ask you what's suspicious, when you're like, here's something suspicious, multiple people's DNA on
But
the
it was
rifle.
found on
Let me
other things,
finish.
was it not?
Let me finish.
Yes, but there were like 5 different people's stuff, whatever. I owe Secret $100 and I'm pretty upset about it. Good, give her the fucking money, dude. I hope you and Secret bang out and make all kinds of beautiful babies together. I hope you guys, I bet if you guys smashed, you'd make real toxic fucking babies. But I'm guessing she doesn't have any eggs left in her fallopian tube or ovaries. I think she's got no eggs though. I think you might be safe to not have to pull out. I think you'd be good, Innocent. I think you can fix her. Innocent can save her.
And you said, well, because
I believe in
sometimes someone
you.
can murder someone and then take the rap for someone
I
else.
believe in
Like,
you,
so you're
Innocent.
claiming that someone else, the DNA was on the rifle, may have done the murder, and you're like, yeah. And I'm like, who? And you're like, Lance Twiggs. And I'm like, but his DNA wasn't on the rifle. And you're like, yeah.
Yeah, you totally lost that bet. See, here's the thing is, I found out that you bet $100, and she and I are going to split that. It's going to be 50-50. Well, minus 30% from YouTube. Just letting you know. She's having some of her supporters are hate super chatting me, and that's how she's paying it off.
Yeah, I know.
You're lumping it.
I mean, you already paid money to Direct D's whore, didn't you? You already did that, didn't you? I think you already gave her money. That was weird.
In together. I said other DNA was found. Someone could have put there. He could have took the fall for someone, you know.
You gotta love freedom, though. It's a beautiful thing being free.
Wait. How did Lance Twiggs murder Charlie Kirk with a 30-06 without touching the 30-06?
I didn't say that. I find yeah.
Okay, so then what is it? I want you to jump from me logically. You say, I'm suspicious there were multiple people's DNA on the rifle, correct?
Yes.
I say, why? You say, because sometimes people murder someone and take the cover for someone else, right? That's where we went. I said, okay, so then the other people's DNA we know are like Tyler Robinson's father, Tyler Robinson's grandfather. Are you suggesting someone like that committed the murder? You said that's not what I'm...
Yeah, no. Hey, dude, I think that's cool. I think that whores need money, too. I mean, how else are they going to make a living?
Suggesting. I said, you have someone else in mind when you're talking about the DNA on the rifle that maybe did it. Who is it? You said, I think the boyfriend. I say, but Lance Twiggs' DNA wasn't on the rifle. You say, yeah, I know that.
Oh, son of a
You don't see
bitch.
the problem in logic here? Again, your suspicion with the rifle was
I'm suspicious of these
DNA.
dudes, man.
And then you're
just
like,
saying.
and then you're like, well, maybe Lance Twiggs did it, but he's not one of the people whose DNA is on the rifle, which you're admitting. So how does the multiple people's DNA on the rifle?
I mean,
because one of those people did it. How is that suspicious?
Well, I mean, you do what you want to do, but I can't do what I want to do. That's the beauty of it. Isn't that a beautiful thing, innocent auditor? Like, you get to do what you want to do, but I can't do what I want to do. That's a weird double standard, isn't it? That's a strange thing. That's a strange stance to take, isn't it? Isn't that a strange stance? I mean, I tried to give these fuckers an opportunity to walk away from me. They wanted to continue to engage. So I'm going to go fucking scorched earth on these fucking cocksuckers. I want to see these motherfuckers in jail now. There's some people I want to see their careers ruined, and I want to see them fucking in jail. Legally, I want to see their careers fucking ruined, and I want to see them in fucking jail. Yep. Try to step away, try to walk away, and they want to fucking pull me right back in. No problem. You want the fucking mob treatment? You're going to get the fucking mob treatment. You're going to get scorched fucking earth. It's coming. I'm letting you know it's fucking coming. Keep fucking playing. It is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it's going to be. It's always going to be what it always was. Logic.
Suspicious when you're admitting, no, I think this guy who didn't touch the rifle did it.
Well, if the rifle was used and that's the murder, like from this narrative, right, that Tyler shot him, right? I would say yes. If that's the gun and Tyler's DNA is on the gun and they're saying he did it, let's say he did it, okay. But I just find it kind of odd that Lance has these omissions, right? I'm asleep. He never talked about Charlie with me, although he did with his family. He burned up the confession list. He burned it up. Okay.
His boyfriend said burn it. You find that suspicious?
So, hey, I'm just gonna kill this guy, and there's this admission, and burn it for me, please.
Yeah. And then he contacted the authorities, and then they salvaged what they could of the note, and he showed them the other note that was written, and he showed them all of his text messages. Yeah.
So, okay,
why would he do all that if he was trying to cover up? Why burn the note? If he knew he was going to pin it on Tyler Robinson, why burn up the note? Doesn't burning the note speak to the opposite of your conclusion? That he's trying to cover up for Tyler? But if he was intentionally...
Why would he confess in a text message and then burn a piece of paper which could be tucked away somewhere? Good luck hiding text messages.
Setting Tyler up to take the fall. Why burn the note? Why not leave it there?
Whoa. Hold up. Slow down. Why not leave it there if you're going to blame it on your boyfriend?
Correct. If your boyfriend wrote a note or is alleged to have wrote a note that said, I did it, and you plan on blaming your boyfriend, why would you destroy the evidence that exonerates you?
That's what's confusing. So he says burn the note, but I'm going to admit it to it through text.
Yeah, so he burns it after taking a picture of it. No one thinks that that's a little strange? Like, why would you take a picture of it if you're going to burn the note? Is it because there would be some ability to realize that there would be no DNA evidence that the hand that wrote that note wouldn't have been anyone other than Lance? Maybe. So, I mean, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking to myself, this is weird. This is strange. Why? Why would you take my understanding is he took a picture of the note right before he burnt the note. Why would you do that? Who would do that? That doesn't make any sense. Does it make sense to anyone else? Doesn't make sense to me. All right, guys, we have absolutely no decks. I'm going to be building decks from scratch over here. Bam. So we got to build a deck. JP, what color deck would you like me to build? What colors would you like? And we're going to do standard. You got to pick out some colors for me, JP. What colors would you like me to build? At least two color deck. Waiting on you, JP. Waiting on you, brother.
Correct.
And then Lance burns the note, and then
Innocent auditor, join the anti-GS crowd. It's fashionable. Oh, there's safety in numbers.
Innocent auditor does what he wants to do when he wants to do it. You do not tell innocent auditor what to do. Nobody gets to tell innocent auditor what to do. He is his own man, and I find that incredibly disrespectful. Purple and lilac. Those are not the colors, though. Sorry, those two colors. JP wants black because it's bigger. How dare you? Now, see, now he's not going to say, oh, he says white and green. Okay. A white and a green deck, and colorless, of course. Okay, let's go ahead and let's go Mythics, and let's go anything with a 1 casting cost. All right, here we go.
Like, that's what's confusing about it, man.
Wait, it perfectly makes sense. That what happened
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, let me explain. You tell me what part of this wouldn't make sense. He says burn the note. He does it because he loves this guy. Then he burns it. Then he starts to panic and say, holy fuck. Eventually, the feds are going to get access to these electronic communications. Tyler's going down. I'm going to go down. I'm going to contact the feds and say, look, here's the evidence. Here's what I have. I tried to burn this note in the heat of the moment because I love him.
Yes.
Here's what I salvaged. That doesn't make sense?
I mean, if you're going to, yeah, it could be.
Okay, what's the competing interpretation? That he wants to blame Tyler, but he intentionally burns evidence linking Tyler to the crime, but saves other evidence to present it. Why would he burn part of the evidence if his plan was to set up Tyler?
No. I don't think his plan was. I feel like if Tyler killed Charlie Kirk by himself, Lance was a big part of this. And this was a plan.
How?
I mean, if you're dating
Just
somebody
by being
who's
his lover.
trans, you're dating
Okay.
somebody who's trans and somebody is speaking bad on their community, I guess you would probably hear from the person in that community that this guy's evil.
So
or dislike him.
now we jump from it was a backpack was her evidence to something she said about DNA like on the gun, but actually I think that's suspicious because someone whose DNA on the gun could have committed this. But I think Lance Twiggs did it, even though I acknowledge his DNA wasn't on the gun. And the reason let me finish. Now, and then you were like, I find it. Let me please. Let me finish.
Yeah.
Then you're like, I also find the word he used the word drop site, which
Excuse
by the way,
me,
as
woman
says, is term
speaking.
frequently used in Helldivers, a game that they played. But I find that to be suspicious. And then you're like, and the reason, here we go, because even though allegedly he talked shit on Charlie Kirk to his family, he didn't to Lance. So just to be clear,
Oh, look out. Tommy Pickles is creepy Uncle Fester rubbing my audience's shoulders again, trying to steal my supporters and my haters. He's like, come watch me on the Grumble. Sign up to my Discord where we talk shit about other people. Fucking retard.
the implication here would be he never really talked shit on Charlie?
You creepy Uncle Fester wannabe motherfucker.
No, I would say they planned this together.
Okay, they planned it together. Who was the trigger man?
Who's the trigger man? And from the evidence the state brought, we would say that the trigger man would be Tyler Robinson.
Okay, if you think that these two planned it together, do you think it was an exploding microphone that killed him?
Now that's interesting because to get people like this to commit an assassination, they're in group chats, they're in Discords. Now, if it wasn't the gun that was fired, I will say that Andrew got that part of the debate incorrect about the exploding mic theory. Yes.
No, wait. Walk me through it. Walk me through this.
Wait.
Lance and Tyler are
What?
talking secretly. They're like, we fucking hate Charlie Kirk. Now, let me see if I can see where you're going with this. So they're on Discord. Now, none of their Discord buddies that are also there came forward and said, these guys were always bitching about Charlie Kirk. So they're covering up too? Yes or no?
I don't know. I don't know if that's
maybe they are, maybe they're not. But at some point while they're on Discord, a Fed, an Israeli, catches wind of these two people bitching about Charlie Kirk. And they're like, here's what we're going to do. We're going to create an exploding mic device, right? And we're somehow going to get it on the neck of Charlie Kirk. And we're going to set you guys up. And they're like, okay, that's your theory? How did Lance Twiggs or Tyler Robinson get an...
So wait, is that an argument out of incredulity? That's a logic fallacy, Rob. You feel as though his argument is incredulous to you? No. Really? You wouldn't be arguing from incredulity, would you?
An exploding mic on Charlie Kirk? Did they wear a wig and
I
put
wouldn't
the mic
say
on him?
I just want to do a special shout out to all my hate. Oh, wait. Somebody did the goal? Wait, who did the goal? Wait, what did I miss? Wait, which one of you guys did the goal? Oh, Shady Cooter. Did I not reset it? Oh, I didn't reset it. There we go. Oh, you guys. Nope, not an hour. Fuck it. Nope, hold on. That's right. We got 15 minutes left of this grift. 15 minutes left on this grift, boyos. We got 15 minutes left on the grift, boyos.
Okay, yes. Now, that wouldn't be done through Lance Twiggs or Tyler, right?
Okay, so who did that?
I mean, who did that? If that happened, they would have to, I'm not saying that happened, right? I would say during the debate, those claims that were brought up and Andrew trying to debate them, I think he got that part wrong.
What part? She didn't.
So,
he literally
okay.
said, "Are you saying it's an exploding mic?" And she's like, "I don't know. I'm not really saying anything."
She said
He was like,
projectile.
"Wouldn't there have been?" She's okay. And he said, "If it was an exploding mic, wouldn't there have been smoke?" For
Smoke,
example,
yes.
with the pagers that we're saying was like there was smoke before.
If it's
and
the same type.
she basically said nothing. So what was it that he was wrong about with that?
I think when he tried to describe how a bullet moves air as it's getting to its target location, he was incorrect about that. And
A bullet doesn't dispense air when it's getting to its target
No, it
location.
does. It does.
Okay.
But let me finish. Also, how Charlie Kirk moved, he was incorrect about that.
Okay, so you don't think it's possible for a bullet for a 30-06 to make...
He didn't say it wasn't possible, dude. What the fuck, dude? Do you see? You see how disingenuous these little cocksuckers are? Rob, dude, you're dealing with Muppets. That's why they're not catching you with the way that you're making these. Your phraseology is 100% skewed. You set people up with straw mans. You attack the straw man and say that you won. It's so disingenuous.
Make a shirt move that way.
I personally don't have the expertise to say it does.
But you're saying he was wrong, which means when he said no, the air displacement and the kinetic force because of shirt, you're saying he's wrong, which means you're definitively saying it's not possible for a bullet to move a shirt like that.
From what I've seen, people have recreated what he said.
Possible and plausible are two different things. I'm not going to say it is or isn't, man. Bullets do weird things. Weird things. I certainly am not going to listen. I don't really have a dog in the fight either way, other than the truth will come out eventually. The truth always comes out eventually. Always does. So it is what it is.
With a house of cards, putting a gun up, seeing if it moves the house of cards, putting other things up, and then going to look at how the shirt moved. I find it like, all right, Andrew, I don't know if I can back you on that claim because it's kind of moving a little bit strange. I mean, to me. And then, yes, it's a stretch to say Tyler kind of had this, like Tyler could get it on them. But I am saying that it is kind of strange, how that shirt is moving for a bullet.
So how's a shirt normally move when someone gets shot?
See now he's asking for like, what's your expert opinion on how something happens when somebody gets shot? He's setting him up, expertly setting him up right there to fail. I don't know if this guy is smart enough to realize it. You can't answer that kind of question, bro. I mean, even Andrew Wilson has to admit he doesn't know the answers to a lot of these questions either. Right?
I would guess not like that.
Okay, but how does it normally move?
I mean, in the neck? If they're getting shot in the neck?
Sure. Explain to me if they get shot in the neck, and then let's go shoulder, and let's go torso. And explain to me the difference in how the shirt moves each time being shot with that.
I mean, I would guess that the air wouldn't move from under the shirt, right? And it wouldn't, like, it kind of puffed over Charlie's cheek.
But no,
like
I know
this.
what it wouldn't do. I'm asking you what it would do.
So, I mean, you're just asking me to speculate?
Yes, I'm asking you. Have you seen footage of
I'm
other
guessing it would actually move sort of, like, inward, I guess, first.
Are you
like,
some sort of ballistics expert?
There we go.
Outwards?
Knew it. Dude, he expertly put you into a trap, bro. He maneuvered you into a trap, and you started to engage, and then he immediately sprung the trap on you. It was so obvious, but this guy's, listen, as polite as I want to be to this guy's IQ is not he's not a very sharp marble.
Making judgments like these?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so you've heard Candace Owens supporters saying, yeah, and you saw them set up playing cards? And
not just Candace Owens. I've seen like people who run those like, home defense channels, rifles, firearms channels do sort of tests like that, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm just saying, I can agree, like Candace is doing her thing. Her and Charlie were friends. She has these theories. That's her claims. The state has theirs. I kind of feel like, yeah, Tyler Robinson and Lance probably might have done this together, but could they have been influenced or
let me ask you this.
To do
you think a 30-06 shot could do this?
Yes.
Well, that looks pretty similar.
Mm-hmm.
Would it shock you to know that was a 30-06 that did this? Wow, look at that. Let's put it in slow motion.
Ooh, yeah, it's compelling, man. That's what I'm saying.
Let's see.
It is.
Right?
It is
slow motion.
I'm not
Watch.
on.
So the funny thing is Rob is such a disingenuous little fucking bagel that even when the guy is like being, respectful and saying, yeah, that's compelling evidence, Rob's not going to be satisfied with that. He wants to pile on. He's got to pile on. You know what I'm saying?
A single side
Watch.
or the other, right?
Look at that. Look how it looks like it moves from the inside out. Do you see that? That's almost identical. That was a 30-06 that they set up using ballistic gel that did that. Now, how is that possible? It's not possible. That doesn't happen. You saw them shoot playing cards and it didn't do that, right?
I've seen a few of them, not everybody.
So do you think these people are lying? Do you think
No,
that
I'm not
wasn't
saying
really
they're lying. I'm just saying from what I've seen.
Again, so you think they're lying, right? Do you see how he presents it? Do you see how he presents it?
Somebody who's, just following this online, watching the debate, somebody who's watching the debate was good, but, I wouldn't say that,
what up, troll?
Andrew lost too bad. Candace won too bad. Andrew won really well. I wouldn't say that. I would say that there were evidence brought that can lean one side or the
I
other.
don't think you know what you're talking about. I think you're.
I mean,
listen,
you just don't want me. You want me to say that Tyler did it.
Here's what I'm saying. No, I don't want you to. You watched the debate. You can have
Right.
your own theories. You watched the debate. I'm like, what's the evidence that she provided? Because the whole day I've been like, can someone tell me the evidence she's provided? That
And I
it's
gave you some.
overwhelming. Let me finish. That Tyler's a patsy.
Let
And
me
here's what I've gotten
finish.
so far. Apparently, quickly, she mentioned a backpack. And from that, you
That
took
was it.
initially. Let me finish. I'll outline the case. You just tell me if I'm wrong. I'm going to go one by one through what you said. The most compelling piece of evidence, I said, give me the most compelling, she said. You're like, she mentioned a backpack. And DNA from that backpack ended up proving that this backpack was owned by a Turning Point USA person that was on the scene of the crime. That was your first argument, correct?
Yeah.
I said, I don't think it would be unusual that at a Turning Point event, when all of this
It's not unusual to be loved by anyone.
scrambling's going around and someone was just killed, that there would be a backpack left there. You're like, yeah, I agree. Correct?
Can I add to that? There was also
Sure.
things found in the backpack they discussed in the case. That's why.
Must have been a rough couple of weeks for you losers, huh? You're like, how are we gonna not be homeless? GS isn't giving us the content we need. Ooh. Yep, you got 747, baby. It's not just an airplane, it's how much time you got left. You better make it happen if you want the jolly train to keep going chugga chugga choo choo. JP's like, he wants to see how this deck's gonna turn out.
I brought it up. I think
Like
there were
what?
gloves. There were gloves
Okay.
and other things that were also black, I believe,
Okay, so a pair of black gloves were found in a backpack that was owned by Turning Point USA.
along the route of the shooter, supposedly.
Along the route of the shooter. So the shooter went up the low C, was like,
That's what's
okay.
confusing to me, because
Well, what's confusing?
I'm not on one side or the other. Confusing part is they said this backpack was found along the route of the shooter, but from the video footage, we see the shooter jump from the roof and then run, towards that wooded area. So where was this backpack found?
I don't know. You tell me. Candace
I think
made
they
this
said by-
argument. Let me
they said-
finish. Let me
they said it was by a
please.
bus stop,
Please. You said Candace made the argument. Where did she say it was found? You're just judging it from the argument Candace made. I don't even remember Candace talking about this backpack, but you said when PBD was like, oh, what evidence would it take you to believe this theory? And she went in this 5-minute ramble. At some point there, she mentioned this backpack. That's your claim? I don't remember it, but fair enough. So where did she say the backpack was shown?
In that part, she didn't say where it was found, but in the court, preliminary hearing, they said it was found at a bus stop, abandoned.
Here's what I have. I'll admit this is cheating, but I used AI, right? It says there's no report of a Turning Point USA backpack being found on the shooter's route. Surveillance video presented in the preliminary hearing shows Tyler Robinson carrying a blue backpack during one of his earlier visits to campus around 10 a.m. on September 10th, 2025. He's seen walking across campus with it. He goes into a wooded area northwest of Campus Drive while carrying it. When he returns to campus a short time later, the backpack's gone. Investigators noted in this testimony that Agent David Hall, but they never identified the backpack as a Turning Point USA item, nor, oh, wait, 1 second. Let me finish, sorry. Nor have they said it was a Turning Point USA backpack was recovered along the path, the rooftop, the woods, the escape route. They recovered a Mauser rifle, screwdriver, short forearm palm impressions on the rooftop, but no backpack. I guess, where is this backpack mentioned? I'm not saying it didn't
The
happen.
backpack
but
is mentioned during the preliminary hearing, yeah.
Okay, but they said during the preliminary hearing, this was his backpack. It wasn't a Turning Point backpack.
No. In the preliminary hearing, when they're talking about the forensics and DNA found, they returned the backpack back because they said it belonged to Charlie's team, right? And that's
Did they return a backpack they said belonged to Charlie's team?
You're asking AI?
Yeah, I'll ask
I'm not
Google
trying to trick you,
whatever,
man. This is
whatever
like-
search you
yeah.
want. What's weird is I've listened to Baron Coleman, I've listened to Candace Owens. None of this was like high up on their list of things that are really unusual.
No, I mean,
haven't
they
heard
got their
this
own
claim.
productions, right?
I didn't hear it in the debate. It must have been something. I don't know that it was said at all. It must have been something that was said flippantly. In fact, if I go to the footage of the debate, I'll go to Andrew Wilson's and I'll see if the transcript's available. And I'm going to search the term backpack.
Backpack, yeah, good.
Okay.
And I'm not saying, I'm confused by this whole...
All right, so it says FBI initially took the screwdriver, and then when I heard the testimony, things that didn't found were suspicious. Example being the backpack. There's something that really bothers me. That they said they traced the shooter, they traced the route he went on, and then there was an abandoned, we know it looks like he's wearing some sort of backpack. We know there was an abandoned backpack found at a bus stop in front of a library, and they felt this should have been taken into evidence. They took it to the FBI. This was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her name is, but you might want to fact check because I'm blending last names. So she was the forensics for the FBI, and then she says she gets on the 13th, and they stop testing this backpack because they find the backpack belongs to someone on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of campus, you're going, well, what the hell were they doing this way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer that you just gave it back. That's not like, why would you give it back? So your claim was it was on the route of the shooter. What she's saying is it was nowhere near that. It was at a random bus stop.
Oh,
why would
I
you
got
just...
that wrong. I got that wrong.
So then the evidence that's most compelling to you is at a bus stop, they found a backpack that belonged to Turning Point. and they gave
That's
it back.
one of the things. One of the things.
Explain to me how that even speaks to anything untoward.
Well, untoward would be like if Tyler Robinson is the fall guy or Patsy or somebody set these kids up to plan this assassination, you know, there might be people leaving things for them to help them out or supposedly to pick things up for them. I don't know, man. I'm just a regular guy, right?
But
for
that's
me, it's
not evidence. I mean, for God's sakes.
It's
we
weird
have the
that
state's
random kids
evidence.
would do this
We
shit.
have,
Like,
we
why
have
would
the
two
state's,
kids do
we
this
have
to
the
Charlie?
state's evidence. We have DNA evidence. We have.
Oh my God, I'm gonna shrill like a scowling Hank. Scowl.
Hank. Oh my God, this dude, he's shrill. He's so fucking shrill. What is wrong with this dude? All right, we're gonna do like I'm gonna do like a saga deck, bro. I'm gonna do like a saga. That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah. I think we're gonna do like saga. Maybe we'll put one of those in here. Excuse me. Well, hold on. Maybe I'll do. Let's go ahead and craft these two.
Confessions. We have his car being seen at the scene. We have his car going back to where the gun was, having a partial plate. We have his parents saying, "Yeah, it looked like you," and he's like, "I'm going to end my own life." Like we have all that, and you're like, "Well, on one evidence we have this, and on the other, there was a backpack found at a bus stop."
Yes,
so
but here's
tomato,
my thing,
tomato.
Man. Here's my thing. It's just strange. A 4.0 student can get this, like, can dislike Charlie, who's like letting people debate him, to go and kill him, right? To be that skilled to find the only rooftop to kill him when you can go up to the mic and debate him.
I just think, look, I'm going to absolutely go. I don't think that, like, if your argument is Candace provided evidence he was a patsy by saying, I think it's weird that they found this backpack, and you're like, yeah, that's pretty good evidence that she proved.
I'm not just saying that. I'm
what
saying
else
that the
did she
paving
say?
over.
Okay, the paving over. How does that explain that Tyler Robinson is a patsy?
Not just the paving over. The other guy who jumped up and I did it.
They found a random backpack. Now we're getting. They found a random backpack. That's evidence one. He used the word drop site. That's evidence two. There was other DNA on the rifle, but no one whose DNA was on the rifle did it other than possibly Tyler Robinson. That's number three. He never specifically mentioned Charlie to Lance Twiggs, but did to his family. That's number four. They paved over something. That's number five. George Zinn said, I did it. That's number six.
Yeah, because if like someone brought up the idea, I think it's that dude, the Viva Frey, said it's possible in a chat room these guys were like made the dudes to go the mile to do it, right?
Did Candace mention George Zinn in the debate?
I don't think she did, no.
Okay, so how are you evaluating that as the evidence Candace presented?
I mean, Candace brought up a lot of evidence I'm probably not even talking about, or what she calls evidence.
But you're watching it and you're like, I don't know, I thought it was about each.
Dude, look, I'm also a big weed smoker, so I don't remember everything, man. So what am I?
All right, man.
You're gonna ask me, I'm not gonna remember everything.
Wait, I appreciate you trying, so thanks for calling.
All right, dude. All right.
Yeah, listen, I get it. Trying to deal with like potheads, not very cogent. Doesn't often work out too well, does it? Does it, boyos? Poor Rob. Rob's all butthurt right now. He's not feeling so good. All right, let's check this out. All right, y'all got 13 seconds.
Good morning and happy Friday. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that pre-roll. Following the debate between Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson last week, in which Andrew himself revealed that Charlie allegedly texted his security the day before September 10th that they should only protect him because the left was out to get him, I was immediately very skeptical.
Yeah, 5-minute
first,
countdown, grace period.
because of his outright
5
refusal
minutes.
to produce these text messages to Candace Owens
5
when
minutes,
she asked in real
counting
time.
down.
Only to then further embarrass himself by not being able to list a single charge that the state of Utah has levied against Tyler Robinson at this point. But also because of the way he has made a show of this whole text thing and has dragged it out for the last week. For the side that loves to blame people like Candace Owens, even people like myself, for drip-feeding information, I find it rather ironic, quite frankly. In response, I've leaked some texts of my own, but I've also decided to reveal a piece of information here that I've been holding on to for over a month now. But first, allow me to provide some context. About a week after I was doxxed by the one and only Sean Campbell, and then promptly removed from my full-time position with the state of Arizona as a video editor, ultimately because I was speaking out against Turning Point USA, its executives, Tyler Boyer, and more, I managed to reconnect with a fellow colleague from inside that conservative political ecosystem. Now, what transpired, you are about to hear parts of in just a few moments, but bear with me because I want to preface this first by saying a few things outright. I want to be transparent and honest. One, I am about to release a phone call in which I secretly recorded my source, and my source was a friend of mine. Again, I want to be transparent about this because it matters. This is not the norm for me, right? Like recording friend, even being in front of a camera. This is not the norm for me. I'm not used to any of this, let alone being a renegade James O'Keefe who still has color in his hair, right? I don't normally record my friends when we are having casual conversations. However, the information presented within this conversation, as you are soon to see, was too damning for me not to start rolling on. And while I knew this individual from the conservative political ecosystem, this individual, they themselves knew Erica Franzwey well before she or I or anyone for that matter, any of you, ever knew of Charlie Kirk. In sharing that information, I hope will help indicate why I am led to, one, trust this information, and two, why I have decided to release it publicly to you all today. To put it bluntly, my source had no reason to lie, as he did not know that he was being recorded, and only found out about this recording existing a little over 12 hours ago. And yes, before you ask, I have received my source's permission to release what you are about to hear, and Arizona is a one-party recording state, so I am within my legal rights to do what I did. Number two, this is not an unedited version of this call. I have, in fact, edited my source's voice, and I have edited some statements.
Oh, I'll be stopping.
Maintain some semblance.
Oh, I assure you, I will be stopping. You got 2.5 minutes
of anonymity, while still presenting you all with true and accurate information.
It's not hard at all. Matter of fact, I'm not even looking at the chat at all. I'm not looking at the numbers. I'm focusing on this deck that I'm working on. So yeah, it's not hard at all. I can quit you guys. It's real fucking easy.
That, unless I am mistaken, I have not seen anywhere. This is yet to be revealed. This is breaking news, and I'll accept your apology whenever you're ready, Ian Went. In all seriousness, listen, guys, we are dealing with people who got me fired 2 weeks into speaking out. And as such, I've taken an effort to make private key details, which otherwise might help the opposition, Eric Kirk, whoever, pinpoint and potentially take action and try to punish this individual. We all need to pray that such an event does not take place, right? This is America, and the American people deserve to hear the truth without the source of that truth being punished.
Hit what button? Hit the button, GS. Which button? I got 1 minute and 30 seconds.
For sharing it. I mean,
TikTok,
what are we doing
mofo.
here? Number three, while I did in fact title...
Which button am I supposed to be hitting here? Which button am I hitting? Which button?
Sit your ass down. Man, sit your ass down. You need to sit your ass down. Why you keep getting up like this? You need to sit your ass down.
What the fuck? What was that?
Don't do this. You need to sit your ass down before you get attitude with me, Sit your ass down now.
Talking to you, trolls.
Sit your ass down.
Wait. Did you just say I was bashing GJM? You guys are the one that brought him up, said he hasn't been around lately. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Linda. Nice try, you dumb fucking cooter. You old restarted fucking skank whore. The fuck is wrong with you, dude? You fucking coos. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm sure you're a very lovely lady that nobody invites to any kind of a get-together. All right, guys, 10 seconds. The show is over. We'll catch you on the next one. It's been fun. And here comes the timer. 5 seconds. Doot, doot, doot.